Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, athletes, coaches, sports scientists, policy makers, students, press and media friends. Welcome to the Tamil Nadu Sports Science Conclave, powered by the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. We are gathered here today for a truly exceptional event that brings together expert and enthusiasts in the field of sports science. The Tamil Nadu Sports Science Conclave is a two-day event designed with several important objectives in mind. Bringing together sports scientists, coaches, athletes, and policy makers to discuss the latest trends and developments in sports science. Promoting the use of sports science to enhance the performance and well-being of our athletes. Identifying and addressing the challenges facing sports science research, and innovation in Tamil Nadu, developing a roadmap for the future of sports science in our great state. And now, our chief guest, Honorable Youth Welfare and Sports Development Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin, has arrived here. We are privileged to welcome the Honorable Youth Welfare and Sports Development Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin, whose leadership and commitment to public service have had a transformative impact on our society. It's with great pleasure we welcome Dr. Udhayanidhi Minister IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu. We are also privileged to have Mr. Abhinav Bindra, a true legend in the world of sports, whose dedication and achievements have made our nation proud. Also, I would like to welcome lead speaker Dr. Thomas Pitt, Sri Ramachandra Medical College Chancellor, Thiru Venkatachalam, SDAT Vice President Executive N. Ramachandran, SDAT Vice President Dr. Ashok Sigamani, Khel Ratna awardee Mr. Sarath Kamal, and lead speaker Dr. Mark King onto the stage. We welcome our Honorable Youth Welfare and Sports Development Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin, and all the dignitaries onto the stage. Kindly I request all dignitaries to raise for the Tamil Thai Varthu by the students of Tamil Nadu Government Music College.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்து கெளிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும் மதிச்சிறந்த திராவிடனன் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திரும்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. We are honored to invite our Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Udhayanidhi Minister IAS, for the welcome address. He is an officer of outstanding repute with a deep commitment to the development of sports in Tamil Nadu.
Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, dignitaries on the dais, guests who are sitting in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have come here for a very important seminar. We have brought the best sports psychologists, sports medicine personnel, professors of injury prevention and rehab, biomechanics, sports physiology, sports nutrition, high performance training, sports technology and computer graphics to one platform. Under the guidance of Honorable CM, this is the first of its kind in this country that a government body is doing a seminar of this sort. As our Honorable Minister took charge of the sports department, we were trying to figure out what is that nanosecond edge which a sports person has, which ultimately brings him a medal. What is there in that last lap which ultimately permits an athlete to excel? Honorable Minister visited our own biomechanics and sports science lab in Tamil Nadu Sports University. Hon'ble Minister visited the Sai accredited lab in the Ramachandra Medical College. Hon'ble Minister visited Odisha and went to Abhinav Binda's academy there, where sports science was being the main area of focus. Then Honorable Minister went to, we were trying to create a sports science center in Madurai and equipment for being supplied. Ultimately, Honorable Minister now believes that Chennai and Tamil Nadu should be the center of gravity for sports science too. We have already done large number of events. I'm not going to narrate it. Mega events which have happened in this country have all happened in Chennai and Tamil Nadu. Huge amount of sports infrastructure is being created. But ultimately, as I was saying, that nanosecond edge also should come to Tamil Nadu. Already a lot of people, Minister, used to ask why this person has not gone to for the sports in a particular, for Asian Games or for the Commonwealth Games. There would be injuries. Sportsmen would be kept away from their own field for months together. We have to ensure that their lifespan is increased, the injuries are treated well, and our sportsmen are also reciprocating. 25 contribution to Indian medals in Asian Games. A huge number, a huge proportion. In Para Games, 15 medals. Chess, 28 out of 75 grandmasters. Tamil Nadu indeed has arrived under the leadership of our Honorable Minister and under the guidance of our Honorable CM. I also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Abhinav Binda. The entire country knows him. He is the first individual gold medalist in Olympics. I remember in 2008, when Abhinav got the gold medal, our Honorable CM at that time was Kanayar, and Karnataka Sir's office called us and said that they want to reward Abhinav. That was not a trend in those days. A state rewarding a person because he has got Olympic gold. A fabulous reward was given as an honor to Abhinav by Kanayar Sir, and we remember him in his 100th year's birthday, Nutran Vida Samitale. We remember our CM, who said that any son of India who brings laurels to India will be rewarded by Tamil Nadu. The same thing happened recently. Our children in Manipur were facing problem. They had no place to train. Our Honorable CM told that Tamil Nadu will be a home for some time. And they were all brought here. They played here. They prepared here. In the national game, when me and Megnath went, they came to us. They thanked us. It is all happening state to state MOUs with Odisha. Huge amount of things are happening in Tamil Nadu. I welcome Sharad Kamal, our own sportsperson. I've been watching him for last 20-25 years. Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna awardee, a member of the IOA committee. He has been always helping us. We have here Thomas Pat. He has come all the way from Netherlands to participate in the sports medicine forum. A very renowned, very established scientist. Dr. Mark King. He has come from United Kingdom. He's a sports biomechanics expert. Then we have our SDAT Vice Presidents, Mr. N. Ramachandran. He has been the past president of the Indian Olympic Association. He is the first and the last word in squash. Today we are getting a lot of medals in squash. 9 of them came in Asian Games. In national games also, Tamil Nadu contingent is winning. He proposed the World Squash Cup in Tamil Nadu. I welcome you here. I welcome Mr. Ashok Sigamani, again a Vice President. a person who has been leading the Tamil Nadu Cricket Association. We didn't get one, not two, but 3 World Cup matches in Chennai because of Mr. Ashok Sigamani. I welcome you here, sir. Then we have Meghnath. This entire thing has been created, crafted by him under the guidance of Honorable CM and under the leadership of Hon'ble Minister. I welcome you. You are the real pulse behind SDAT, and your entire team is working with you so fabulously. Then we have the Chancellor of Sri Ramachandra Medical College. We have the CEO from Apollo Hospital. We have the Vice Chancellor from Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports Universities. We have delegation from IIT. We have delegation from SAI led by Colonel B.K. Nayak. We have a plethora of people of significance, who have established themselves in the field of sports administration. Dr. S. Armugam, Dr. Madan Thiruvengada, Dr. Joy Bhattacharya, Ravneet Gill, Abhishek Issar, Jolly Roy, Dr. Pierre, Dr. Sachin Ahmed, Dr. Soni John, Dr. A. Tyagarajan, Professor Babli Srinivasan. We have a plethora of sportspersons who have represented Tamil Nadu, who have represented India. We have Arjun awardees, we have Khel Ratna awardees, we have coaches here, we have a sports psychologist, physiologist, a plethora, a full canvas of sports is here in front of you. The best in the field of sports medicine, sports psychology, sports administration. I welcome you all. And once again, I would like to thank our Honorable CM to give us this opportunity to create a forum like this, and our Honorable Minister, who is the man of the moment, who is the best thing which has happened to sports in India. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for felicitation. May I invite the Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Udhayanidhi IAS, to felicitate Mr. Udhayanidhi Stalin, Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development of Tamil Nadu. And now, Additional Chief Secretary will felicitate Khel Ratna awardee Thiru Abhinav Bindra. I would like to call upon Director Sri Ramachandra Center for Sports Science, Dr. Arumugam Avargal, onto the stage. Additional Chief Secretary will felicitate Dr. Arumugam Avargal. Now, felicitation to Dr. Thomas Pett by our Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Udhayanidhi IAS. Additional Chief Secretary will felicitate SDAT Vice President Executive Thiru Ramachandran Avargal. I would like to call upon Dr. Naveen, CEO from Apollo, onto the stage for felicitation. I request Additional Chief Secretary to felicitate Dr. Naveen. I invite Member Secretary Thiru Meghnath Reddy IAS to felicitate Additional Chief Secretary Dr. Udhayanidhi IAS. Now, felicitation to Khel Ratna awardee Thiru Sarath Kamal by Member Secretary Thiru Meghnad Reddy IAS. Now, felicitation to lead speaker Dr. Mark King by the Member Secretary Thiru Meghnad Reddy IAS. Now, felicitation to SDAT Vice President Dr. Ashok Sigamani by Member Secretary. I would like to invite Dr. Sundar, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Sports University for the felicitation onto the stage. I request Member Secretary to felicitate Dr. Sundar. Thank you, sir. It's a great honor to introduce our special guest of honor for this morning. A name synonymous with excellence, dedication, and unparalleled achievement in the world of sports, Mr. Abhinav Bindra. He is none other than the Olympic gold medalist, a world-class shooter, and a true legend in his field. May I kindly invite Mr. Abhinav Bindra to deliver the special address.
The Honorable Minister Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin ji, Honorable members of the Government of Tamil Nadu, esteemed delegates of the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, distinguished guests, sports science experts, coaches, dear athletes, and all attendees of TASCon 23. As I stand before you in Chennai's grandeur, I'm filled with pride for the steps being taken to foster a community deeply invested in the evolution of sports science. It is with great honor that I speak to you about a subject that has not just shaped my career, but is shaping the future of sport globally. Sport as we know it today has become an arena where milliseconds and millimeters are the difference between the good and great, between champions and legends. This transformation has not been incidental. It has been a deliberate change, powered by the relentless pursuit of excellence that sports science has brought into the athletic domain. My own tryst with sports science is a narrative of transformation. I remember vividly every hour spent analyzing biomechanical data, every night spent in the quest to understand the impact of psychological training, every diet plan meticulously crafted from the insights of sport nutrition. These were the unseen champions of my Olympic journey. They were the silent whisperers of excellence that steered me to Olympic gold. An inspiring example of the marriage between sport and technology in the modern era is the story of Eliud Kipchoge, the marathon world record holder. Kipchoge's sub-2-hour marathon attempt, named the Ineos 159 Challenge, was not just a testament to his incredible physical ability, but also to the meticulous planning and support from sports science. From selecting the perfect course, employing a V formation of pacemakers to reduce drag, to the designing of bespoke shoes that improved running efficiency, technology and science were at the heart of this remarkable athletic feat. In another realm, we see tennis champions employing wearable technology to track their every move and swing, analyzing the data to perfect their game. Swimmers utilize motion capture technology to find the optimal stroke. Basketball teams employ AI to devise strategies and analyze the health and performance of their athletes. These stories are numerous and growing by the day. My pursuit of Olympic gold was a testament to the power of sports science. The precision in my performance was not just a matter of training, but of scientific inquiry and application. The Abhinav Bindra Targeting Performance Initiative was born from a desire to bridge the gap between ambition and performance, providing athletes with access to the pinnacle of sports science solution. At this juncture, with AI poised to revolutionize sport, be it coaching, refereeing, sport analysis, and even broadcasting, India's rich sporting heritage must rise to meet this wave of technological innovation. Coaches, as the custodians of athletic progress, must embrace sports science to fine-tune their training methodologies for the digital age. To ascend to the Olympic echelon as a nation, we must embed sports science into every layer of our athletic framework. It is not just the state-of-art facilities, but the integration of a scientific mindset from the grassroots to elite levels that will catalyze India's growth into a global sporting powerhouse. The importance of starting at the grassroots level cannot be overstated. It is here that we must begin to instill a culture of precision, analytics, and evidence-based training methods. Let us imbue our sporting paradigm with the tenets of sports science, ensuring that the next generation of athletes and coaches are well versed with the nuances of technology that can elevate their capabilities. In an AI-driven future, we can envision a sporting landscape that is more informed, more precise, and more capable than ever before. As we engage in this conclave, I encourage you to view it not just a platform for discussion, but as a springboard for decisive action. The dialogue we share here must translate into a tangible shift in how we approach sports science, laying down a path for India to emerge as a beacon of excellence and innovation in the international sporting community. Thank you for your dedication to sports science, for your commitment to excellence, and for your belief in the transformative power of this field. Together at TASCon 23, let us commit to a future where sports science is the cornerstone of India's athletic success. Thank you, and let us stride forward in unity towards this ambitious horizon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are privileged to have with us today a dynamic and visionary leader who has made significant contributions to the sports community and is a beacon of hope for many. I would like to invite Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin, Hon'ble Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development of Tamil Nadu, a distinguished leader in the world of politics and public service, to deliver the keynote address.
Respected Thiru Udhayanidhi Mishra, IAS, ACS, Youth Welfare and Sports Development Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Respected Thiru Begranath Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary, SDAT. Thiru Ashok Stigamani, Vice President of SDAT. Thiru N. Ramachandran, Vice President of SDAT. Respected Thiru Abhirav Bindra, the Indian Olympic gold medalist and the Khel Ratna awardee. Respected Thiru Sharath Kamal, ace table tennis star and the Khel Ratna awardee. Dr. Thomas Pat, the orthopedic surgeon. Dr. Mark King, professor from the Lefroy University. SRM Sports Center Director Thiru R. Mugam. Representatives from the Apollo Hospital, all the doctors, SDAT students, dear athletes, coaches, the press media, Anevarukkum Vanakkam. I stand before you today with great excitement and pride as we announce the Tamil Nadu Sports Science Conclave 2023, a monumental event that will be a profound impact on the world of sports and sports science in Tamil Nadu. Under the guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister, we have made an announcement in April 2023 about this conclave. It is a vision that will take our state to new heights in the field of sports. This historic event is a first for Tamil Nadu and is not just a gathering of experts in sports science. It is a convergence of minds, a celebration of the human spirit, and a dedication to the well-being and success of our athletes. TASCon 2023 is set to bring together over 250 delegates, including esteemed scholars and experts from India, Britain, Netherlands, Malaysia, and Canada. These individuals represent the vanguard of the sports science and are united by a common goal. This conclave will facilitate us to enhance the performance and well-being of our athletes. கடந்த ஒரு நூற்றாண்டு காலமாக எப்படி அறிவியலின் ஆதிக்கம் எல்லா துறையிலும் மேலோங்கி இருப்பது என்பது நாம் அறிவோம். அதன் காரணமாக நாம் அடைந்து வரும் முன்னேற்றம் என்பது சாதாரணமான விஷயம் அல்ல. அதேபோல் விளையாட்டுத் துறையிலும் அறிவியல் இன்றைக்கு பெருமளவில் பல்வேறு மாற்றங்களையும் வளர்ச்சியும் ஏற்படுத்தி வருகின்றது. Certainly in the past 2 decades, there is an intense penetration of science in the field of sports. Therefore, we are all wearing smart watches, smart devices that allows us to obtain the health parameters of our body. When it comes to sportsmen, the role of science and scientific devices are inevitable. இங்கு நிறைய விளையாட்டு வீரர்களும் வந்திருக்கிறீங்க, பயிற்சியாளர்களும் வந்திருக்கீங்க. முத்தமிழ் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் தமிழை அறிவியல் படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று எண்ணற்ற முயற்சிகள் மேற்கொண்டார்கள். இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் விளையாட்டுத் துறையிலும் அறிவியல் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று செயல்பட்டு வருகின்றார்கள். Tamil Nadu has demonstrated that it's a pioneer in the sports development activities by organizing national and international level tournaments regularly. Tamil Nadu successfully hosted the Chess Olympiad. We conducted the Squash World Cup 2023 in Chennai. We successfully hosted the Asian Cup Hockey 2023. World Surfing League, HCL Cyclothon have shown the sports potential of Tamil Nadu. We are gearing up to conduct the first ever night formula racing in Chennai next month. The Union Government of India has chosen Tamil Nadu as the right place for conducting the Khelo India Youth Games for the first time next coming January. We have planned to formulate a Tamil Nadu sports policy for the first time in India to take sports development to the next level in the state. We have announced a major infrastructure project for developing the state-of-the-art global sports city in Chennai. In a first-of-its-kind initiative, we will also be setting up a para-sports arena at 6 district sports stadium to promote para-sports. Our Honorable Chief Minister has launched the Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation recently. The focus of the Champions Foundation is to extend financial assistance to deserved players as well as to develop the infrastructure of sports in the state. As a continuance of these efforts, we are conducting this conclave to promote science in sports. Our esteemed panel discussion will address topics such as sports science, sports medicine, sports rehabilitation, sports administration and development, franchise leagues, sports biomechanics, sports physiology, nutrition, high performance sports training, and the emerging field of sports technology. This conclave is not just about discussions. It's about shaping the future of sports science in the state. It's about exploring the cutting edge techniques and innovations that can make our athletes to new heights of achievements. It's about promoting well-being and ensuring that our sportsmen and sportswomen have access to the best possible care and support. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister for his unwavering commitment to the world of sports and for making this TASCon 2023 a reality. I also want to thank all the delegates, the scholars, coaches, trainers, all the sports personalities, and policy makers for their dedication towards this event. Together, we are starting a journey towards excellence, and I'm confident that this conclave will be a catalyst for a very positive change. I would like to conclude that TASCon 2023 is not just an event. It is a statement of our commitment to sports and well-being. I invite you all to participate wholeheartedly in this historic conclave and contribute to the growth and success of our athletes. Let's work together to make Tamil Nadu the hub of sports excellence, where our athletes not only compete, but also triumph on the world stage. நம்முடைய விளையாட்டு வீரர்கள், வீராங்கனைகள், பயிற்சியாளர்கள் அனைவரும் இந்த 2 நாள் மாநாட்டை பயன்படுத்துமாறு உங்களை எல்லாம் அன்போடு நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். அறிவியலின் துணையோடு விளையாட்டு போட்டிகளில் நீங்கள் பல்வேறு சாதனைகள் படைக்க நான் வாழ்த்துகின்றேன். இதன் மூலம் தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கும் நம்முடைய இந்திய ஒன்றியத்திற்கும் பெருமையை தேடி தருவீர்கள் என்ற நம்பிக்கை இந்த அரசுக்கு உள்ளது. தேங்க்யூ அண்ட் ஐ லுக் ஃபார்வர்ட் டு சீயிங் யூ ஆல் இன் த TASCon 2023. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you for your insightful address, sir. I would like to invite Thiru Meghnad Reddy IAS, Member Secretary, whose dedication and tireless efforts have been the driving force behind the successful event. We invite him to deliver a vote of thanks.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். It is said that every beginning has an end, but I believe that great beginnings never end. They keep leading us to new horizons and make us discover newer paths. Our inaugural Tamil Nadu Sports Conclave 2023, with focus on sports science this year, is a beginning that will lead us to fresh avenues in our endeavor to identify and nurture our sports stars and champions. At the outset, I place on record, on behalf of Youth Welfare and Sports Development Department and Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, our sincere thanks and gratitude to our beloved Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal, for giving us a much needed makeover as what he himself famously described as a star department, with his support and benevolence in all our initiatives and endeavors. In our voyage into uncharted territories and unprecedented initiatives towards sporting excellence in Tamil Nadu, it is our captain, the Honorable Youth Welfare and Sports Development Minister, Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin Avargal, who has been our guide, inspiration, and leader. If Tamil Nadu had today embarked on an unprecedented journey to create vibrant sporting ecosystem, the credit goes to our Honorable Minister for his vision in thinking and dynamism in execution and deliverance. Thank you, sir, for your immense trust and constant encouragement. A coach is a vital cog in the wheel of any dream team success, and it is our respected Additional Chief Secretary, Thiru Atulya Mishra IAS Avargal, who has been the inspirational coach of our SDAT team. Thank you, sir, for being instrumental in making this conference a reality. A society or a nation is driven consciously and subconsciously by its heroes. Heroes who rise against all odds, heroes who give reasons to cheer, and heroes who generate hope for the next generation. It is our fortune to have amidst us 2 such heroes and legends, the legendary Thiru Abhinav Bindra and the ever-enduring Thiru Sharath Kamal. We can't thank you enough for accepting our invite and becoming part of this wonderful initiative. Your mere presence is enough to generate positivity and inspiration to our coaches and sports persons here. I place on record our deepest gratitude and appreciation to our ever-smiling and encouraging Vice Presidents of SDAT, the multifaceted Thiru N. Ramchandran Avargal and Thiru Ashok Sikamani Avargal, for their presence amidst us. It is always a matter of immense joy to have you with us. A big shout out to Professor Mark King and Dr. Thomas Pat for coming all the way from England and Netherlands respectively to be here amidst us and set the tone and guide the conference. Your presence is highly appreciated. I place on record our gratitude and appreciation to our valued partners, Sri Ramchandra Institutions, Sri Ramchandra Sports Science Centers, IIT Madras, Tamil Nadu Physical Education Sports University, Apollo Hospitals, DG Vaishnava College, State Planning Commission, Sports Authority of India, the galaxy of scintillating speakers from across the sporting spectrum, other dignitaries, and above all and most importantly, my ever hardworking and passionate dream team at SDAT, coaches, beloved SDAT students, friends from media, for being part of this conference. Your contribution will always be cherished, and as Honorable Minister rightly said, this is just the beginning. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Once again, we thank all dignitaries on the stage. We are going for the refreshment break. Thank you, sir. Conclave. Let me introduce our esteemed moderator for the special talk. Mr. Joy Bhattacharya is not a just renowned quizzer, orator, and writer. He is also an accomplished sports producer with a rich portfolio of achievements. He has held significant positions, including serving as the team director of the Kolkata Knight Riders in the Indian Premier League. His leadership and vision have been instrumental in shaping the landscape of sports in our country. I welcome Mr. Joy Bhattacharya to moderate the session onto the stage. And now, I would like to introduce the speaker, Thiru Abhinav Bindra. Thiru Abhinav Bindra's remarkable journey in the world of sports has left an indelible mark in the history of Indian athletics. He holds the prestigious title of being India's first and one of only two individuals to clinch an individual Olympic gold medal. The achievements and legacy of Mr. Abhinav Bindra are a source of immense pride of our nation. I kindly invite Mr. Abhinav Bindra to the stage to share his experiences and insights with us. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good morning and welcome everyone again back to TASCon 23. We have an array of dignitaries, but also a lot of young people out there who will be hopefully interested in a lot of what Abhinav has to say. I'd just like to start by saying that in Olympic sport in India, in many ways in sport in India, it's not BC and AD, it's BA and AA, before Abhinav and after Abhinav. 2008 was a landmark which anyone who loved Indian sport had been waiting for a very, very, very long time. And what Abhinav made happen, not just to do it, but to do it with a shot of 10.8 is something that talks about a supreme ability of mind over everything else. Welcome, Abhinav Bindra.
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to start by, there are many parts to Abhinav, and we tend to focus on his achievements as an athlete, a supreme athlete in 2008. But I think what we want to hear much more about is the way he has shaped Indian sport post-2008. Helping target, find top pro athletes, that's one part of it, that is finding talent. Second is building a support science structure. And in the third part, helping shape Indian sporting policy. So I'm going to start with the last part first. Abhinav, Olympic bid 2036, I know you had a huge part to play in everything that we're doing in hosting the Congress. What are your feelings about it and where do you stand on it?
Well, I think the next decade or so in this country will be a decade for sport. We are the largest population in the world, but we are also the youngest population in the world. And I think we're at a historic high where sport is being consumed much, much more, and sport is being played much, much more by our youth. So of course, sport has become and is becoming a very important area of our society. The country is also growing. Our economy is also growing. Geopolitically, we're also growing. And of course, hosting an Olympic Games makes perfect sense. And I'm sure that India will host the Olympic Games. The only question is when. And I don't know if it will happen in 2036. Of course, we've expressed our interest about 2036. What I'd really like to see happen, if I may, is that, we can't just host the Olympics and looking at it as a sporting event of 2 weeks. We really have to look at the Olympic Games as a catalyst for further development, as a catalyst to develop sport in this country. How do we do that? And I'm sorry this response is a little bit long, but it just needs to be. I think so far we've only seen sport from the prism of our athletes winning medals at global events. Of course, that is important. It is absolutely necessary. But I think what this country really needs is to really embrace the true power of sport, on how sport can really play a meaningful role in this country's development in achieving certain or contributing to achieving certain sustainable development goals. I'll list out a few. For example, health. We are the youngest population in the world. We need to ensure that our society also becomes a healthy society. What is the role of sport going to be there? It's going to play a very, very important role. So what I'd really like to see is further engagement between health and sport. It really needs to happen. Education. We've always talked about integrating sport and education. We're still struggling in that area. But what we are going to see in the next few years is a disruption also in education with AI. While AI will come into education, what AI will not be able to do is imbibe values to our kids. How do you do that? Sports role is going to be absolutely significant. There is no better way to shape society, to shape our young people through other than through sport. Sport teaches you how to win, but it teaches you how to lose. It teaches you integrity. It teaches you honesty. It teaches you how to set goals, how to achieve goals with Olympic values of friendship, respect, and excellence. And I'd really like to see sports' role in education much more. The economy, for example, we've already seen sports' positive role in influencing economy. We have the Cricket World Cup going on. We've already heard of the number of $2.3 billion influx into the Indian economy because of a sporting competition. So how do we ensure sport also plays a rather more meaningful role in developing our economy? Gender equality. We all talk about women's empowerment. And frankly, there are no better role models than our women athletes. The way they've inspired our nation, the way they've broken societal barriers, and the way they give hope to generations of young girls is absolutely incredible to see. And finally, the unifying power of sport. There is no better way to unify our country than through sport. So all in all, what I'd really like to see sports' larger role really being embraced by this country. If we do that, our elite performances will automatically become a byproduct of this whole process. We'll get more people to just play for the sheer joy of playing sport, and that in itself will ensure more people get into elite sport, and of course, performances at the elite level will also improve. And if we are able to do that, of course, the Olympic Games make complete sense.
Thank you. And there's so many quotable lines out there. I'm going to just pick up the one of them, which is that you don't just learn how to win with sport, you learn how to lose and lose well and gracefully and move on. But, I want to come to that, the part that you talked about sportsmen, and there's so many sportsmen, budding sports persons in this room. I just want to start by saying not everyone is going to end up being an Abhinav Bindra, which is what your point is as well. That you can't just have sport for those one or two people who are going to reach the apex of that game. So what value does sport give to people who are not going to reach that apex? Because there's so many who are not.
I think the life lessons, the experiences that all these young people will imbibe through sport, they will remain forever. I was in sport for 22 years. And frankly, now that I have the ability to look back, I don't really look back at those few medals that hang on a wall in a room in my house. I look back at my 22 years in sport, at the relationships I was able to build, of what sport did to me. The person I became in the process of winning those medals remained true to the day and will remain true for the rest of my life. As I said, it taught me how to win, but it taught me how to lose. It taught me honesty, it taught me integrity, it taught me a lot about respect, about, of course, learning to respect rules, about learning to respect others. But sport also gave me a wonderful opportunity to find my own self-respect. And all in all, I think what I learned through sport has left me in good stead to play the larger game of life. But on another level, I know there are lots of important people in this room who are policy makers. I think what we will see in the next few years is many more young Indians participating in sport, really giving it a fair shot of participating and trying to make elite sport their calling. What that will also mean is that a larger number of Indians will fail in sport, because that is the very, very nature of sport. And we need to protect these young kids. And we can only protect these young kids is by bringing a concept of a dual career in our sports person's life cycle. Of course, as an athlete needs to train majority of the day, but 1 hour a day, making sure the athlete gets a degree of education, making sure there is a skilling up happening of the athlete, so that they are useful post their athletic career. You're not going to be able to give government jobs to every athlete who now participates in sports. It's not going to be a sustainable way of making progress. So really bringing a concept of a dual career, I think, is going to be critical. Critical in two areas. In an area of ensuring that the athletes live a life of dignity post their athletic careers. But I'm quite confident that this will also help performance, because the cornerstone of mental performance, and we all talk about mental strength, to me lies in balance. How balanced you are, firstly, as a human being. That is the cornerstone, that is the foundation of mental strength in sport as well, because before athletes, we're human beings first. And having this dual career aspect in place, I think, brings in a degree of balance. I'll go back to my own career a little bit. And my most successful years in sport were when I was a student athlete. I only had so many hours to train. I had so many hours to go and study. I had to do other things. I had to build meaningful social connections. And then once I finished my education, there I thought, now I'm going to have 5 extra hours to train every day. And I'm going to become the best in the world. It made theoretical sense, but in practice, it was a very slippery slope, because instead of having that balance, I lost that balance, and my performances didn't really improve looking back. And while I'll be honest with all of you, and there are lots of athletes here, I achieved many goals in my sporting career. I won a gold medal at the Olympics, I won the World Championships, I won etc. But I failed. I failed in achieving my fullest potential, and I failed miserably in trying to achieve that. And I attribute that failure to this very lack of balance. And I think it is so very important for every athlete and for the ecosystem in India, which is slowly but surely evolving, to make sure of this dual career aspect of sport, but also to ensure that human well-being is at the heart and center of performance. We're all at a performance conclave, at a sport science conclave, but the fundamental of performance is that human well-being has to be at the heart and center of everything that is done.
It's fantastic, because to hear from probably India's greatest athlete on stage that he's failed to achieve tells us so much more about how difficult this journey is, and yet how rewarding this journey can be. But Abhinav, you're sitting with a lot of corporates out here, people out here who also make decisions on finance. What is the best way that a corporate can help sport? Is it just putting money into sport? Does it stop there? How does it, how do they contribute? Because as you said, that, sportsmen are not going to always not all sportsmen are going to succeed and be professional athletes. But how do you support them? How do you?
There are several elements. Of course, money is one element of an important element to propel sport forward, to develop sport. But maybe I'll talk it I'll bring another element into discussion. I think to propel sport forward, going forward in India, I think governance is going to be an important aspect. It's always been a touchy issue across the board in India. And I think the corporate world can really help here, because I think at the end of the day, we need high quality human capital administering sport and being involved in running sport. Maybe not at a political level, because there'll always be the leadership, but also at an operational level. And I think at the operational level, we really require high quality human capital. And perhaps there can be a role that has yet not been envisioned by the corporate sector, but to try and contribute in ensuring or helping that we build this capacity. We encourage high quality human capital to be actually involved into the day-to-day functioning of Indian sport, because it is the day-to-day which really matters.
Coming back again to 2008, because for whatever we say in Indian sport post 2008 to 2023, there's been a sea change. Okay, And that one event that triggered it off was the Olympic gold that you have. How much has changed in the last 15 years in the, let me put it this way, non-cricket landscape? Because the cricketing landscape obviously is a different landscape in India. But how much has changed in Indian sport?
Well, I mean, a lot has, to be honest. I think the investment going into development of Indian sport is incredible, at least at the elite level. We have, I'll give you the example of my own sport. I don't think any other country anywhere in the world gets the sort of investment that is going into our elite programs. I think the sport of shooting is developing the way it is developing in this country is not there. We don't see that level of development anywhere in the world. I think perhaps if you were to really push me, and if I have to take any credit for a little bit of change that was triggered by my victory in Beijing, perhaps I can talk about the change of mindset of athletes. I think up until Beijing, whenever we boarded our flights to an Olympic Games, we were already written off. But what we've really seen is the change of mindset of the Indian athlete. The Indian athlete is no longer content of just in participating. The Indian athlete wants to win, and the Indian athlete wants to win by stepping on the top step of that Olympic podium. And that has been a monumental change in attitude, what we've seen. And perhaps 2008, and I don't want to take solitary credit for that. I mean, there have been many great athletes who have won before me and who won after me, and everyone's had a massive contribution to make. But I think that change of mindset is something that I really see. I'll tell you another anecdote, perhaps. This happened to me in, I would say 2010 or 2011. I was in a selection trial in New Delhi at the Karni Singh shooting range, and I go to my to my selection trial, and I was shooting next to an 11-year-old boy. It was just happened to be. So I walk into the shooting range and say good morning to this young little kid. He looks up to me and says, "I know who you are, but I'm going to beat you today." Just for the record, I managed to beat him on that day. But that showed me that there was a change of mindset. I grew up in a generation where self-doubt was our constant companion.
That's a lovely word, self-doubt, constant companion. Look, I want to start off, and I know that you've told this 100 times, but I just love hearing it, and many in this hall may not have heard it. Can you tell them why you joined sport? Why did you choose shooting and how it all started? You need to tell them because it's a wonderful story.
Actually, as a young boy, I hated sport. I was a fat boy whose only talent really was to miss physical education classes in school. I used to come up with the most creative of excuses not to go and play. I was in a boarding school, and I really hated boarding school. And I used to receive a letter, and this letter was from my father. And this letter almost came every day, which had one commonality, which was that I must play sport. I, of course, didn't listen to him, finally got out of boarding school, joined a day school in Chandigarh. And now, boarding school life is very active and there was lots to do. And now I was in this day school and I had to find something to do after school hours. So one fine day, a family friend of mine sent me to my first shooting session. So I go to my first coach, Colonel Dhillon, and I fell in love with the sport of shooting. I fell in love with it because to be somewhat successful in this sport, all I had to do was stand still, and there was no running around needed. So that was my entry into sport. Of course, to be successful at it, I had to also turn my weakness into a strength, and I did a lot after that, but that was the entry point.
Can you imagine India's first individual gold medal gets a letter every day from his father saying, please participate in sport, and he never used to do it. So there's hope for all of us to do so many things in this planet. Abhinav, I want to come back to one more thing that you talk about, and I love it because the theme of success is, success is something we celebrate all the time. 2016, you shot in the end, you came forth and you said it was my finest hour. And you when you spoke about it, you said, you almost had more, you believed that performance, you liked it more than even 2008. Why? There's something to it. There was a magic to 2016. Why was it so special?
Well, I missed a second medal at the Olympics by a tenth of a point. A tragic end is always romantic. So I don't know why, but to be honest, I think, as athletes, I think what we really do is savor the journey. And for me, it was all about being the best that I could be every single day. And when I look back at my performance in Rio, and of course also at my career to a great degree, with an absence of regret. And that is the greatest closure you can get to a sports career, the absence of regret. Just the ability to have done all what you could have honestly done, putting your best foot forward in every which way, breaking your performance down into different aspects, whether it be the technical side, whether it be the mental side, whether it be the scientific side, and really pushing yourself every day to be the best version of yourself. And ask yourself the brutally honest question that, have you done the best that you could to prepare for the Olympic Games? And the answer was yes. I couldn't have really done anything more to prepare. And frankly, you won then. You won in your own eyes. And that's self-respect. And that sometimes shines brighter than any gold medal can.
What a wonderful story. I mean, this is just so amazing that process everything. Once you've done it all, you can just wait for the result. But, for everyone out here, and not all of us are elite athletes, there's a quote of yours which I use all the time everywhere. And you said, practice is a talent, perseverance is a talent, hard work is a talent. And for the benefit of everyone out here, could you just tell us what you meant by that?
I mean, as I told you, I was this fat little boy with zero athletic ability, no coordination. I have pretty bad eyes, which is kind of important in my sport. I was not competitive in nature. I never had the competitive spirit needed to really fight in competition. Didn't have it naturally. But I had the talent. I had one talent, and my talent was my ability to work hard, my ability to persevere, no matter what. And not everybody has that. I mean, I see the greatest of talented individuals who don't achieve much at the end of the day. Talent can give you a kickstart, but talent is not going to help you achieve great results unless you supplement that talent with hard work and commitment, which is needed to be put in and day out. And I think that was my talent. My talent was simply my ability to work hard every day. For me, the games didn't come once in every 4 years. The games came every day for me.
Wow. I'm asking you just to go further on that. Part of the legend of Abhinav Bindra, one is his hard work. The second part of it is your amazing attention to detail and something to learn. So tell us, you knew the hall in Beijing and how you prepared for Beijing. There was a special part of the preparation of where you shot. So tell us a little bit about it.
So the Beijing Olympic Hall was a massive space. Up until then, we were the sport of shooting hadn't developed to the degree it has developed to the day. It was a massive space at that time, and perhaps 5 to 10 times the size of this hall. And even the ceiling was pretty high, which made it difficult from a performance point of view. It made it difficult from a performance point of view because as a shooting athlete, orientation is very important. Your ability, your spatial awareness is very important to balance, to your ability to find balance. So, of course, when you go to an Olympic competition, you don't have much opportunity to go and train there, especially in the finals hall, to be ready for this Olympic competition. So what I did in preparation for this competition was I hired a marriage hall very close to my house. These marriage centers, and I converted that into a shooting range. And I practiced on it. And that, by the way, is the closest I've come to marriage as well. So.
News for all of you out there. Okay, we are in a sports science seminar and we talk so much about injury and rehabilitation from injury. Your first major injury was post 2004, the back injury. And what happened? And tell us a little bit about your journey of recovery.
I think I'm not going to dwell so much in the area of recovery and all, because there's much more expertise available in the room than myself. So before I make a blunder and saying something wrong, I'm just going to keep quiet. But what I'll do is I think talk maybe about the psychological aspect of recovery as well, because there are many athletes in this room, and at some point or the other, you may get injured. It is kind of inevitable in sport. I think a couple of things that I'd like to talk about. I think firstly, when you do get injured, it is very frustrating. It's the last thing you want to happen. I think it's apart from the physical pain and the physical issues that you're facing, I think it also has a big mental aspect to it, which I think is not spoken enough. I think for all the athletes, I think the first thing what you can do well is to practice acceptance. Because sometimes when we get injured, we just resist the whole scenario. Why has it happened to me? Why me? Etc. etc. So just firstly, accept the situation. It helps. The number two thing, what is very, very important, is a change in goal setting. You know, athletes always have long-term goals that you all set, and sometimes an injury comes your way, and your long-term goal that you've had, winning a medal at the Olympics, etc., there's certain breaks put to that journey. You need to change your goals at that time and have that short-term goal that, okay, for the next 2, 3, 4 months, my biggest goal is to work my hardest on my recovery. When you do that, you accelerate the whole healing that needs to happen, because healing is at a very deep level as well and is triggered by the mind also to a degree. And I think when you have this change of setting, I think it leads to a lesser degree of frustration that you may be facing at that period of time. And lastly, I think the importance of prehab. I think is very, very important. We all talk about rehab, but I think prehab is even more important in an athlete's life, because most sports, I think every sport is very, very asymmetrical in nature, which puts a much larger load on one side of your body. And just having the ability to, spend half an hour every day in trying to rebalance your mechanics, to rebalance your body, I think will pay long-term dividends in your sporting career. So put your mind, put a little bit of effort into that, because from a performance point of view, sometimes in sport, you almost do require a degree of imbalance in your body, right? But if it goes, it's a very fine line that you're walking on. If you go too far, performance drops. If you go even further, injury happens. So just having a constant ability to rebalance to a degree will just ensure that, hopefully you're able to prevent certain injuries. And of course, from a performance point of view, sustain a higher degree of performance for a longer period of time.
Wow. So acceptance, goal setting, rehab, those are essential. And of course, sports science and all the rest of the recovery goes with it. Abhinav, Indian sport now, and I think you'll agree that we've done a fairly good job over the past, last 15 years in peak athletes, in the top athletes. We've done a very good job of working with them. Some amount of work in the Khelo India games, okay? What are we missing out here? Which is the biggest chunk of Indian sport that needs help right now, in your opinion?
I think, again, I come back to my first answer. I think we still need to do a better job of making a greater culture for sport in India. It is organically happening now, given our young demographic that exists. But we need more kids to just play sport. We just need to build community level infrastructure where people can go and play sport for the sheer joy of playing sport, not for winning these medals. This will happen. This will be a byproduct of that whole process. But we just need more young Indians to imbibe sport as a way of life, as something that you do as a social activity, right? I mean, instead of going to the movies every weekend or going to a shopping mall, we need more families to just go and play sport. And that needs to happen at a deeper level. When that starts to happen, you build this strong grassroots, the basic foundation of sport. The basic foundation of any elite program lies in the community program that you have in sport. So I'd like more work to do that. That is a long-term play which needs to happen. It's not going to give you instant results. It may give you results over a 10-year period or even longer, but that needs to happen. You're investing in your people, and look at it as an investment from all those talks, all those points that I brought up, from a health perspective, from a unifying aspect, etc., etc. I'll even motivate you, and I'll give you another example. You know, we always talk about the economy and how India's economy is propelling, etc., etc. I just say that, you know, all the greatest economies of the world also happen to be great sporting superpowers. And my belief is that they've become great economies because sport has played a very important role in building that society, of building that work ethic, of building that sporting culture, of building that athlete mindset of their pursuit towards excellence. And that then translates into various verticals and help. So community is where we need to go.
Wonderful. So if you're a sporting superpower, you're propelling your way to being a superpower in all other aspects. Abhinav, so many young athletes out here. One last word. What would you say to them about their careers, about their lives? What one piece of advice would you give to them?
Well, enjoy the journey. I think invest in the relationships that this journey brings you, because at the end of the day, that's all what you'll remember. And often the relationships that trouble you, the relationships that tease you, end up being the most valuable ones.
Wonderful. That was the one and only Abhinav Bindra, as usual, revealing, candid, and will tell you things that no other Indian athlete will ever be able to. Thank you so much. That was all from us from TASCon. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Joy Bhattacharya for your exceptional moderation of the session. Your insightful and engaging approach truly elevated the discussion. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Abhinav Bindra for his outstanding contribution as a speaker. Thank you both for your invaluable contributions, and it made the event a great success. And next, we are going for the panel discussion on the topic sports medicine and sports rehab, come back stronger than the setback. Let me introduce the moderator. Dr. Tyagarajan is a highly respected figure in the field of sports medicine and rehabilitation. With a wealth of experience and expertise, he has become a trusted professional in the care and treatment of athletes and individuals seeking to recover from sports-related injuries. His dedication to ensuring the physical well-being of athletes and promoting their safe and efficient rehabilitation is commendable. I would like to invite Mr. Tyagarajan onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. Now, moderator Mr. Tyagarajan will introduce all the speakers. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the wonderful and very lavish introduction. So after the great inspiring talk by our dear inspiring Abhi, I still remember very vividly when I visited your center, the first letters at the entrance. It's not once in 4 years, it's every day. There was a great message for not only sportsmen, for everyone in every sphere of life. Whatever you have spoken, the sports can positively influence into all verticals of personal life and social life are very true. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and honor to have you with us. And let me introduce the panel speakers for the sports medicine and rehab. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Pat from Netherlands. As a very renowned orthopedic surgeon from Netherlands, and he calls himself as a ACL nerd. And he is currently the vice chair of the European Society of Sports Traumatology, Knee Surgery and Arthroscopy. Dr. Tam, please give him a warm welcome. Thank you. Yes, please. And my pleasure and honor to invite the next speaker, my colleague, Professor Dr. Armugam, the director of Sri Ramchandra Center for Sports Science. Sir, please. And the next speaker that I would like to invite is Dr. Madan Trivengda, a great orthopedic surgeon from our own Apollo Hospital, Chennai. And then Dr. Sanjay Epen Samuel from Bangalore, Rajiv Gandhi University. So please have a seat. What we plan to have a short presentation of the speakers, and then we'll have a panel discussion. We'll try to make it as interactive as possible. We can take a few questions from the audience also, if the time allows it. And with this, I invite Dr. Pat for his talk, please.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure being in here. Thank you so much for the kind invitation and the kind words. Where's my slide? Okay. So besides being an orthopedic surgeon, I do like prevention. And so we talk about international approaches of ACL injury. Thank you so much for this invitation, being here, Dr. Matan. Thank you very much. We met in 2019 in England, and it's a pleasure to meet again. Of course, there's no conflict of interest. In the 70s, Kennedy said the ACL is the most common cause of the ex-athlete. To me, the ACL rupture is a life-changing event, and we should do everything to prevent that. So it happens in a split second. Left knee, there you go. That's it. We're going to see it here from the different angle. It's a slight movement, and still the ACL is gone. When we look back in 2008, it was already known that there is a gender difference in ACL ruptures, and females have a much higher chance of tearing the ACL. Literature says between 4 to 6-fold higher injury. It's not working. Oh. There's a study from Australia from Christopher Thiru who was showing this, that the incidence of ACLs is rising dramatically, especially in the age group below the age of 25. Here's a study from Mayo Clinics, and they showed that the incidence for boys is between 19 and 25 years, very high, whereas in girls it's between 14 and 18 years. So the same data that we showed from 2008 are seen again. And now look at this. It's a great study from England, and it shows a 28-fold increase over the study period in ACL reconstruction. So what has been 1 now is 28, and that is a problem. And not only that, but the re-rupture rate, or for the contralateral knee, the incidence is very high. And that's not what we want. So take a classical patient in my clinic, being 25 years old, had a right ACL tear being 17, got that fixed. Had a left one, 2 years, very classically, 2 years later, 19 years, 2 surgeries. And then a re-rupture being 25. And then she would need a revision in 2 stages. And so she's 25 and had already 3 ACL surgeries. That's not good. Furthermore, so we know that when you have an ACL tear, that maybe 10 years later you might get some little osteoarthritis, and being 50 when you start at 30, you have progressive osteoarthritis. But what if that happens when you're 14 years old? Where do you stand in life? This is devastating. Another patient, he comes into my office being 50 years old. He had a right ACL tear being 18, then a suture of the ACL, which was not successful in the 80s. In 89, when he was 20, he has a partial meniscectomy, later on a lemma, later on a patella bone, tendon bone. And this all started with an ACL tear. And where does it lead us? To an arthritic knee. And it all starts with a very tiny ligament. And so he would need a total knee replacement. And it started with an ACL. So going 20 years back, we knew already that there are hormonal, anatomical, and neuromuscular differences. What have we done so far? We know that female have an estrogen peak between day 7 and day 14, and they're cyclists. That makes them weaker. We know that the notch is more narrow, which is prone to an injury. And look at that, a very simple drop vertical jump. You might think that's not true, but it is. There is this difference between male and female, and this is a problem. And more people do sports, as we just heard, and more young women do sports. So we have non-modifiable risk factors and we have modifiable ones. Talking about the modifiable ones, we have the quad hamstring ratio, meaning that the female activate more the quadriceps up front, whereas the male activate more the hamstrings in the back. And there's a problem if you do too much quadriceps activation. So this is the problem that you're having. Femoral adduction, dynamic valgus, and then the broader pelvis. So this we see way too often. And this is ugly, but we just see it way too often. So Hippocrates already said prevention is better than cure. And I started with this journey in 2008, 15 years ago. You, sir, were winning your gold medal and I was starting looking into prevention. So Tim Hewitt from the USA brought my attention to neuromuscular training programs. And for me, there was an eye-opener that we could do something in order to prevent. And there are numerous studies who show that prevention strategies do work, and we might reach a risk reduction in injuries from 50 to 60%. So what do we need? We need a neuromuscular training with plyometrics, strength, agility, and balance. And looking into that neuromuscular, we have the ligament dominance, quadriceps dominance, trunk dominance, and leg dominance. And all 4 needs to be addressed. So let's have a look internationally. So far, India is not on that map, but I'm sure it will be. So we started in the Netherlands in 2010, thinking about collaboration between me, orthopedic surgeon, and some physiotherapists. What can we do in order to prevent? So we go to schools, we measure people, we do the drop vertical jump, and that what you see on the upper left is what really happens. That is not a coincidence, that is what we see. And then we see they are at a higher risk and we measure them more and more. And then we can figure out who is at a higher risk and we give those people extra training in order to prevent it. And then we use the nomogram from Greg Meyer, with tibial length, knee valgus motion, knee flexion, range of motion, mass, etc. And we can give you a probability of high knee load. And then we can give them exercises in order to reduce the risk. We're working together with HSS in New York. There is this German initiative, Stop X, from the German Knee Society. In Lithuania, people are working on it a lot. And as I said before, in Australia, the group of Chris Fortulo, they are really big and they got a 3 million grant from the government in order to put that money into prevention. HSS has this ACL injury prevention model, and us in the ACL study group, we also have in our mission statement injury prevention. And so we formed that group, we call it Guardians of the ACL, so a group of experts understanding avoiding ruptures, distortions in adolescent knees makes sense. So what can we do in order not only to help the professional athletes, but the other ones? There should be a movie now, which is like important.
During the past few years, we've seen a dramatic rise of knee injuries among mainly young people, aged 8 to 23 years. In different countries all over our planet, studies were performed about the occurrence of knee injuries. Especially recent work from Australia showed clearly that the health and well-being of children and adolescents are at risk. The anterior cruciate ligament, ACL, is a major stabilizer of the knee. While functioning, it protects the two shock-absorbing systems, the medial and the lateral meniscus, from overuse and future damage. A meniscal tear will lead to degenerative changes and finally arthritis. Therefore, an intact ACL is fundamental. This small but crucial ligament is about 2.5 to 2.8 centimeters long and about 8 to 10 millimeters in diameter. It is the most examined and researched ligament of the human body, with more than 26,000 scientific publications. An ACL injury is a life-changing event. The rehabilitation is a long and winding road, with or without surgery. Moreover, it is a fact that the long-term effects of an ACL injury are devastating regarding functionality, activity, and pursuing active life happiness. An ACL rupture, with or without surgery, means neuromuscular and strength work for life. Especially in the young population, researchers have shown that also the negative psychological effects of an ACL injury are intense. Statistically, the risk of an ACL injury is 6 to 8-fold higher in girls than in boys. Multiple factors account for this dramatic difference. Some cannot be altered, such as anatomy or hormonal status, whereas others can, neuromuscular control. Studies performed in the United States of America and Scandinavian countries since the early 2000s show that certain exercises, used also as warm-up sessions, can reduce the risk of an ACL injury by 50 to 60%. These exercises include balance, strength, speed, and plyometrics, jumping. Combining these exercises is mandatory in order to reduce the risk of knee injuries and keep athletes active instead of injured. In the past especially, professional athletes had already been trained according to these types of exercises, but the main population of athletes has not yet been part of the risk-reducing approach. ESCA, the European Society for Sports Traumatology, Knee Surgery and Arthroscopy, is about to change this. ESCA brings together orthopedic surgeons, clinicians and scientists in Europe, along with their various societies, in order to improve the well-being as an athlete or patient. ESMA, the sports section of ESCA, brings to you Prevention for All. We have joined forces and composed 3 sets of exercises based on research and experience from the United States, Norway, and the Netherlands from the past 10 to 15 years in order to reduce the risk of knee injuries. Each set of exercises corresponds to different sports levels and age groups. Whether used as a standalone program or as a warm-up session while training for athletes, this prevention program will simultaneously improve performance and reduce risk of knee injury when carried out regularly and properly. We want to spread the concept in schools, sports clubs, sports associations, and to sport practitioners in general. We as ESMA want to improve patient care throughout Europe with high-quality educational programs. We bring together different professionals from sports medicine to collaborate on the most important topics of healthcare in athletes. Stay active, implement warming up in your sports, and prevent having an old knee in a young athlete. We care about ACL, which implies we care about your knee.
Okay, so we have those exercise sets, and they're here, so we have them also as e-posters. They can be downloaded. We have small videos for all the different sets so that children and adolescents can understand it easily in order to do those exercises. Enrique Jones on the left and Mia in this, and Pascal is the one who did that great animation, and Anna made those drawings where we did this from. So where is it implemented so far? We're working in Portugal with it, on the Azores, as well on the mainland. In the Netherlands, of course, we're working with it. In Lithuania, it's scheduled to be implemented nationwide starting next year in the summer, which is great. Then in Israel, Leo Leber will work on it, Professor Roman Seil in Luxembourg, and Professor Widuchowski in Poland. So the plan is to have it spread all over here. And I would love to spread it as well in India and in Tamil Nadu, if that is possible. Regarding collaboration, as well, the present president of the ESCA, as well as the future president, will support everything and every collaboration was here, if that's the case. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks, Dr. Thomas Pat, for the wonderful, resourceful presentation. Yes, we do know that appendix of the knee, as the ACL has been fondly called, is a very common ligament injury. Wonderful insights on the international ACL prevention as well as injury risk reduction. Thanks for that enlightening talk. And in continuing with the same line, surgery in elite sportsmen is another huge topic. And to unravel the myths and the science behind it, we would like to invite Professor Armugames, Director, Sri Ramchandra Center for Sports Science, to talk about current concepts of sports surgery in elite athletes. Sir.
Respected Sri Atal Mishraji, ACS, and Sri Manganatha Reddy, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to thank the government of Tamil Nadu for giving this opportunity. The current concept in sports surgery in elite athletes. The big change is going on. And what is elite athlete? Are they really special? Yes, they are, because they have exceptional discipline and sacrifice, competitive spirit, resilience to injuries and setbacks. And 80% of elite will experience injuries in their career, minus sprains to major fracture and time away from competition. Our goal is to get them back on track as soon as possible. What is an elite athlete? This is by definition. What is the Olympic athlete? The elite athlete comes in top 3 to 4% of the population. They come top 300 under rank in their individual sport or the team sport. But we believe, our philosophy is everyone who is passionate and determined to put his heart out for any game is an elite athlete. The fact is, this cannot be treated as one-off care. Prevention is 80%, as my dear friend Dr. Pat said. Prevention of injury is 80%. Recognition, early detection is 10%. Early intervention is 7%. And specialist care, I'm an arthroscopic surgeon, our role is only 3%. So we need to understand this whole concept. And if we talk about athlete care, and traditionally it is a non-medical influence. Basically, there is pyramid support. Basically, friends, family, coach, then the associations, the fund and sponsors, physios, and then the athlete in the front. But now that has changed over the world, across the world. It's a elite care circle, a strong medical influence. Athlete is the center, and the center cogwheel, and all other aspects like health factors like health science and sports medicine, sports surgery, sports biomechanics, sports psychologist, and the family, friends, the associations. And now recently with all these sponsors, legalities, also everything comes into care of these elite athletes. We at Thiru Center for Sports Science, one of the advanced center for assessment of athletes in this part of the world, is India's first center of excellence for football medicine by Asian Football Confederation. Our biomechanical lab is one among the 5 in the world, accredited by International Cricket Council for testing the suspect bowling action. So we follow here in our center, the concept is catch them young. So sustainable long-term model. We started this project first in Kerala. School is the best place to start, so that we start. The prevention is better than cure, and response have been phenomenal. Coaches and parents are overwhelmed with our approach. And what they do is sports science like never before. They are exposed to sports science and the state-of-the-art sports science methodology early in the life, and not only to prevent injuries, but also to enhance performance. And also, Government of Tamil Nadu, SDAT recognized us and signed an MOU with us to implement the same system across the Tamil Nadu, and we will have a center of excellence in one in Chennai, also in Madurai and the Ooty, so that this kind of care goes all across the state. And I thank Honorable Sports Minister for initiating that wonderful effect. So what are the challenges with the elite athletes? Time. The time given to the player to you by his team management is non-negotiable. So from surgery to rehab, you must place accordingly. And arthroscopy is a real game changer. The keyhole surgery, mainly knee arthroscopy, these are the various surgeries you can do. And the ACL, as a torn ACL, that's reconstructed, meniscal repair. And this is an example of a 14-year-old female young girl, national kickboxer. The open fight is a ACL injury, intact PCL, and examination those gross instability, so it needs to be operated. Here we don't have allograft, so we're getting a peroneus longus. We are innovate. We're getting the graft from our father, and we operate in the same sitting. And this we preserve the native ACL as much as we can. And then after 1.5 years of confident approach, she's back on the battle, winning the medal. And same shoulder arthroscopy, there's very many common procedures. The main advantage of arthroscopy is the small incision, and they can the less morbidity, then get back to their original sports much earlier. The most common instability of shoulder, Bankart repair. Basically, there is the labrum is detached. The arthroscopy, we just reattach them. And this is an example of elite badminton player. A 20-year-old has a slap lesion. This is the abolition of the labrum here, and they underwent the arthroscopic slap repair. And then the challenge in to put them back, not only what they were doing before, and better than what they were doing before, to go back and win the medals. That needs a comprehensive healthcare, as we talked about before, a circle of care, not the pyramidal system. And this what we achieved. He came back and win the silver medal in the Chile meeting. And not only the advanced, the current concept in the sports surgery is not only for this major joint, also the ankle, very commonly affected in the football injuries, and they can be ligament repair or osteochondral defect, the small bone defect, especially in the footballer. The example of a 30-year-old football player, he has a history of locking, unable to kick the ball, basically because he has X-ray shows some loose bodies here in the anterior compartment. All you need is a small keyhole surgery and remove the loose bodies. Otherwise, if you do open surgery, that's a much more extensive surgery, and is not going to get him back soon. So the advantage or current concept of these sports surgeries, and same as the elbow arthroscopy can be done, common or this loose bodies and some osteochondral fracture fixation can be done. Typically the posterior elbow impingement and the arm bone, there's a small loose body there that can limit this extension. The example of javelin thrower is not able to fully extend. So if you can't fully extend, you won't get able to throw normally. And this X-ray shows the loose bodies in the posterior compartment. So we go in and the braid and arthroscopically remove the loose body at the head of the radius. And once you do that, you can get the full extension, and then you can get back to sports very soon. And in the current system in Tamil Nadu, this arthroscopy is covered by CM Health Insurance. So all the athletes can get this most advanced surgery totally free of cost in various centers, and our hospital is one among them. And also wrist arthroscopy, very commonly injured, and can be a TFCC repair. Here also it can be done arthroscopically, so that their very limited mobility and carpal tunnel release also can be done arthroscopically. The example of a 30-year-old mixed martial art kickboxer is a chronic instability right wrist with pain. The examination shows the plantar key sign, and then the arthroscopic picture showing there's a tear in the TFCC that can be very nicely put in by a small keyhole surgery and repaired it, and then get back to his sports early. And hip arthroscopy is a common hip procedures like impingement, the labral repair. This happens with called cam resection, when there is a bony protuberance can affect the movement, or also the acetabulum labrum can be torn, that can be also repaired with arthroscopy. The example of kabaddi player, limited range of movement, he had this what called cam lesion, the bump in the neck of the femur, that can be arthroscopically trimmed, and you can get back to full range of movement and early. So as I said, this is all available in Tamil Nadu under CM Chief Minister Insurance Scheme. And this is only one aspect of the specialist care, but you must understand this elite athlete has a lot of these psychological problems as shown here. So the team effect, especially involvement of sports psychology, is very important. Then their potential re-injury. So they must be reconditioned, and a lot of sensory processing, motor learning control, and proprioceptive control has to be done before they get back to the sports. And how to say when they're ready for the sports. This is where our the center becomes important. The lab test or field test, the isokinetic testing, or for upper body, a lot of this ergometer and lower body, the biomechanical assessment. Make sure they are eligible to go back and play, so they don't get re-injury. Test test their individual muscle capacity, whether they are safe to go back and play sports. If you don't have that, we can also have a field test called single leg crossover up, or a single leg triple hoop test. Then other one important aspect is thanks to the franchising of the game, the litigation we need to be aware of. When we need to be careful what we promise the athlete. And this is one example in the US. It did not come to it, where they suing the entire treating team for failure of getting back to what they want to go. So in elite athletes, we have to remember prevention is better than cure, and early intervention is important. And arthroscopy has really changed the outlook of treating these athletes. And thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. We'll have the questions during the panel. Thank you very much, sir. And especially like the philosophy of elite sportsmen. Everyone who puts out its heart is an elite athlete. And we can see here the same concept. Elite scientists sharing the stage with some young students, as well as elite athlete like someone like Abhinav Bindra sharing this entire platform with some young students, athletes also. Thanks to SDAT for organizing in this philosophy. And next in line is Dr. Madan Trivengada, my good friend, very energetic and enthusiastic and very dynamic orthopedician from the Apollo Hospitals. And he's going to give you lots of prescription about sports and exercise as a medicine with an unlimited refill. Dr. Madan.
Very good morning to all. I think it's good afternoon by now. So you said energetic. I don't know how many people are still energetic. It's time for lunch as well. Okay. First of all, I would appreciate the Honorable Minister of Sports for his vision and encouragement towards promoting sports in Tamil Nadu. And I would like to thank outset SDAT, Additional Chief Secretary, as well as Member Secretary for giving me this opportunity. And Apollo Hospital is very pleased to be associated with the knowledge partner in the Sports Science Conclave. So one advantage I got a little bit edge is being a sports surgeon myself, an orthopedic surgeon. I've been trained in UK in sports science and sports physiology as well. So this gives me a little bit of edge over on managing patients. So when the sports person or any patients comes to me, I have a proper assessment. And not only we focus on treating the individual joints or injuries, so we also, I also incorporate that how this injury has occurred. So we have a holistic approach on this subject as such. So on this note, today I would like to share my concepts of exercise prescription in sports injury, especially on rehabilitation program, with a focus towards, as our member secretary has told, come back stronger than the setback. So this will be the main aim of my topic. Of course, my previous speaker has told about the prehab, and my good friend and colleague, Dr. Arumugam, has said on what are the surgeons, as a surgeon, what are the things you perform. Okay. So is that, okay, next slide. Is it this one? This one? Yeah, for green. It's not going now. Yeah, I got it. Fine. So if you see the sports injury in a holistic, see, that's a lot of things played as elite athletes or as a recreation player. So I mean, sports injuries can occur in any type of sports. So we should be anticipating this as well. So one of the common injuries, as my previous speakers told, that ACL is a very common injury we see in our practice as well as in the shoulder joints as well. Okay. And football is a high demanding sports where we see a lot of sports related injuries, especially in the joints. And apart from that, there could be some tissue injuries as well, which it could be classified as a macrotraumatic or microtraumatic injuries. So macrotraumatic injuries, what does it mean by macrotraumatic injuries? I said that it's all high demanding sports injuries like football, rugby. So we have a macrotraumatic injury where the strong force is there. And with the fall and accident and collision, there could be a skin laceration, open wounds, such kind of things. So that's acute trauma. So these injuries can be primarily due to direct tissue injury or secondary due to transmission forces, which releases inflammatory mediators. So this is what is a primary injury or the secondary injury. So sports injuries, you should be careful on what you're dealing with, okay? Apart from, there is something concept called microtraumatic injuries. So microtraumatic injuries are mostly a chronic injuries, which comes from the overuse of structures. It can be muscle, joints, or ligaments or tendons. So this can be because of various factors, intrinsic or extrinsic factors. Extrinsic factors, so what I mean to mention is like a shoe wear or the equipment's fault. Those can lead to injuries as well. And intrinsic factors, things where the athletes are overstressed or working over the limit or stretches which is beyond his limit as well. Those kind of happens by the microtrauma. Okay. So there are some common injuries of microtrauma happens in cycling, rowing. So having a false technique or false training, or as I mentioned earlier. So coming back to the rehabilitation, so all the rehabilitation we start early in the process. So that is the one thing we have to have, where we can get the sports person back to his feet and then back to his sports as early as possible. It's a form of continuum with the other therapeutic interventions as well. So it all starts with before or immediately after the surgery. So we identify the problem, whether it's a surgical problem, then we address it with the surgery, and then rehabilitation starts after that, okay? So we have to have a little bit of healing time. So in rehabilitation, one important point is when do you start rehab? So if you start too early without the healing process, then you have a pain. Again, it sets back to the sports person. He never recovers from that. So you have to have a timing of when to do the rehab as well, okay? So rehab, in general, it means the restoration of your optimal form, a function or anatomy, I would say. And muscular injuries can be immediate or significant determining effects on the function. Okay, so it comes from the Latin word. Basically, it's re means again, and then habitat means make fit. So that is what in terminology it means. So we have, as a sports surgeon, myself with a physician clinical background on sports physiology as well. So I set up a rehabilitation plan for every sports person, and of course every patients I treat them as well. So objective of the patient has to be the main goal, and return to the same activity and environment in which the injury occurred. So this should be our goal. Functional capacity after rehabilitation should be the same, or if not better than what they have been performing before. So why I mean to say this is they might not be performing in the optimal range, which has led to their injury. So we have to identify the cause for that also. We do have to treat them so that not only they get it back to their own level of performance, they go a little bit higher beyond that as well. Okay, so that should be a rehabilitation plan. The ultimate goal will be processes to limit the extent of injury, further injury, I mean, and reduce or reverse the impairment and function loss. Prevent also is one of the things, and correct or eliminate altogether the disability of the sports person. So it's a multidisciplinary team. Shown in my in the previous speaker's slide as well. So we, as a surgeon or as a physician, you have to work closely with a team. So where the main focus athlete and the coach. So coach and athletes are the main thing who have interaction with all the other specialities of sports, which I think you have got a lot of sessions on this. I don't want to go in detail altogether. So basic principles, it's a mnemonic which we can understand. That's a basic principle of rehabilitation. I call it as a ATC is IT. Okay. So anything, it's one thing is in rehabilitation is avoid aggravation. So you have treatment plan or rehabilitation plan is to be such that you don't aggravate the pain or injury thing. So that should be a time, and timing is very important. So you have to have a considerable time. When do you introduce a form of exercise for the rehabilitation timing? So you put too early, then you never achieve your goal. Compliance is one thing. So when we have a set goals, we identify a problem, we treat them. The compliance has to be from all ends. So compliance has to be from the sports person as well. So what is the set goals and how to regularize, practice that in order to improve. Each sports, as I told, that's got different injuries. So you can't have a blanket of exercise for everything. So it has to be individualized for each sports. Okay. And specific sequencing of event of exercise is very important. And as you said, that each sequence has to be followed by one another in order to achieve our goal. And of course, once the sequence has been followed, we step up with intensity, and it'll be a total patient. In this context, I put as a sportsman care. So this is a pyramid I put up for your brief understanding on progressive rehabilitation program. At the bottom of the table is a motor re-education and a muscle activation. So any injury, if you see that, so the muscles acting on the joint after immobilization, it's atrophies, and you have to first activate that in order to get on with the exercise program. So that is a basic thing which you have to see. And up the ladder, we go on constructive and proprioceptive, strength, flexibility, skill acquisition. And of course, our ultimate aim should be return to sports. So these are the common programs. Pain management is the first thing. So you have to address the pain at every level. I mean, every level, it means that when you start exercise, it shouldn't be detrimental for the sports person or the patient. Okay. And then we start with muscle activation. So this comes from central nervous system functioning in coordination with the motor neurons and with the musculoskeletal system, a combination of all these things. And that's a keynote on the initial treatment. Then, of course, we go by the flexibility, joint range of motion, strength, endurance, and proprioceptive. Proprioceptive important aspects. Why I don't want to mention is if you see the ankle injuries, re-injury level. So re-injury level is very high in ankle. It's about 40%. So reason behind is, although the ligaments or surrounding things heals, but you don't have the proprioceptive control of the proprioceptive control system is little lost after the ankle injury. So that is one of the key thing which we need to coordinate on reducing the re-injury levels. Okay. And functional rehabilitation, of course, that's the one thing. And use of orthotics. This helps in early process, especially as we said that ACL injuries and all. So we have an assisted treatment plan where we start mobilizing earlier. So we use some like a ROM braces or so. So in order to have the flexibility, it doesn't hinder the surgical aspect of it. So without weight loading or weight bearing, this devices helps in early rehabilitation. So that's the one thing of orthotics. And of course, all my earlier speakers was talking about the psychology of injury. Even Abhinav was talking about any injury to the sportsman, it sets back his mindsets. Okay. So don't doubt yourself. That's the one thing. And of course, I don't want to go into depth of this pain management. So you have a lot of medications, and there's dry needling, and then massaging techniques as well. There's a lot of topics to be spoken about in the next 2 days. And of course, the trigger point releases as well. So flexibility and range of movement is the one thing which need to concentrate. This is an important part of the rehabilitation process. In this, what happens is the stretching forms one of the key component as well. Stretching can be a static stretching or a dynamic stretching or a ballistic stretching. So these are the aspects of stretching. But never stretch the joints or the ligaments or muscles to the point of extent where they have a pain. So that should be the whole aim of doing the stretching exercises.
Madan?
That's finished. So strength and endurance, of course, I don't want to go into depth of this. These are all the concepts of strength and endurance. And proprioception, I have already spoken about proprioception, which is an important component of any rehabilitation. And functional rehabilitation is the one thing which helps in optimizing the athletes to return to the sports. Okay, so that's one of the things we should concentrate as well. Orthotics, I have spoken about this. And psychology effect, don't forget the psychology aspect of it. We got a separate session on this, possibly tomorrow, I believe, on this one. Okay. So these are the different stages of rehabilitation, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. So each step is interrelated, and also you assess them on the pain, swelling, or any range of movement. So if that could be determined. So this is a point I need to stress on stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, how you get back to the sporting level.
I think we'll discuss more on our panel.
Sure. Okay.
Because time bomb is ticking in front of us. We'll be asked to vacate.
Okay. Fine.
Do you have any final slide?
We can discuss on the panel then. And this is just to show you the different kind of exercises. Okay. On summary, I just want to put this slide on the summary as well. So initial stages, intermediate, what are the things has to be concentrated in prescribing a sport rehabilitation program. Okay, the whole criteria is to come back stronger than the setback. So this will be the take-home message. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madan. That was a very comprehensive presentation about rehab in sports injuries. Thank you so much. We'll have the discussion open in the panel. And it's my pleasure now to invite to the podium Dr. Sandeep and Samuel for preventive rehabilitation for athletic performance.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Tamil Nadu state government for this opportunity, and also equally put on record my guide, Dr. Grace Madam, for getting an insight to me into getting into this particular field as well. I know it's closer to lunchtime, but let me just look at it like this. Can you just do one small exercise to raise your hands like this and check out where all your fingers point to? Each fingers you flex, they all point to a single point in your palm. When I was listening to the panel here, increasingly I was getting the thing that, okay, it's all about rehab, it's all pointing to me. in that context, I'd like to continue with this session and add on a couple of things there to make this panel complete with reference to the importance of prevention, because nowhere it is more important than prevention is the cure. I mean, is better than cure when it comes to sports. I'd like to reflect on Mr. Abhinav Bindra's concept of talking about sports for all and what are the aspects to which it can point to, and then getting into the kind of injuries and how exactly we talk about them, and do we limit ourselves to getting people back to sport versus back to normal. So these are a few things which we need to understand. I'm here essentially to talk about a collaborative model. I am here to introduce and appraise the concept of integrated training in rehabilitation. This collaborative model would support the uptake of safe and effective athletic training by ensuring that all professionals work together in all phases of training. Typically, what comes to our minds when you hear about people in rehab is after injuries, like physiotherapists like me. We come into the picture typically when we have an injured athlete, and we take that forward to get them back to their pre-sport abilities, or at least to get them back to sports activity. But if you look at many things in sports, when it comes to injuries, they are preventable. Not all are preventable, but there's a big paradigm of prevention in sports, and this can be done if we incorporate some of these thoughts in training as well. Now, we all know about the scope and practice of different people, exercise scientists in the field of sports training. Exercise physiologists are definitely there to improve health, well-being, and fitness. They are there to talk about doing things to improve sporting performance as such. We definitely cannot ignore the concept that many of the athletes may present with comorbidities. So if there are people with comorbidities, we need to address them as well as part of their training. And some of them may require complex and challenging balanced proprioceptive exercise programs. Because as the previous speaker said, with injury, there are certain things which is difficult to get back to normal, one of them being proprioception. We already discussed about this. Time is a key when it comes to athletic training and rehab. What do we do as physiotherapists? We work closely with exercise physiologists, and we provide some vital roles in exercise prescription and education, because we are essentially talking about what we call as therapeutic exercise. Now, this is the realm which all of us are comfortable with, but I want to ensure that this comfort zone is kind of exceeded, and into getting rehab professionals from physiotherapy fields to work in total association with the other exercise scientists as part of their training program itself. This team work is something which we can ensure that the training and rehabilitation is successful. Now, why are we concerned about the injured athlete? Because many times people don't get into sport as such, fearing injuries. We talk about injuries in every elite professionals. It comes in news. People are concerned about what would happen if I'm into this. And the number of people getting into recreational sports probably is also influenced, I feel, because the participation of sports to ensure that the country progresses itself is limited by the concept that we associate sports with injuries. Now, as I told you earlier, we don't talk about prevention is going to happen 100% for all type of injuries, but there's a big deal of things which we can work with it. Now, as physiotherapists, our initial focus is to diagnose a problem based on a detailed examination and reports and medical opinions. we implement treatment plans to reduce and manage symptoms and resume daily activities at the earliest opportunity. It's about time being the key. Now, this combined role, the best part of it would be to have a functional or performance phase in rehabilitation, of which is taken by every athlete as part of their training, where the exercise physiologist can also put an input in the program. So it's all working hand in hand. Exercise physiologists, exercise scientists will work with physiotherapists to develop tailored exercise programs as a component of one or the other combinations of these. And then this is something which is the key to preventing recurrence. So when we talk about injured athletes, the biggest fear which they have is recurrence. So if we work together, even that component can be dealt with very well. You can optimize pre-exercise screening. That's very important when it comes to choosing training methods and tailoring exercise programs and functional restoration programs. So all the aspects we can work together rather than thinking of rehabilitation following injury as well. As such. The concept is not new. I look up to a country in which sports is part of life for people. Australia is one country which I look up to when it comes to how they've adopted and how they've incorporated sports as part of like what Abhinav's vision of how things would be. And this is one country which we can look up to. And the concept of integrated training and rehabilitation has been emphasized by that country, whereas this is not the mainstay in our country as yet. So there is a need to explore and participate in interdisciplinary research. I think the key to getting anything done is where we come together. And this is one such platform I'm very grateful to, where we can bring in the concepts together. The ESSA in Australia talked about differences in recommendations for pre-exercise training and in international literature. And they talked about some lacunae in the available literature, and they proposed a new model. Now, this particular new model is the basis of what I was trying to put across here, and how we can probably learn from them and try to pick up some of the good things in that and adapt and adopt them in our own system. There is a set of people called exercise physiologists, like what we have here, but they also have people who are trained in clinical side of it from the exercise physiologists. They become specialists and they have independent health practitioner status. And this particular genre of people, they help and they remove the need of physicians to clear patients before getting referred for exercise, which is typically the model which we've been following as of now. So that bidirectional referral pathways between physicians and exercise professionals is encouraged with this model, which is very promising. Of course, to call yourself a clinical exercise physiologist, you would like to have specialized training, which is, of course, not the mainstay in India. And may I look at it like this? We may not require it also. Because we have people who are into therapeutic exercise as well, who can work hand in hand. So these are people who can refer patients to physicians. And physicians, of course, are encouraged to provide information on active and inactive conditions, treatments, interventions, signs and symptoms, so that this appropriately trained exercise practitioners can work together as a team. Then this particular information which they gather can be used to guide the exercise program. So when we look at that kind of a self-contained model, it's much more better than the traditional models which we follow. So it's about integrating clinical exercise physiologists and physiotherapists who work in developing individualized exercise programs. So this particular model improves the transfer of information, strengthens clinical governance, and reduces patients' barriers to exercise. Look at these aspects. Aren't they the ones which are kick blocks to most of our rehab or injured athletes' future? Now, this is something which we can definitely apply in our country as well. So it's all about the concept of different referrals. What is the appropriate timings for ensuring people playing a role in preventive as well as rehabilitative aspects, and the kind of triage which we want for exercise prescription. It's not merely adhering to a model which we've seen certain pitfalls of that. So there is a need to collaborate. I would like to illustrate from my own humble beginnings with attempting to try neuromotor facilitated training along with to look at athletic performance in a group of people. And we tried a randomized placebo control trial, and we really found that it strengthened the evidence of the evidence database that defines the role of exercise interventions based on neuro rehab in athletic training. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of the orthopedic surgeons who've spoken here, it's all about getting that perspective of a neuro rehab into the athletic performance training, which makes a big difference when it comes to performance. So we need to find avenues to bring premier training institutes to address the gap of this particular training, which is where I feel Mr. Abhinav Bindra's initiative to bring in the elements of training, which is an integration with different specialists. He has a college of physiotherapy. He has, the aspect of how it is being looked at is this kind of an integrated training, which is pretty appreciative. I wish he was here to listen to me. And of course, we need to explore interdisciplinary areas. We need to undertake collaborative research. That's a platform which is open now for, as the minister rightly said, this should be the beginning to think of this. We need to partner in training and injury management. And this collaborative approach is the one which will help identify and set realistic goals, overcome barriers, monitor the progress, and exercise safely. And I'm very sure, I'm very certain that these would be the key to achieve the results quickly. If we're talking about time, we're talking about quickness. And this is nowhere more applicable than sports. So I'd like to summarize the traditional model, which we talk about exercise scientists versus the physiotherapists, and a comparative model where exercise physiologists and exercise scientists and coaches work with physiotherapists. Typically, when it comes to training, I'm sure all of us as trainers who are here would know that it's traditionally pushing the limits and adapting to training, which we are focusing on as coaches. Whereas when it comes to management of athletic injury, when it comes to coaches, it's about projecting as a brave sportsman who can endure pain versus a recuperating patient, which we see as rehab professionals. So we have to come to a point where we look at things together. We look at, or we address the athlete in both the aspects. So that is where the advantage of getting to work together comes, because we can set realistic goals. We can overcome barriers to performance enhancement because we are talking about training with each other. We can monitor the progress, and we can definitely exercise safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for your novel presentation and suggestion. Thank you. I think we have 5 precious minutes for the panel discussion and probably 1 or 2 questions before we disperse for lunch. And great. To summarize, we started with Dr. Tom's wonderful illustration about the research into the most commonly injured ligament, that's the ACL, and how it has been converted now into a very simple exercise program, and it can reduce up to 50 to 60% of the injuries. That's a wonderful, wonderful initiative. I hope similar research is carried out in India, and we hope to have collaborations with you also regarding. And continuing on your vein, Professor Arbogam gave us the overall view of different arthroscopic surgeries and how they are now available in India, in Tamil Nadu, of course, even free for the athletes. And he also dispelled the myths about the surgery and how it can be very accessibly and easily done, and including the rehab part of it, which is, of course, a team effort, including all the specialists in the pyramid. And of course, Dr. Madan and Dr. Sanjay also expanded the vision about the rehabilitation models, and they gave their expertise and suggestions also. ஸோ இந்த அரங்கத்தில் இருக்கும் நம் தமிழ் தெரிந்த நமது மாணவர்களுக்கும் நமது பயிற்றுவிக்கும் கோச் அவர்களுக்கும் இந்த கான்க்ளேவ் விளையாட்டு மருத்துவம் விளையாட்டு அறிவியல் கான்க்ளேவ் ஆனது வரலாற்று சிறப்பு மிக்கது. நம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் அரங்கத்திலிருந்து பல்வேறு நாட்டு அரங்கத்திலிருந்து நமக்கு தேவையான முக்கியமான செய்திகள் உங்களுக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. ஏசிஎல் என்ற ஒரு நீ ஜாயிண்டில் உள்ள லிகமெண்ட் நிறைய பேர் அது நமக்கு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும். இது சம்பந்தமாக நமது மாணவர்கள் ஏதாவது ஒரு கேள்வி எழுப்ப விரும்புகிறீர்களா? நமது மாணவர்கள் இந்த 4 எக்ஸ்பர்ட்ஸ் இங்க இருக்கிறார்கள். எஸ் ப்ளீஸ். Questions in Tamil. Mic can be passed.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. So my question goes out to Dr. So the question is, now recently we have research that came up in cross-bracing protocol for ACL. So my question is, after this protocol has come up, would we still recommend ACLR as first line of management, or how are we going to go about it with this evidence that we have now?
Your question is ACL reconstruction, can it be replaced by training?
Okay,
Is
yes,
it?
sir.
Yes. Question to Dr. Madan or? Okay, all the panelists. Okay, we can ask. Probably I understand this question as whether ACL must be treated by surgery or can it be treated by non-surgical methods, including
of ACL. So previously the concept was to every ACL needs to be replaced, or you have to have a graft to reconstruct. Okay. So now the concept have slightly changed. If you identify the, first of all, you need to understand that all ACL injuries in 30% of the period, you don't need to operate on. So that is why you be choosy on which patients to operate. So especially in the high velocity, high demand athletes, or of course you need to reconstruct also. But if you identify the ACL injury earlier, there's something called bare implant was called, where we can repair the ACL, so you don't need to replace it as well.
I think her question is more about whether surgery is required at all.
Yeah, surgery is required. I would say that, as I said, that there is a 30-30 rule. 30% doesn't need.
Tom, what is your recommendation? Would you operate on all the ACLs?
No, of course not. Of course not. You have to look what kind of patient is it. Is it a constrained person? Is it a hyperlex person? Is it a young person? Is it female? Is it male?
So many factors.
Yeah, so you have to customize it. That's very important. Might be much better if you have less ACL injuries, but it's a devastating injury. So we have to be really careful down the road. So diagnosis has to be good, and then pre-rehabilitation, that was said earlier, and rehabilitation is so important.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor? Yes, madam.
You are from neuro rehabilitation specialty, right? How did you get to focus on the science of preventive rehabilitation to sports?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mr. Abhinav Bindra was saying, I'm also into this by chance. I'm talking about getting into sports injury and rehab. My PhD with TNPSU has opened my eyes towards one aspect which is really missing, that in rehab, the conventional model is to have people getting into rehab after they have an injury, and trainers typically tend to take them to their point of how much they can endure as part of the training. So this aspect is something which really needs to be addressed, and we need to look at athletes' performance not at the cost of what can go wrong with them. So this is one aspect which I realized after getting into exercise physiology, and I'm very, very happy to be here in this platform, because this is the right place where we can work together. So this interest came with that aspect, and I really want to take things forward from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Actually, the entire kaleidoscopic field of sports science has to be involved in this rehabilitation. And some institutions, we have their luxury of all this exercise physiologists, nutritionists, wherein at the grassroots levels, things may not be the same. So one resource person may have to take up a few more roles. So there has to be a lot of cross-sharing of the knowledge. And Dr. Armugam said, you said about the philosophy of the elite athletes, giving everything to the youngsters also. They also should be considered as the elite athletes. So in young athletes, especially those who are coming to surgery, how common is the psychological problem and how difficult is this them to convince for surgery and send them back to sports?
Yeah, the psychology plays an important role in any patient, not only athlete. Even we also have what we call weekend warriors. They play only sports in the weekend. So when they get injured, definitely they go through a lot of stress and especially if they're an elite athlete, that means they're in competitive sport, they go through even more lot of questions, self belief, and sometimes they go from post-stress disorders even to some depressive thinking. So the good communication between the surgeon and the athlete along the support system is very important to have not only for early recovery, also for the better outcome of the whole process.
Thank you, sir. I think the clock is showing 1 o'clock. So this panel needs to wind up. And thank immensely all the speakers of this panel on behalf of SDAT. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now I would like to invite Additional Chief Secretary to honor the moderator and the speakers. Please welcome, sir. And first, felicitation to moderator, Mr. K.A. Thiagarajan. And next, felicitation to Mr. Thomas Butt. And next, felicitation to Mr. Arumugam. Felicitation to Mr. Madan Thiruvengada. And now felicitation to Mr. Sanjay Epan Samuel. Thank you, sir. I would like to express special thanks to Mr. Thiagarajan for excellent moderation of the session. Your skillful guidance and ability to keep the discussion on track greatly contributed to the success of the event. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to our esteemed speakers, Mr. Thomas Pitt, Mr. Arumugam, Mr. Madan Thiruvengada, and Mr. Sanjay Epan Samuel. The valuable insights and expertise provided invaluable to the session, making it an enriching experience for all the attendees. Thank you, sir. And now we are going for the lunch break. And kindly requesting all dignitaries to assemble here by 1:50 p.m. in sharp. இப்போது உணவு இடைவேளைக்கு பிறகு சரியாக 1:50 மணிக்கு மீண்டும் அனைவரும் இதே அரங்கத்திற்கு வருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். I repeat, now it's a lunch break. Kindly requesting all dignitaries to assemble here by 1:50 p.m. in sharp. உணவு இடைவேளைக்கு பிறகு இந்த அரங்கத்திற்கு 1:50 மணிக்கு அனைவரும் சரியாக உள்ளே வந்து அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். நன்றி.
Do you want to know the answer for this question, whether athletes are born or made? Yes, athletes are made with scientific sports training as well as with the support of sports science.
Today we are in this beautiful facility of Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, where Qualices in collaboration with government had set up this state-of-the-art biomechanics lab.
This laboratory was conceived in 2015. After a long journey, we got the grant from Tamil Nadu Planning Commission and we established this South Asia's biggest sports biomechanics laboratory with an area of 21,000 square feet. And this lab serves with triad model: academics, research, and consultancy and support services to the Yes, athletes are made with scientific sports training as well as with the support of sports science.
Today we are in this beautiful facility of Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, where Qualices in collaboration with government had set up this state-of-the-art biomechanics lab.
This laboratory was conceived in 2015. After a long journey, we got the grant from Tamil Nadu Planning Commission and we established this South Asia's biggest sports biomechanics laboratory with an area of 21,000 square feet. And this lab serves with triad model: academics,
Kindly, I request all the dignitaries to come back to the conference hall. In few minutes, we are going to start the sessions. I repeat, kindly, I request all the dignitaries to come back to the conference hall. In few minutes, we are going to start the sessions. அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவரும் அரங்கத்திற்கு உள்ளே வருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் நாம் கருத்தரங்கை மீண்டும் தொடர இருக்கின்றோம் என்பதை மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவரும் அரங்கத்திற்கு உள்ளே வருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சற்று நிமிடங்களில் கருத்தரங்கை நாம் மீண்டும் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம் என்பதை அன்புடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். Kindly, I request all the dignitaries to come back to the conference hall. அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவரும் உள்ளே வருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். Kindly, I request all dignitaries to keep your mobile phones in silent mode. அரங்கத்தில் உள்ள அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய மொபைல் போன்களை சைலண்ட் மோடில் வைக்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome to the Tamil Nadu Sports Science Conclave powered by the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. Today, as we delve into a compelling and pertinent topic at our panel discussion, Fantasy Leagues, Democratization of Sports, we are delighted to have a distinguished expert among us who brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in the world of sports and fantasy leagues. Mr. Joy Bhattacharya's illustrious career is a testament to his profound understanding of sports and the transformative impact of fantasy leagues. With his extensive background in sports administration and entertainment, he has been at the forefront of the revolutionizing the way we perceive the experience sports in India. I extend my warm welcome to Mr. Joy Bhattacharya and please welcome to the stage, sir. And now, our moderator will be introducing all the speakers. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. This is the toughest session to do for TASCon, but not for TASCon specifically, but for everybody. The first session after lunch is always a tough one. So we need to be really interesting and on point to make it interesting for you. So what we have here is a very fascinating panel because in many ways, league sport has changed sport in India. If 2008 saw one revolution in India where Abhinav Bindra, who you heard just not so long back, changed the way Olympic sport was looked at. Franchise sport was changed with the IPL coming to India in 2008. Since then, it's been a revolution. And the four guests that I have on stage are probably people who will give you a very good idea of where this revolution is and what's happening here. The first of my guests I want to invite, he is the CEO of GMR Sport. They run perhaps two of the most successful teams, the UP Yodhyas, and of course the IPL team, the Delhi Capitals. Please welcome Mr. KSV Prasad. Mr. Prasad. Next up, somebody who's had many years in sport, but before being a sports person, he's a sports fanatic. If you look up his Facebook account, you'll see a picture of him carrying a cricket bat in the Antarctic because he wanted to be the first person to play cricket on all the continents on this planet. Done wonderful work with the likes of Coca-Cola and in their initiatives, but has been a sportsman throughout. Today, he's the CEO of a wonderful new league called the Global Chess League. Please welcome Mr. Samir Pathak. Next up, we have somebody who's again been a part of sports sponsorship and financing for many years. He was one of the senior members of IMG, then Total Sports Asia. Today, he runs perhaps India's most successful player management and sports fan sponsorship agency. He's the co-founder and managing director of Baseline Ventures, Mr. Tuhin Mishra. Warm welcome to Tuhin. And finally, we have among us a star, somebody who was the bronze medalist in the World Championship in 2023, one of our greatest badminton players not so long back. He was ranked 6th in the world, an absolute star. Please welcome H.S. Prannoy. Welcome all of you. So today we have a very interesting panel in that it is complete. So we are trying to look at sport from every aspect of leagues, from every aspect. So we have somebody from a franchise point of view, which is very important. How do franchises work? We have somebody who runs a league of their own. And that's, I think, a very important skill because the way leagues are structured is very important. Then we come to somebody who both runs a league, which is the Prime Volleyball League, but also is involved in the sponsorship of leagues of very different classes around the world, from the largest like the IPL to smaller leagues. And finally, we have somebody, Prannoy, giving us a player perspective. What is it like? Have leagues changed the game for players in India? So I'll start off with you, Mr. Prasad. We are coming to, Sagar. Just starting off, importantly for us, it's to understand when does a group like the GMR, they're a very extensive group interests everywhere around the globe. Why does it get into sport? Why is sports such a big thing for leagues?
Pretty pertinent question, Joy. Honestly, I mean, from a GMR perspective, I can say a large infrastructure company which started 45, 50 years back has been into big time infrastructure development for the country. Primarily started with energy, power plants, roads. Now are a big player in the airport sector. We run the Delhi and Hyderabad airport. Now, you know, it sounds funny, but then I see a pattern in all this, even with other groups. What has happened is most of these groups are about, which are about 3, 4 decades, 5 decades old, have the patriarchs setting up these big, large conglomerates, have gone global. By the time the third generation has come in, most of the third generation are now educated abroad and have seen the growth of sport in the world market. And then the interest moves from the third generation to the second to the first. So this is a sort of a, I mean, pattern I have seen not only at GMR with a lot of other groups. And this third generation is now so much interested. So for GMR, it started, of course, we were in Delhi and then IPL happened, and you know very well about IPL in 2008 when we were lucky to get the team. And then when after IPL, slowly when we saw success coming in franchisee sports, the intent was this can be also a good business vertical for the group, which has tried and tested all other businesses elsewhere. So from that side, I see this as the evolution of the entry into sports as far as our group is concerned. And I can more or less say it's the same for the other larger groups also.
Excellent. So, Tuhin, I'm going to just jump to you for a second because I'm saying you've been selling or looking at sports sponsorship for the past 2 decades. Okay. Has the interest changed in corporates? So he's talking about somebody who's invested in sport. Has the interest, has the way companies look at sports changed?
For sure. Hello.
Yeah.
For sure, Joy. I've been part of the sports industry now for a long time. Obviously, used to have a lot more hair when I started. So
that happens to everybody in sport. Don't worry. Mine just turns white.
That's one thing that I've definitely got from sports, which is losing my hair. But thankfully, I've not lost my sleep. Only because what has happened is that in the last 10 years, we've seen corporates getting involved with various kind of sports. Yes, cricket is the biggest, and probably 90% of the spends does get into cricket. But what has happened is now with corporates, they are trying to now own certain sports. We've seen from our own example, when we started a prime volleyball league, we had Rupe, which comes from the NPCI family. They wanted to own up a sport and they took volleyball as a sport. But we've seen there are different corporates who are now getting into badminton, or who've gotten into badminton, some have gotten into boxing, and at a corporate level, and they all want to do just not at a top level, but a bottom-up approach, which is they're going into grassroots level. A lot of CSR money is now flowing into sports. And along with corporates, we are also seeing now state governments, which are now taking up sport. We have a classic example of Orissa, which actually started this whole system of getting into sports in a big way. And thankfully, now we see Tamil Nadu as a government, which is really taking up sports, doing a lot of stuff. And what they did with chess last year, probably it's become a case study, the way they marketed the sport in the entire country and probably globally as well. So, yeah, Joy, that's what I personally feel.
So it's been an amazing journey. So I think you segued beautifully into chess because there's somebody sitting out here who knows a little bit about chess. Just I want to ask you, and again, we are talking about another business family who's probably second generation, not third generation, but or is the third generation also involved? Mr. Anand Mahindra is a third generation. Yeah, exactly. He's Keshav Mahindra's son. So is the third generation also involved? Anyway, we won't talk about that. We'll ask you, yeah, you've done many things in your life. Has anyone told you, when somebody told you to make television, chess look good on television, what did you say? And how did you even agree to take this job? I just want to know, isn't it the toughest challenge you've ever faced?
Thank you, Joy. Thanks for having me here at this August forum and this great panel. That is true. Putting chess on TV is hard. I was here for the Olympiad. It was an amazing experience to see so many players, 180. I think it was the biggest sporting event in history of India in terms of number of countries that participated. It was, and that was enabled here in Tamil Nadu by the government, by all the volunteers, and kudos to them. I had a great time. How do you take it from there? For me, you're absolutely right. Putting a game like chess on TV is extremely difficult. But let me tell you the other side of the story. And rather than making it sound like a difficult thing, turn it around as a management case study challenge. There is no denying the fact that chess is extremely popular. It is one of the most popular games in the world. Pandemic actually gave spark to the game. People used it at home. Chess.com became a unicorn in no time. Queen's Gambit added a layer on top and increased the popularity, brought in a whole new set of people. So popularity of the game was never in doubt. There were amazing players, that's not in doubt, from Magnus Carlsen down to our own Pragnananda, Mr. Vishyanath, and everybody. Popularity is not in doubt, stars are not in doubt. What then remains in between is how do you bring this together in a way that fans engage and enjoy the experience of watching chess. So we broke down, I don't know if you want me to tell you the...
No, absolutely, go for it.
So in our thought sessions, we broke down chess and said, okay, what can we do to engage, entertain, and excite fans? Because any sport you take, that's how fans get engaged. And if you can, and going on the commercial model and the growth of all the games that you see and now everybody's backing for a reason. The reason is there are now abilities for you to engage fans in a certain way. You give me X number of fans, I will give you the valuation of that property, how much needs to be spent, how much. So it fan first and then everything else follows, which is what we took. We took fans first and said, okay, what does fans want? We had study sessions with fans. We tried to understand with stakeholders. And then we worked, we changed everything around the game of chess. So our principle was, we will not change anything that happens on the 64 squares, but everything else will change. So we changed the point system. We learned from other sport. As simple as a coin toss, which happens in cricket. We brought coin toss into chess. Chess never had coin toss before. So we made that into an opportunity. We learned that in Olympiad, if you remember, those who followed Olympiad, teams play with black, white as one side and white, black on the other side. We changed that and said all white and all black. So white becomes a home match and black becomes an away match because it's difficult to win on black. And if you know a little bit about cricket or test cricket, it's difficult to win when you're away and easy to win when you are at home. So home is white, away is black. So you should get more points if you win away. So you got 4 points if you win with black and 3 points if you win with white. So we changed things which will get a lot of these things in where fans either know them from other sport. Because people in India or people around the world, a lot of them, FIDE study pointed out, knew about chess. So we changed these patterns. And then we brought in a production company that does television. That does, by the way, the volleyball league is done by the same team. So did they do cricket. And they brought in their experience of broadcast. We had 32 TV-style cameras in production of chess. We changed the commentary. If you see my commentary on Global Chess League, there's a guy who wears a cap. There is like a gold chain which says CEO. And he wears shorts and t-shirts, sometimes sleeveless, and does commentary. Why does chess have to be guys in suits giving commentary? So we broke every barrier, at least we tried to break every barrier, and present to fans a whole new version of chess. The t-shirt colors were inspired by IPL. So everything got changed so that fans get engaged. And that's led to the formation of what we now know as GCL.
Wonderful. So Tuin, I'm just picking up on that. You had volleyball, the same challenge. Interesting, everyone plays volleyball. Even if you watch, Elephant Whisperers, you'll see in the background, there's a volleyball game happening. It's there in rural India. But after school, you don't see it on TV other than the Olympics or the Asian Games. Suddenly you started doing a league. So what What was it an opportunity? Was it a challenge? And what did you do?
Actually, once we decided that we wanted to take up the sport of volleyball from a baseline, my company where I work, what we realized that our biggest challenge was also our biggest opportunity. Because what had happened in India was, as kids, as growing up in every school, in every army base, wherever you go, volleyball as a sport is played. The problem, what happened is that once you graduated from your schools or colleges, from there to a professional level, there was nothing which was seen on TV. The only time volleyball was seen on TV was during Asian Games or during Olympics. Interestingly, what the data that we got from Sony Television, that even in Olympics, in spite of we not having an Indian team represent India in the Olympics in the sport of volleyball, the sport of volleyball actually attracted the maximum viewers in the broadcast on Sony Television, which actually gave us the idea that as a sport, that means that people love to watch. So what we need to do is probably create a platform in India and start working on things which will actually make it much more interesting to watch. The whole, when we saw the global volleyball, it consists of 25 points, the first 4 sets, and the 5th set consists of 15 points. We thought, okay, let's do away with this whole system of having 25 points, because a lot of times it does become boring. And we are all now living in the age of IPL, that everything should finish within 3 hours, and that's the idea. So we changed the entire rules of volleyball in our Prime Volleyball League, where every set was only 15 points. Everyone had to play every set to make it much more interesting till the last set. Plus, we brought in some new rules. We all love when we watch tennis, when you see someone serving an ace. We said, why don't we encourage volleyball players to start serving aces? And we started calling it as super serve, that you serve an ace, you'll get 2 points. Then we created another system called super point. Now, super point was again something which was very tactical, that before you reach the point 12, the team which is serving or the team which is receiving can actually call for a super point, that if they win that point, they get 2 points. So it became very strategic, to the extent that globally now, even the global body of volleyball, they have loved this concept because it has made matches a lot more interesting. It's much faster. And the biggest high for us is that when we realized that after a couple of seasons, we saw kids in India playing with these rules, with super point, super serve. And for us, that is the biggest success. Because if it's percolating down to the lowest level or at the grassroots level.
Okay, very interesting. Pranay, I'm going to come to you. Badminton league, when it started, okay, how different is it playing a league as opposed to tournament? Badminton is traditionally a game where you play tournaments. How different was it? How was the experience of playing a league when you first started?
Yeah, I think I remember it was somewhere around 2016, 2015, where we got the first edition of the Premier Badminton League. And as you said, it's a very individual sport, and we travel the whole year playing just for ourselves. And there are hardly any team events for us. And I think we have only 2 team events, that is Thomas Cup and Sudarman Cup, which is the highest team events out there, which is the World Championship of Team Events. But apart from that, we didn't have anything of a league which came in. And I remember in the first edition, when we went out there, we had all the top players from the world, and you could see the entire atmosphere getting really really great for the sport, because we have never seen different types of players. Say somebody like a Lee Chongwei, who is almost 4 to 5 years. He has been in the world #1 stature, and somebody like him coming into a team event, playing his A game for the team. I think that kind of gave a lot of lessons for us juniors sitting on the bench in the first year, I remember. Because then we realized that playing team events is fun. And that's where the whole concept kind of started to change. And when you realize India being the Thomas Cup champions, the current Thomas Cup champions, I think all those things happened probably because of something like a league which happened 6 to 7 years back down the line, because we got that exposure.
to play as a team, because it never happened for us before, where nobody used to even talk to each other because you're playing against each other every single day of your life. So that culture had to develop, where you had to talk, you had to discuss, and you had to do everything so that you want your team to win. So I think that kind of culture kind of started off during the PBL, I would say, especially for the Indian players. And that changed a lot of stories. And now I think now we are out there having an Asian Games team event silver, Thomas Cup champions. I think the story keeps going better, and probably in the next 10 years we'll have much more to come.
Oh, absolutely. And seeing you boys celebrate after, winning in the semifinals and all is just something. The way you people celebrate together is something that, brings the entire nation together. So thank you for that. Sagar, I'm going to come to you on this, and I'm going to ask you, when we started cricket, and when I was in cricket working with ESPN Star Sports, I remember a story where Samit Dighe went to Australia to play, and he got off a plane. He was playing Jatin Paranjape, who bowls gentle medium pace in the Mumbai nets in a warm day and Wankhede. 2 days later, he's put on a plane, he gets off a plane, and he's facing Brett Lee in Perth. Okay. And I was unfortunate enough to meet him when he was coming up the stairs. And he said, he looked at me dazed, just saw an Indian face, and he said, the first 5 balls I didn't see. The first thing I knew was when the ball hit the wicketkeeper's glove, the thump of the ball hitting the wicketkeeper's glove. Now, what I'm saying is that there was a huge difference between international play and domestic play in India. Has the IPL or playing in leagues like the IPL helped bridge that gap? Because today an AB de Villiers, even a Shivam Dube, will face somebody like a Dale Steyn in the nets before. It's not that he's going to say him for the first time in international play. Has it made a difference?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the proof in the pudding is in the eating. We all can see how the Indian team itself has shaped up. Running an IPL team, moving with the entire bunch of players across the IPL season, you can see one thing, that IPL has broken all barriers, especially with top international players coming in, and then you have so many Indians, who come from small towns, and then suddenly, after they break over the initial inhibitions in social life also, and then get to meet these international players, they really pick a lot from them. A lot is got from rubbing shoulders with these top-notch stars. And the beauty is, these relationships are not now constrained to the season of IPL. They continue beyond that, because now leagues are everywhere. Now, we ourselves, besides the IPL, we also own the Dubai Capitals in the ILT20. And we have so many common players. Last season, we just took a stake in Seattle Orcas, which is the franchisee in the Major League Cricket in the US. There again, we go common faces. Unfortunately, Indians don't play, at least the BCCI registered players are not allowed to play in outside leagues. From the internationals are all meeting across and playing all these leagues. Then, of course, there's the Caribbean League, the Lankan League and all. So all this pollination between international, domestic players undoubtedly has increased the standard of cricket, at least from an Indian perspective. And today you see a Mukesh Kumar, whom we wouldn't have heard much, suddenly comes in, breaks into the team, and he's doing so well. So it's all due to how the way the IPL has brought the integration of the global cricket to the Indian ecosystem. So to answer, it's a great influence, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've seen a season where the 2 closest people in the KKR team were Andre Russell, who didn't speak a word of Hindi, and Yusuf Pathan, who didn't like speaking in English. What they spoke about, but they spent entire time together, and those relationships are really relationships that bridge a lot of things in sport. And I think sport has really benefited from the fact that these people play together and know each other so much better than before. But Samir, I'm going to come to you. How difficult was it? And I think the biggest challenge again when you do a sporting league is that you have to find people who agree to come on like Sagar as franchises.
How was the journey of finding franchises? Thank you for acknowledging it. I know we all live it, and let me broaden that question. It wasn't just difficult to get team owners; it also was difficult to get players, because players now Global Chess League is a franchise sport in chess that has no history, no parallel, nothing. So one of the things we did was we had to educate players also on what it would be like. Current system in signing up a player, if you want to sign up any player for an individual tournament, the way they usually work is send me an email, I will read it, I'll send it back. They don't talk even on the phone. The players don't talk to you on the phone. It's as simple or difficult as sending an email. But we refuse to sign a single player unless they come on a 45-minute call with me. And I will tell them the difference between what their usual chess is and what a franchise. Because they don't know that in franchise, there's a franchise team owner who will have their own expectation. So they were coached or they were guided on what a franchise team, from Magnus Carlsen down to Pragnananda to everybody, was taken through a 45-minute session on what a franchise league is. Thankfully for the Western side of the world players, they knew. And our simple examples, I would study every players, where they come from, and then give an example from that country. That, okay, you're a Russian, so you should, this is Dominus Moscow and things like that. Now that was one. I already spoke about the production side on how they had never done chess before. Now let's come to the team owners. Again, to convince them that chess has future, we began first with popularity of chess. As simple as, if you look up the YouTube videos, they are garnering millions and millions of views. Newspapers cover chess. Undoubtedly, you will always find chess mentioned wherever there is a tournament. Popularity was never in doubt. We went with plans to explain on how we will make this popularity into this. We showed them how it will look like, what it will be like, what will be different. And most importantly, the financial model that was created was, I would not say it's no risk or low risk, but the risk justified what we were asking for in terms of financial investment. I think combined with what we were able to show in terms of popularity, and then what will be possible and what it will take for them to invest, luckily, we got all the 6 teams we needed to begin. Right now, we have interest from 7 more teams who want to buy into our league, and we don't have any teams to sell.
Tamil Nadu government, just in case you're interested.
But we have the next team coming up in next year when we will be ready to expand. But all I can tell you is, I think it takes a lot of effort to understand from their perspective what they're thinking. And people like Sagar sir are on the other side. They have experience in multiple sports. You have to understand from their perspective on what they are looking at. And so we did all of that homework and went in reasonably well prepared. We learned along the way, we stumbled along the way. But I think we were able to get great teams. And I just want to add one more thing. In our 6 teams, very interestingly, 2 teams are owned by people who have other teams as well. 2 teams were completely first time. They had never had a team before. And 2 teams were on the verge of becoming a sporting empire, which now one of the team has gone from, they bought our first team and now they have 9 teams. So we had a healthy mix of people who are again in the different stages of their development.
Okay, Pranay, just one of the things that leagues have done in India is build on the ecosystem of sport. Okay, in the last decade that you've been playing badminton, has that changed? Do you have more support now because of leagues being in India in terms of sports psychology, medicine, training? Has that changed?
Well, I would say yes for some part of it. But unfortunately, in badminton, I think we had only 4 seasons of the league. I think it was actually getting better and better. And there's a lot of interest coming for the next year league. I could even see a lot of people asking, when is the next season going to start? I think that interest was coming in, but unfortunately, we couldn't continue post 2020. So I think that's a big hit for the sport, because I think as a sport, we have been on a rise in the last 1 decade, and I think thanks to a lot of players out there, I think Saina, Sindhu, I think they were the torch bearers initially, and got us the big medals in the World Championships, Olympics. So I think that kind of gave a lot of hopes to the youngsters, saying that we can also do it. And I think that was very important from a sport perspective to grow. And I think that hope they gave us. And then post that, I think the leagues, when it started off, it was a big boost to the entire country's sport, because I could see kids kind of taking up sport in a much larger numbers. Because I remember the last 2-3 years, when you look at an under 13 or under 15 event, you have literally 2,000 to 3,000 entries coming in for the tournaments. So I think that's a huge number, which shows that there is a lot of interest to the sport. And I hope that in the next coming few years, we again get back to that league system. And I mean, personally, I wish there needs to be much more smaller leagues in place, starting from the state level, then to the national level, and then to the elite level. Because I think the leagues where we are playing as, say, the Premier Badminton League, I think the opportunities are hardly, I think it might be probably 6 teams, and we have total of 60 players, and that is the top rung of players, and the rest of the players are not getting an opportunity to play. So I think, I hope that in the coming years, we'll have many more smaller leagues coming in place, much smaller scale, so that there is an opportunity for the kids to showcase their talent. I think that's very important for them to believe that this journey is not a short one, it's a very long one. You have to be there for a decade. Sometimes you'll have to be there for a decade to get that big medal in the World Championship or Olympics. So for that, I think we need to have that structure in place where a lot of states, I'm sure that Tamil Nadu had a big league with the juniors, and a lot of opportunities for the juniors. So I think those kind of leagues are definitely going to be the next big thing.
Fantastic, because that raises a very important point, that Indian sport traditionally hasn't had a middle class. You've had school and college levels, and then you've had the elite level, and there's nothing in between. And I think cricket has started doing a great job of it. The Tamil Nadu Premier League has been a huge success. There's been a Premier Leagues in UP, in Saurashtra, all around. And perhaps what badminton also needs, because given the interest in badminton in the country, and I mean, just anecdotal numbers, just in the NCR in the last 5 years, 300 new facilities for indoor badminton have come up just in the last 5 years, just thanks to, the likes of Sindhu, Saina, and of course the likes of you, Chirag, all the rest of you. So first, a big hand for them, because Indian badminton is changing, and Indian badminton is looked on by Indian sport as a shining example of what to do when you get a sport ahead, even fighting against the best in the world with the likes of China and Indonesia, Malaysia. Tuhin, next you're up, and I want to ask you, look, you started off your career making sales and sponsorships, sponsorship marketing for products like the IPL, big products, okay? How different is it to sell something like an IPL? How different is it to find sponsorship for an IPL as opposed to a volleyball league or a smaller league? What are the challenges?
I think, Joy, it's a very good question, because when Pranoy was talking now, I was also thinking of one very important thing, that from a player's perspective, it's always that, they want to play in leagues. They obviously, all of them want to get as much money as possible, and that's a great thing. But from an organizer's perspective, you also want to have leagues which are economically viable. What we've seen in this country is that there are tons of examples. I won't name them, but a lot of leagues have started. They've run for 1 year, 2 years, and then they've just collapsed, and collapsed for multiple reasons. But one primary reason has been that it was not economically viable, because you had a lot of team owners. They would come for 1 year, 2 years. Sorry to say, a lot of team owners would come in leagues. Ki, chalo, I'll have my face on the TV for 1 year. Obviously, every league for the first 7, 8, or even 10 years, there will be losses. How many people will have the ability to sustain losses? So that is one aspect of the issue which is there with the leagues. And there are some leagues which will continue. And that's why, as league organizers or promoters, we always look for owners who have the capacity to withstand losses. That is one, but also have a vision. That is at one level. The other level is, which you asked, was with respect to sponsors. Now, when we actually went out, because we work probably with most of the leagues in this country trying to raise money, because that is one of our core business of getting sponsors. Our simple question to them when we sit across a marketing head or a CEO and we tell them that, boss, do you want to be cast in a multi-starrer movie where you might just come and go? And I'm sorry to say, in cricket, a lot of times it happens. You have brands coming, but no one knows that brand probably at the end of the tournament, because you are flooded with so much of advertisements. So the share of voice is actually hardly anything. So you would just remember one or two brands who would come out with nice creatives. And then we say that, why don't you actually come and become the main lead of a sport? And that is where, you have examples of a RuPay, you have examples of, say, a DBS Bank who has now taken up badminton in a big way, or a PNB MetLife. There are so many other examples. So they have actually understood that probably when they come as a standalone or just one or two guys who are around, they have much more chance of creating an impact, because at the end of the day, any communication is to create an impact. And that's how our pitch has been to sponsors to get into we manage at a company, and we manage around 50 of them. So whether it is in boxing, or whether it is in, say, a squash, or see, even women's cricket. Now, women's cricket is now seeing some light of the day with respect to WPL. But even women's cricket, that is what now brands are now looking forward to, because they also want to make a difference.
Okay, excellent. And a lot of you probably don't know, because you see the success of the IPL on television. For the first 10 years of the IPL, other than KKR, no other team made money. And the reason was that even the television revenue at that point in time did not make up for the amount of money the teams are spending. So the most successful, or a league which in 10 years has become one of the top 5 leagues in the world, was losing money all of its first 10 years. But therefore, Sagar, I want to come to you, that when you look at a league, how do you are looking out there and you're saying, okay, I'm GMR Sport, I own X amount of teams, here's the new opportunity, and everyone will be coming to you saying that, here's our new league, buy a franchise. How do you evaluate franchises?
This $1 million question, yes, because it's a big challenge. Let me tell you, you were right on IPL, and I'll just quote Amrit Mathu's recent book, Pitch Side, and he gave the story of Delhi Daredevils only. He was our first CEO. And he said the first time, see, at the end of the day, for the corporate house, it is a P&L. It is a balance sheet. It's a business proposition, right? It's like Turin said, the first year, maybe the media, the glare, the rubbing shoulders with the celebrities is all right. But at the end of the day, you sit in the boardroom, you got to show why you are into that business. And we went through all these pangs of life, even in GMR. The owners, after 2 years, said, oh my God, IPL with such fanfare has started, but the cash losses were enormous. You're burning cash. And mind you, those days, startups were also not, burning cash was not a connotation now, which now startups use a lot. So a big challenge. I don't want to ever take an IPL example, because it's a lopsided example. Because today, media rights and all, it's beyond even a normal imagination where it has gone. If a league was to come, one thing we are very clear, none of these leagues do make money in the first few seasons. You got to be prepared for it. You got to have the deep pockets. If someone wants to invest in a league and expect that it's going to be cash positive a couple of seasons, may not. You got to have deep pockets. You got to have a long vision. I always say owning franchisee teams is like running a marathon, not a sprint. You got to go through the pangs, and then one day they will evolve. Whether even Kabaddi, I mean, for all the popularity it's got, even today there are certain teams that are still struggling. There are a lot of challenges in running franchisee sports. You have, we make players into big stars. The egos start playing. You got to manage those. and then the cost of operations are go overboard at times. So net, on paper, it's not an easy game. Now, coming back to your question as to how do we select? In fact, my friend here, Samir, we discussed a lot. We discussed it to in for a league. But as a strategy, GMR as a group, we decide that typically we would like to be in multi-team, multiplayer franchises in India. Given the expertise of us running these and understanding this, we tend to remain in this domain rather than an individual sport, because we are yet to learn how an individual sports. I was there for the chess tournament, very well run. But when I evaluated it, we felt it's an unknown entity till we see what happens. But a multiplayer, multi-team league, we still know how it's going to move forward and what we can do to make that as a success. Outside India, now we are going pretty global as a group. Outside India, we still believe cricket is the driving force, because cricket leagues can drive before we enter into other sports. While we do evaluate other sports, we do base ourselves in cricket outside India. But within India, we look at from a franchise, our corporate governance is very good. Who is running the league? What are the other teams that are playing before we take the decision? But net, we know if we go on a 10-year profit and loss, we don't make money.
So 10-year profit and loss is not about money. So then, Tuhin, if 10 years they don't make money or they feel that they're not, how do you go and tell a franchise, or how do you tell a owner that, you know, what is the path that you show him or her?
I think the first thing, at least I can vouch for our own firm Baseline. When we've gone and we've spoken about our volleyball league, our prime volleyball league, the first thing that we've always been very upfront is we've shown honesty. We have not gone and painted a rosy picture. We've always told them that this is what it's going to be. This is what the projection is. The projection actually shows that you will have losses for at least 6-7 seasons minimum. If you're ready to have those kind of losses and sustain those losses, yes, you should please come on board. But there is always, I would say, light at the end of the tunnel. What we've realized also, again, this has come from the experience of working with different leagues in the country, that if you go slow and you go low, probably the chances of success is much higher compared to trying to be extravagant. That's why when we planned our own league also, we planned with just 1 city or 2 cities, not trying to go overboard, not trying to pay players, again, going insane, because a lot of times the cost to pay for the players does not match with the revenues that are coming. So those things have also been kept in mind. And that's how we've structured the leagues, at least the structure our league. The most important point is, and what we've seen it again from different leagues and different examples, that organizers and promoters, they just come with a random number that, oh, you know what, you pay me a franchise fee of 5 crores per year or 4 crores per year. And we all kind of always used to question that, why that number should be there. Is there a science or logic behind it? And that's why then we devised a formula where we said, we are going to be very transparent. Whatever the cost of the league, suppose the cost of the league is 10 crores of doing that league, we will ask for an amount which is divided equally among all the teams. So everyone knows that there's a science or a logic behind asking for a franchise fee. And what we've realized, at least from our owners, that everyone is very appreciative. They know that what we are saying is that there is that they don't have to overpay for something. And everyone, and because our league is also structured in a way where how NBA is structured, or EPL is structured, where everyone has a stake in the league. So everyone has been very collaborative in their approach. So if a team owner has a good hotel connect, he brings it to the mix. If someone has a good connect with an airline, they bring it to the mix. So at the end of the day, we all try and see how we can keep the costs as low as possible, because at the end of the day, the bottom line will show in, say, 5 years or 6 years' time.
Pranay, just coming to you, you played badminton all your life, you're used to coaches, you're used to dealing with them. How was it dealing with a franchise? How different was it? And you've dealt with a couple of franchises. So what's the difference between dealing with a franchise or just dealing with your coach? You know, what are the things that you needed to do? What were your learnings in those 2-3 years?
Oh, tough question. I guess I played for 3 different franchises when I played for the PBL, and all were different, to be honest. I played for Delhi, I played for Bombay, I played for Ahmedabad, and when you start to play for a league, that's where you realize that there is a lot of expectations from a lot of people, and they don't care what you did on an international circuit. They just care for that 2 weeks, to be honest. So I think that's a good pressure also at the end of the day, because that kind of gives you an extra motivation to work harder. But I guess for me, it was all a learning experience on meeting new people, on to know how things work from a league perspective, because it was a little different for us, to be honest. We were playing only individual tournaments, and all of a sudden we are getting into a system where we had to play like a team. And as I said, that took a lot of time. Initially, I had to learn. I had to literally watch everybody, how they're preparing for these kind of matches, because it was not an easy thing to do, because you're not playing for yourself. You're playing for the 20 member who is sitting probably beside your coach. So I think that feeling was a little different, but I think over a period of time, got used to it. And so I would say it was a much different experience for me, and I would love to be again a part of those kind of leagues, because that gives a lot of learnings as a sports player. I mean, as a person who have played the sport, at the end of the day, one more different kind of a tournament is always a learning, and I think I take it in that way.
Excellent. I want to come to a related question to you, Samir, and it's a tough one because we've grappled with it for a while, which is that suppose I am a sport, okay? So when Sindhu played, this Saina's playing Sindhu, say 5 years back, and they were really big in those days. My question is, Saina playing Sindhu is what everyone knows. Do the franchises have value in individual sport? How difficult is it for you? So you have a Magnus Carlsen. Are you watching Magnus Carlsen play chess, or are you watching his team play chess? How do you make sure that the franchise gets value when an individual name is so big? Because see, in team sports, whatever it is, a Sachin Tendulkar plays for MI, but MI also is a franchise. But how difficult is it to build a franchise, to build a name in an individual sport?
Joy, it's $1 million question, probably $1 billion question.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that was the genesis of our production discussion. Like I said, chess had no history of televised. Cricket, when IPL started, was being televised for decades. Volleyball has a history of being televised. Badminton has a history of being televised. Chess had YouTube and Twitch, so nothing great about it. Now, we learned, again, like I said, we learned from different sports. We also grappled with this question on how do you get a Magnus versus Vichy or a Magnus versus Levon. Is that bigger, or is that the teams they play for is bigger? We eventually, to be honest, decided to park that question for later. We wanted to go ahead and build around the icon player. So we called one player in each team an icon player, just like IPL had done it in
first season.
Season. So we got Magnus as icon for one, Vichy as icon for the second, Levon as icon for third, Neponachi for fourth, MVL for fifth, and others. And then icon always played icon. So we always had a mega match in every
encounter. Okay.
Now, the important thing was, it's not that that match is more important than the other in terms of the point system. You win 3 or 4 points, even on that, and the under 21 also win 3 or 4. But that marquee match
gave you the eyeballs.
Gave us the eyeballs, because we know that even today, when you have an individual sport being translated into team sport, it's the fans of the individual that will be brought in. So we went ahead and built those up. But eventually, as we go along, even they are wearing the team jerseys. Now, if you see chess, they all wear different when they play individual. Somebody's wearing a jacket, somebody's wearing a shirt. So we brought that in and we built on the player versus player, but team also came in a big way because it was all underwritten by the team, and that's the journey we have now started. So that I think over a period of time, I think the teams will eventually take over.
Excellent, because I think that's a very honest answer, because it is a tough thing. I love the way you guys are looking at that problem squarely in the face, acknowledging it and using it to your advantage. Sagar, one basic question. Leagues in the world, everywhere in the world, we Indians are a shadi culture. We do an event very well for 1 month, 2 months. Okay. But here is the challenge. If you're doing a football league in the world, the Premier League plays for 8 months. Basketball plays for 7, 8 months. Every league in the world which is established plays for 6, 7 months. The longest season we have now, ISL is moved to about 4, 5 months, but it's struggling. Kabaddi tried to move larger and is struggling. How do you bridge this gap between this league being a shadi event or being a long-term event where it's week on week?
Yeah, actually is a challenge. But I'll tell you what I saw when I first went to US for the US League. When MLC came out with this proposal of a thing, and when I went for the draft, what US cricket, how much cricket interest will be there. Then when I saw the draft, of course, they did it in a big flashy way in Houston at NASA. And then when we went for the games, I think, again, giving the example of US, again, what we see in UAE now for the UAE League, I think the Indian diaspora across the world is phenomenal enough to sustain leagues, provided they are organized in an efficient way. Because I saw the US League, beautifully organized, short and well structured. They kept their costs down and got the crowds in smaller grounds, but did a big success. And I believe future also the US League is going to continue doing the same thing. The UAE League, now I'll tell you the challenge in the UAE League. Now, again, some of your questions you said, how do you relate to players? Now, in the UAE League, you have 9 international players, 2 local players. Those local players, I'm sure, really, none of them really relate to those local players. So you have a bunch of West Indian, South Africans, or they play the South African League that time, or West Indians, English, getting together for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, putting a team together, no crowds. I mean, the first ILT season, there was just no crowds, and they're still grappling as to how to get the crowds. So the first step was taken by the coming season in January, where Desert Vipers, which Lancer owns, the Manchester United owners, they brought in 2 Pakistani players. Already the buzz is on. So the presence of these Indian, both on the diaspora side, on the playing grounds, irrespective of the size of the league, does get the traction outside India. India, of course, we all know that we can sustain by different ways, but outside, I think they're playing this to get the crowds and get the leagues to be successful.
Joy, I'll just like to also add to what Sagar is saying to your question with respect to the longevity of the leagues. What we've seen in India, and again, this is with respect to Kabaddi as well, and even IPL for that matter, we've seen that there's a dip in viewership. It starts happening moment from the 3rd week or so, and then probably towards the playoffs, there's a spike again which happens. The behavioral pattern of your typical Indian audience is not that we are not like a typical, say, a British audience or a European audience which is ready to follow a league for almost 7, 8 months. Also, to keep in mind is that India is still typically a single TV household. Almost 90 to 95% of the households in India is a single TV, which means that the fight for the remote in that particular house is huge. So the husband, wife, and the kids, the wife wants to watch her serials, the husband wants to watch, say, for example, a sporting event, and the kid obviously wants to watch something else as well. So to now have this fight going on in the household for 7, 8 months, it's not practical. So there is always a compromise which happens that, okay, you let me watch this for only 1 month of the year. And so those are various factors which actually come into why probably a longer term league or a longer duration of the league probably might not be possible at this point in time. Also, I'm not taking into account the economics of doing a longer season.
You wanted to add to that, Samir?
Yeah, just adding, I think he's brought out a very important aspect. The other aspect is that in India, we are remaking the sporting landscape right now. International cricket remains very important. ICC remains very important. And they are quite frequent in nature. If you look at English Premier League or NBA is called the World Championship. Major League Baseball is called the World Championship. They don't have an equivalent.
Americans call everything the World
Championship. But they don't have an equivalent of an ICC World Cup or any, even they don't treat Olympics. If you see the Olympics in these multi-team sport, multiplayer sport is also not important to them. So I think we don't need to look at what's happening in the West. I think we will evolve our own models where it could be like what Kabaddi attempted or what ISL is attempting.
and I wish they all keep succeeding, because there is a lot of latent talent, hidden talent in our in such a vast population like ours. But unfortunately, when it doesn't become a career option, they don't pursue it further. But given this, I'm sure this as an opportunity, they're going to pursue, youngsters are going to pursue these as careers, not only in cricket, but most other sports.
Perfect. So you've got your answers out here. Well, that's the end of our group discussion on leagues in India. Thank you, everyone. I'd particularly like to thank TASCon has been absolutely amazing. TASCon 23. I'd like to thank Meghnad and the rock stars at SDAT. They've been absolutely fantastic. The Hon'ble Minister for his support, and all of you out here in the audience. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. I would like to invite Mr. Meghnad Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary, to honor the moderator and the speakers. First felicitation to Mr. Joy Bhattacharya. And next felicitation to Joy Bhattacharya, the moderator. And next felicitation to Samir Pathak. And now felicitation to PKSV Sagar and Tuhin Mishra. And now felicitation to HS Pranoy. I would like to thank you, Mr. Joy Bhattacharya, for moderating the insightful session on Fantasy League. Your expertise and guidance added immense value to the discussion. I would also like to extend my thanks to the special speaker, Mr. Tuhin Mishra, Mr. Samir Pathak, Mr. PKSV Sagar, and Mr. Pranoy. Their contributions and insights were truly enlightening and made the session a memorable one. And now we are going for the next session on the topic Sports Biomechanics Making the Smart Move. Let me introduce the moderator, Vijay Damodharan. Vijay Damodharan is a notable figure in the field of sports biomechanics, known for his contributions to understanding the mechanical aspects of human movement in sports. His focuses on analyzing the intricacies of sports performance, helping athletes improve their techniques and minimize the risk of injuries. I would like to welcome Mr. Vijay Damodharan onto the stage. The moderator, Vijay Damodharan, will be introducing all the speakers.
Hello. And the first speaker in this panel discussion on biomechanics is Dr. Mark King from Loughborough University. So, Dr. Mark King is a towering figure in the field of sports biomechanics. His research in the field of cricket and in badminton is already a very big topic, and many have read his research papers as well. Welcome, Dr. Mark. And the second speaker is Dr. Peter Alvey from Loughborough University. Dr. Peter Alvey's research focuses more on injury prevention and applications of machine learning in biomechanics. Welcome, Dr. Peter. And the third speaker is Dr. Saju Joseph. He was a former high performance director with Sports Authority of India, Bangalore. And he's also used to be the high performance coach in hockey. Welcome, Dr. Saju. And the final speaker is Dr. Rajani Kumar. He used to be my mentor. He was my teacher as well. And he's a very good biomechanist. Welcome, Dr. Rajani Kumar. So, yeah. First off, I request Dr. Mark King to share his insights.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me all the way over from England. My passion is elite sport. I wasn't quite as good as the badminton player we've just had on the stage. I managed to win medals at Worlds, but only at Masters level compared to him. But as a biomechanist, I want to understand sport and why others are better than me, I guess. So I'm going to start with optimal performance. This video here shows someone jumping over 18 meters in the triple jump. Virtually, there'll be nobody in this room that's achieved that or anywhere near that, I suspect. And as a biomechanist and as a scientist, that makes me curious. How can they do that and we can't? What's so special about them? And then another jumper getting pretty close, using a slightly different sort of technique. So as a scientist, that makes me curious. So what is biomechanics? Well, it's about using maths. I'm a mathematician that loves sport. And I use mathematics to try and help understand how we move. And I'd use that in two ways. To understand performance, and we've just seen an example of elite performance, but also to reduce injuries and minimize injury risk. And I'm going to focus on performance, and others will talk about injuries later. My philosophy, or the philosophy of the discipline in many respects, is we look at an elite performance, there are some factors that are critical. So if I took those two triple jump examples, there are some things they both did, but there were some things that are different. And those critical factors are what a biomechanist looks for, because that's what matters with elite performance. And the other things are much less important. So I'm, in this presentation, going to give you two contrasting examples to emphasize that. Firstly, a theoretical study using computer simulation in long jump. And then my own sport, badminton, I'm going to ask some questions around that experimentally. And we're going to rattle through that in about 10 minutes. So here's an example of an Olympic athlete who wanted to win a medal at the last Olympics. And her coaches were confused with the athlete because she kept blaming the blade, that the blade was the problem rather than her technique. And so here's the athlete running up in our made-up experimental environment at Loughborough. And to use a theoretical model, we can explore that and explore for an athlete, without her having to do that, what does optimal technique look like? And there's a 5-stage process, which I'm going to rattle through here, around which culminates in her performance at the Olympics. Well, this is a very unique activity, so we had to build a model that represented her. And we can see the blade as well as her body. And it's got a number of rigid segments and wobbling masses, not that we're going to go into that detail, and muscles are represented by torques. And then the blade itself is a series of rigid bodies with torsional springs. This is a computer model that can represent anybody in the room pretty much. And then we use coding and optimization to investigate technique. So there's the athlete, and we make this model specific to her by taking a series of measurements on her. So we start with her performance data. And from that, using motion analysis, we can reconstruct what she did in an environment. Once we've got that, and the video on the left is going to show that, I've then got the computer model that is completely theoretical on the right. And to start off, before I'm going to use this model to answer any questions, I firstly need to see if the model works. So I compare what she can achieve to what the model can do. And you can see here that these are in relatively good agreement. They're very close, and it allows me to now use the model to answer questions. Well, let's look at that question of technique. Is her technique any good? So the picture sequence on the left is going to be her original technique, and then the computer has tried to find a better technique. How much better does it do? So for this Olympic athlete, we got a 9% increase in performance in jump distance by changing the technique within her physiological constraints. We then looked at the touchdown position. So if we take that and add that into the computer optimization, if we look at her position at the beginning and add that to the optimization, allow that to change, we find we can get to 18% increase. But this still wasn't going to get her a medal at the Olympics. So we then looked at run-up speed. Run-up speed, the faster you can run and jump appropriately, the further you'll go. It's a key indicator of performance. So she was running up at about 7 meters per second, and we perturbed that through to 8 meters per second and see what would happen. And if we did that, we got a range of improvements all the way up to 5 meters 75. In the Olympics, she ran into about 8 meters per second and achieved 5 meters 75. Unfortunately, the opposition got a little better and she came fourth. But this showed the power of using computer simulation to help understand technique and improve performance. And so this was an example of using theoretical modeling and computing to help coaches justify changes to technique and achieve the goals for the athlete. So that's my first example. The second one is my sport of badminton. But I'm going to look at this from an experimental point of view. So imagine you're the coach of this athlete, top 10 player in the world in their day, performing a jump smash in badminton, the most powerful shot in the game. Is that optimum for them? If we compare that to the second example, this time a singles player, again playing for the national team, if you're their coach, how do you know if their technique could be better? Could their performance be better? Because if you can smash 10% faster, you undoubtedly will win a lot more points. So again, as a and then from there, we can drop a skeleton on because we know where the body is under the markers. A very standard technique nowadays in biomechanics. So if we take that, all of that data off a large group of elite performers, what do we find? Well, it's all about the buildup of speed. And that was too quick. But if we split it out, we can start to see that the red, the brighter colors, start in the middle and then move towards the arm. In other words, the pace comes from the middle. We can now start to understand where speed comes from in this movement. And just like other sports, the X factor, the torsional movement of the trunk, is really important, along with trunk flexion. In other words, you don't just move your arm here, you use your trunk and your bigger muscle groups in the body to help generate speed. With that, if we look at that in a bit more detail, the key variable will be in shoulder internal rotation. The more you rotate, the better. And this graph here shows on the left the average of all of the data across all the participants in one study. And on the right, we've got the solid line, which is the change in internal rotation angle for the fastest player in the solid line, and dotted line as the other one. And you can see how the shoulder internal rotation increases much, much more for the athlete who does best. Next variable is trunk twist. This is the X factor, similar to what we see in golf. And again, on the right, that solid line, you can see a much bigger change in the trunk rotation during this smashing performance. Again, that's linked to speed. And then racket acceleration. This one really shows the difference between those who try and smash fast and those who really can smash fast. So on the right, the dotted line, you can see how that acceleration, that vertical line going up, or nearly vertical line up, starts earlier in the movement, but doesn't get to a higher endpoint. The people who are really good and really powerful and hit very fast leave it much later in the swing movement before very rapidly accelerating. But this is a complex movement, and I've given you all the information now for you to answer the question. Who smashes faster in these two sequences? Sequence A or sequence B? So it's not easy. And maybe half of you think A, maybe half of you think B. I'm not going to ask you to commit. But if you thought A, give yourself a pat on the back. This person was the fastest person in the study across a range of elite Malaysian badminton players. The bottom sequence was the slowest in that study, but they look really similar. So it's not that easy to necessarily understand this. Anyway, that's my presentation. Giving you two examples, a theoretical study in long jump, an experimental study in badminton, to give you an insight into performance in biomechanics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mark. That was a very good presentation. And now I would like to, Dr. Peter, please give your presentation.
Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. Like Mark, I'm also a huge sports fan. I grew up playing loads of cricket, loads of football, played every sport under the sun. And what I was always interested in is why some players would get injured more than others, particularly for the football teams I supported, etc. So that's going to be the basis of my talk. So firstly, it's important to understand why should we care about injuries. So firstly, and most importantly, it's important that we look after the athletes which we work with, whether that's physically from their current injury or their psychological status if they are injured. We can also optimize development of the athlete more if they aren't injured. You know, if a player is injured, say they have an injury that takes 6 months to recover from, that's 6 months which you can't work with our athlete for. We can use this to improve coaching. So if we can understand more about the injury, we can bring some coaching science into it. How can we coach better to make our athletes less likely to get injured? Again, we can improve performance, not just of the individual, but of the whole team as well. If you're in a team sport and you've got less players being injured, you're going to have better team coherence. Therefore, it's going to relate to greater performances. This has been seen in research in the Premier League, in football, as well as in county cricket. The teams that have less injuries, those are the ones who end up with more points at the end of the tournament and therefore have a much greater chance of success. Also saves money. Injuries are expensive, particularly at the top end of sport. Scans, surgery, rehabilitation, all require bespoke expertise and facilities. In addition, at the recreational level, injuries keep people out of the workforce. If they can't work, they can't make money, etc. And finally, injury prevention can tie into equipment design as well to make the sport safer. So how can we prevent injury? So it's quite simple, right? Our body is comprised of a load of different structures. If we put too much load into those structures, they will break. So a simple solution to begin with is just to increase the strength of the tissue, which should make it more resilient. There's a number of ways to do this through simple exercise plans, but also through things like nutrition and things like that. We can also look at technical changes. So like from a biomechanics perspective, we look at how someone moves and try to make them move in a way which takes loading off areas which are prone to injury. We can explore protective equipment. For example, in football, the shin pad takes a lot of the force away from the tibia bone itself, which helps to prevent leg fractures. Equipment design, if you think about racket sports, you can change the weighting of a racket to take some of the load out of the wrist, out of the elbow, and decrease chances of injury there. We can strengthen the surrounding muscles of joints liable to injuries to take the load off those structures within joints. And we can plan workloads as well, not just on an individual athlete level across their season, but also as a sport as a whole. So can we design schedules for sport where players get enough rest in between games? And finally, we can lobby governing bodies to change the rules of the game. For example, in rugby, it's illegal to tackle people above a certain level of the body to prevent concussion or other head injuries. So why do injuries in sport happen? So it's quite a simple equation for this. We have an external load. It interacts with the strength of the tissue, and this creates a structural strain. If this strain is too high, the tissue will fail and cause injuries. And there's two main ways which this happens. We can have an acute injury, such as this fractured tibia here. This may happen from a fall in a gymnast, the impact from a bad tackle in football. The other mechanism that we have for this is perhaps an overuse injury. In this example, we have knee tendonitis. This is typically where we have strains that are lower than the single load required to cause an acute injury, but the repetitive nature of the sport may cause the structure to slowly deteriorate and fail over time. We see this in bone stress injuries in athletes. So I've got a bit of an example here from two different injuries. I've got ACL injuries, so working on some of what Dr. Pat presented earlier. So as we know, this typically happens across sports where there are a high degree of cutting or landing. So we have football, basketball, field hockey, volleyball, and gymnasts. And that is the trait which they all share, but large loads through the knee, particularly in those turning positions. So as a biomechanist, it starts to give us a clue to why these injuries might be happening. And then through research, we can tell that there's two types of ACL injuries. The first one, we have a non-contact ACL injury. So just by turning, this player is able to put their knee into a position that causes injury. On the right, we have a contact ACL injury where the player's knee is forced into a similar position, but the outcome becomes the same. So through the biomechanics, we're able to understand that this knee collapsing is something which we term knee valgus. And the factors which contribute to this are the torso, side flexing, and also rotating. We also have the position of the foot, which is externally rotated away, as well as the hip adducting away from the knee as well. So from biomechanical research, it looks something like this. So anytime which you see an athlete in this position, their likelihood of getting an ACL injury is considerably higher. So a lot of people have then wondered, how can we reduce knee valgus? And as we saw earlier with Dr. Pat, they have the exercise plan, which has also been followed by other sports as well. So typically, these aim to change two different things. So we can improve the strength and the muscular activation around the knee, or we can modify technique of the movement to prevent falling into those situations where players are more prone to get injured. Of the strength and muscle activation, we're looking at the muscles of the calf and also the muscles which surround the hip. If you make them stronger, can we take the load away from the knee and allow us to not get into those injurious positions? If we're looking to modify technique, can we increase knee flexion? Can we improve our upper body control? Again, to avoid getting into a position which is linked to high knee valgus. Does this actually work? So I've seen a paper follow a field hockey team for 2 years. The season before, this team had 4 ACL injuries in their squad. What they did is they followed a 9-week intensive preseason training program to focus on all those different factors around strength, around how they move, just improving their movement competency and improving the resilience of their knee. What happened was amazing. Across the next 2 seasons, they had no ACL injuries just through following this science-led, evidence-based plan. Our next injury, which we're going to explore, are bone stress injuries. Bone stress injuries are seen in sports which are repetitive and high intensity. So what we see here is we have different parts of the body, and the bone stress injury happens to the site of the greatest loading in that sport. So In baseball, they're typically seen in the throwing arm in pitchers. In runners, hurdlers, and military populations, we find them in the lower body, particularly in the feet, tibia, and the femur. Cricket fast bowlers, we find them in the lumbar spine, and in rowers, we find them in the ribs. And they're usually really specific to their sports. So what is a bone stress injury? Bone is like any other material. Under stress, it deforms and changes. So this is why we have a bit of metal in here. And all these cycles form micro damage. We can see this little crack in the bone here going through loads and loads of cycles, which is exactly what we do as athletes, particularly those who do endurance sports. As we keep doing these sports, the crack gets bigger and bigger, longer and longer, until eventually this crack has enough energy to go all the way through the structure of athletes that forms as a stress fracture or bone stress injury. Of course, the outcome of this is catastrophic for the athlete. They can be out for times of up to 6 to 8 months, in particular, which again takes away from their athlete development. This can take hundreds, if not thousands, of cycles, and it's just important to understand the athlete. So, as I said, this is the cycle which typically goes through. You get that micro damage, the continued exercise, increased strain per cycle because of the damage, which then in itself increases micro damage. So the athlete may go around this cycle a few times until the bone stress injury manifests. So as a biomechanist, I'm curious to what different postures are there which may relate to bone stress injury. And again, we come back to this equation here. And as a biomechanist, my interest is all around technique. So I know technique can influence external load, and I want to know what those techniques are. So in my role with England Cricket, we do a lot of work looking at lumbar bone stress injuries in the lumbar spine and how we combine that with motion analysis. And what we find from this is we find that there's two typical postures that our fast bowlers get into that massively increase the likelihood of getting injured. So as we see here, the player on the left is 29 times more likely to get injured than the player on the right. And that's all due to displaced hip angle as they land at back foot contact. Again, we have the lumbar spine angle. So this time at front foot contact. Again, it's a player on the left 19 times more likely to get injured than a player on the right, even though the difference in degrees is only relatively small. It's really important that we understand then, why do players move like this? Like, what are the factors that make people choose these techniques? And that's kind of where we've got to with this research. But the areas which you want to look at include changing technique. So it may be obvious to think, oh, I've got an athlete who's got a technique which is injurious, I'm just going to change how they move. However, the internal structures of our bones and every other tissue is so highly specialized to each individual's technique that takes a lot of time, and it takes careful planning with the entire multidisciplinary sports science team. So your physiotherapists, team doctors, psychologists, strength and conditioning coaches, everyone has to come together to create a plan like this. And here's just an example of how different our bones can be from a normal person compared to different athletes from football, volleyball, cross country. You can see there that the shape of the tibia and the fibula is different depending on the sport and the demands which are put on it. Specific strength training may be a better approach at changing someone's technique without implicitly changing how they move. It may result in better structural adaptations, and it may help with the demands of their sport to try to make a more resilient athlete. So we've seen across rugby players, runners, and even in athletes who land, we can use strength and conditioning to change how people move for the better to decrease their risk of injury. So to conclude this presentation, injuries are caused by forces exceeding the maximum capacity of tissue. The technique an athlete uses is implicated in the etiology of the injury. We can improve athletes' technique through technical coaching and working with multidisciplinary techniques teams across sports science. We can improve technique through focused S&C that's related to our sport, to our athletes. And finally, by improving technique, we can reduce the strain experienced by the tissue, and therefore we can decrease the risk of injury in athletes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Peter. And next, I would like to call Dr. Saju to give an introductory presentation.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank the organizers of this TASCon for giving an opportunity to be one of the speakers in this conclave. I think a lot of introduction to biomechanics was done by Professor Marking and Professor Pate. So I'll just give you here some samples of some case studies of how athletes' injuries could be prevented. So this is most of my work which was done in Malaysia. So main thing is identifying technical problems and prevention of sports injuries. That's my topic over here. Okay. Here, this is a swimmer who's a butterfly stroke swimmer. Actually, he was complaining of shoulder pain. And what we did was that, okay, we put some EMG electrodes onto his various working muscles, which are actually involved in the stroke mechanics. But water and electrodes does not work together. So what we have done is that, okay, we have just mimicked the situation, and we have done this testing on a functional trainer, which mimics the butterfly swim stroke. And at the same time, we also did on a power rack, we set up various angles. In fact, for every 10 degrees, we set up the angles, and we looked into the muscle activation during that various stages, starting from the entry of the hand into the water to the push phase. But here I'm just putting only just 2 slides. You can see here. Basically, I've just projected only 4 muscle groups here. Pectoralis major and anterior deltoid. If you look into that, you can see that the anterior deltoid starts activating in the entry of the water. Okay, maybe in that particular push angle, probably anterior deltoid activation is required. But when it goes to the next, where it's actually the power phase, where the stroke mechanics, where the person is actually applying maximum force, it's almost around 90 degrees, where you find that shoulder, elbow, and wrist is in one angle. And you can see still the anterior deltoid activation more on the right side, and whereas in the left side, the activation is less. Whereas in the pectoralis major, the left side is activating. See, the injured shoulder is the right. So the pectoralis is activating on the left side, and whereas in the right side is not activating. So here, actually, the issue is in this situation is that the athlete, that swimmer, basically has over-rotated his internal shoulder. So basically, in swimming, this athlete has been doing something around 2 kilometers to 6 kilometers in a day. 2 kilometers to 6 kilometers means in a butterfly stroke, average swimmer, they go for doing between 20 to 25 strokes in each lap. So something around 2 to 6 kilometers means something around 3,600 strokes they are doing. So what was actually happening here is that the anterior deltoid activation, which is this is a smaller group of muscle, and the activation is actually going very high in anterior deltoid, whereas the pectoral, which is actually a bigger muscle, is not at all activating. So the main thing is that, okay, in swim mechanics, when you are actually applying force, you need to see that the shoulder, elbow, and wrist should be almost parallel. And you also can try out, if you keep your hand on your pectoral muscle, and when you are having these 3 segments in one line, one alignment, and when you press down, you find the pectoral is activating. But if there is a slight change in the elbow portion, that means if shoulder and wrist is in one alignment and the elbow is slightly higher, there is internal rotation of the shoulder joint, and that is cutting off the pectoral muscles activation, and it is only activating the anterior deltoid. And that is actually a smaller muscles activation for so many repetitions of the swim is cause injury for the swimmer. So that was actually the issue. So we just looked even to his stroke mechanics in underwater. You can see the right hand is slightly higher than the left hand. And that is even from the sagittal view, if you look into, there is actually, if you can see, you can find that there is a slight internal rotation of the shoulder joint. And that was actually causing the problem for the athlete. Now, another case here, this is a cyclist. Actually, he is a current cyclist. He bought a new bike, and what was actually happening was that every second day he was having knee pain. So normally in cycling, we do bike fitting before the athlete is made to train on the bike. So this guy had done some bike fitting somewhere else, and we just assessed him, and we found that, okay, when he's doing cycling at a low speed, okay, he's sitting on this bike. But when he's doing at a higher speed, what was actually happening was that he was shifting his seat, that is buttocks from the seat and going ahead. And if you look at the knee joint also was shifting around 7 centimeters from the his original position. So now the line of force application in relation to the pedal is changing. So if you look at the 11 o'clock position of the pedal and the orientation of the knee in relation to that, it is totally changed. So the loading was taking place on the knee joint, and that was actually causing the problem for the cyclist. So what we had to do was that, okay, we had to modify the orientation of his handle and also the bike position in terms of the seat. Whether you need to shift it higher or to back, that has to be decided. Now, even in even for children also, we need to see that, okay, this change has to be made because when children train, they actually put in a lot of effort by doing cycling. And if the orientation of this knee joint or this hip joint is wrong, or the sitting position is wrong, then probably they are likely to get fed up of cycling at the early stage and they may stop cycling. So this is something which we modified on the cyclist. We had to do 2 or 3 trial sessions in order to look into that, and we set up the bike, and thereafter he never had any problem in the cycling. Okay, just skip this. Okay, we also do the same bike fitting with EMG, just to emphasize or to make people understand, okay, why we need to do the bike fitting. Now here there is actually a case of a cyclist when he was actually using more of his calf muscles in the cycling rather than the quad muscles. So a modification in the bike setup has enabled him to make use of his quad more than the calf in the later testing. So that can be shown by EMG test results, and made the people understand, okay, this is how you need to use bigger group of muscle in exercising rather than making use of smaller group of muscle. Right. So this is another example of an athlete sprinter. Basically, when he was running, you can see that his left heel comes and hits the right buttocks, and the right heel goes and hits the left buttocks. So, and there is actually a lot of tibial torsion also. When, if you look from the frontal view, you can see that the tibial torsion is taking place, and that was actually increasing his contact time on the ground. So he's actually a sprinter. So when we looked into his hamstring exercise, we put EMG again onto his hamstring exercise, where the hamstring muscles, especially biceps femoris and semitendinous, were looked into. And if you see the first picture, you can see the hip joint, knee joint, and the ankle joint are in a straight line. And when he's doing the hamstring curl, okay, you find that the heel is again going and touching the left buttocks. That right heel is going and touching the right, that is left buttocks. So, and in the test results of the EMG, both in the left side, you can find that his biceps femoris and semitendinous are activating almost equally, whereas in the right side, the biceps femoris activates around 85%, whereas the semitendinous activation is relatively less, so 15% of activation. And this is mainly because if you look into, see, while training in a gym, your orientation of your body, that is your posture in relation to the exercising machine, has to be looked into correctly. So here, if you see, in relation to the orientation of the room, there is a slight tilt in the body posture. And when he is doing the exercise, actually he is pulling, after around 90 degrees, he is pulling towards his left buttocks. So what do you train in gym? You always even execute in the ground also. So that's why you could see that, okay, the athlete was, while he's running, his heel kick action was hitting onto the other buttocks. Now, see, this is only happening only in the right side. Here, the results of the EMG shows that, okay, the muscle activation was more on the right side, but you find that when in the previous slide, you could see that, okay, the athlete's left leg also was going and hitting on the right buttocks. Why is that? Whereas here you find that left muscle activations are equal. Biceps femoris and semitendinous activations are equal. But there also the cross movement is taking place. Why? This is mainly because running is a cyclic event. So if you, that is when your right heel is coming and hitting the left buttocks, and in the follow-through process in a cyclic manner, there is also a counter movement that is taking place on the left side. So in speed run, that is in sprints, automatically what happens is that the left leg also comes and hits onto the right side. So actually, due to the fault of the right leg, even the left leg also is executing in the same manner. So if you can correct this in the conditioning itself, then you can actually make the athlete to run faster, and his contact time on the ground will be relatively less. Okay, so this is actually a shooting athlete. He was having actually a shoulders outlet, thoracic outlet syndrome. What was actually happening to this athlete is that when he was shooting, when he was about to trigger, instead of shooting his target, he was shooting the opponent's target. So probably if Hon'ble Minister was here, means he was standing next to him, means he would have got the score rather than this particular athlete. So main thing was that, okay, the anterior deltoid, the nerve which is actually connecting to the anterior deltoid, was triggering at the time when he is triggering the gun. So there were two ways to improve this. One is to, okay, that is break the autonomous situation that has taken place between the nerve and the muscle. So by not doing the activity, you could break that. Second thing is that, okay, you improve through your shoulders joint through, that is the shoulder strength through some training, strength training, and then come back to the sports. So that is another way to improve upon. And okay, so this is actually the muscle activity of the shooter. Okay, and yeah, here is this last one. This is actually a squash player who was having actually a compression syndrome. And what was actually happening was that, okay, whenever he's actually executing a backhand or a forehand, his legs were actually straight. That means whenever he was going for a playing a shot, hip joint, knee joint, and ankle joint, it was all in a straight line. So if you see here, you can see that what we did was that, okay, we put a TASCon into his shoe, that is an insole into the shoe, and then we went for analyzing. So when he's actually landing with the heel, you can see the blue spot there, graph. And yeah, when the foot is landing totally onto the ground, you can see the center of pressure traveling from the heel to almost the midfoot. And during the retrieving phase, is also coming back in the same way. So straightening, that is straight knee landing is always actually a problem for compression of the lower extremities. And that is actually needs to be corrected while training. So probably what they need to do is that, okay, when they're doing lunging exercises, always flex your hip, knee, and then shift your legs for lunging. Direct straight knee landing is going to, or straight heel landing is going to affect your lower extremities.
Dr. Saju, could you please fast up the time is
so
now.
Yes, okay, then I'll skip this. Okay, all right. So for different injuries, probably you need to use different methodology for analyzing and trying to find out. So whichever way, if you can, and go and do the analysis, or whatever the equipment is there, you need to find some alternative method to analyze and come to a conclusion about the problems of the athlete in a particular technique. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saju, for such a deep and insightful knowledge sharing session. I would like to call Dr. Rajani Kumar next.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். Good evening to everyone. So I am standing in front of you as a voice of Government of Tamil Nadu, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, SDAT, because I'm a student of SDAT Sports School, where most of the athletes are seated there. And I am standing before you to just interact with you with regard to the cryogenic effects of biomechanics in sports. So in racket, they use solid fuel, liquid fuel. Finally, they use cryogenic fuel to make the satellite to launch its designated place. So biomechanics is the science which make an athlete to land in his goal, land towards the goal. That's what we are going to discuss here. And moreover, my friends Mark King and Pete and Dr. Saju all spoke about very technical and injury prevention and enhancement of performance. And here, how we can bridge the gap between the sports science, biomechanics, and coach is the talk we are going to have today. Yes, greetings from Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, particularly the Center of Excellence in Biomechanics High Performance Center. And our great athletes are born or made. Here, the great athletes are scientifically screened because they are born and they are identified. They are made with great sports science support with the help of the coaches. And here the biomechanics works. So we cannot apply the biomechanics principles to all. There is no one size fit for all. Each and every athlete has different anthropometry and different fitness profile. And there is a data of each and every athlete to be profiled in his performance, functional and technical. And these are all the application or the allied subjects a biomechanist should have a knowledge with, where they talked about. Can you see this picture? Can you guess what is this? Biomechanics is not the new age old science. It was an ancient science because physics they applied right from the ancient Olympics. This is the starting block which was practiced or used in ancient Olympics by the sprinters. Because as the Newton third law says, there is each and every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. There were no starting blocks. They used these stones as starting blocks to get reaction force. And this is 1896, the first Olympic Games. You can see the athletes are in different start. Some of them are with standing start and crouch start, and there is no starting block. And yet they try to apply the basic principles of physics. And can you guess who is this? Jesse Owens, 1936 Olympics. In 1936 Olympics, there were no static block, but still they use, right? They dig pit in the ground and use that one as a starting block. And this is 1948 Olympics. This is the first Olympics they used starting block for the first time. And how this physics application of science evolved over the period of time, and how the sports performance been enhanced over the period of time. That's what we are going to see here.
After the fanfares of the Olympic opening comes the most amazing performance by America's black streak Jesse Owens in the 100 meters. The world's most superb runner makes the others look as if they're walking, as he wins the final and equals the world's record time. This and his later victory in the long jump may well be the athletic performances of the century. And now the final struggle is on in the women's javelin throwing. And here's little Sadako Yamamoto of Japan, with a name that spells trouble for commentators and a throw that just falls short of the 40-meter line. But in the end, it's the German girls who leave the rest of the world behind. Louise Krüger, and she's well over the 40 line.
Okay. So the distance which was thrown in 1936 Olympics by a gold medal winner in female athlete was 47 meters. But you can see the performance of Annu Rani, who is an Indian who won Asian Games with the distance of 64 plus in javelin throw. So that's how the performance has been increased with the help of sports science. And if you see javelin throw, all well-known coaches in athletics, they say the phases of javelin: approach, run, crossover step, release and follow through. And each and every sport, each and every technique has been evolved, right, with the ideal technique over the period of time by the application of biomechanics. So if you know, people know what are the phases of javelin, here, how the javelin was thrown in the initial stages, you can see here. Okay, that is not playing anyhow. Okay, the difference between the winners and losers is less than 1%. As Mr. Abhinav Bindra said in the morning, in the first session, so the difference between winners and losers are less than 1%. So this less than 1% is bridged by the sports science. And you can see the 2012 Olympics performance by Usain Bolt, Justin Gatlin, and the rest of the people. All these first 4 place winners are having the difference of only less than 1%. That makes the champion and losers. And here, what makes Usain Bolt a better athlete? Here you can see the Usain Bolt, right, reached his maximum acceleration only at the distance of 60 meters. And then what happened? And still after reaching the maximum acceleration, he was able to sustain. His speed endurance was good and he was able to sustain. So this is the graph of 2009 Berlin, right? In 2008 Beijing Olympics, when Usain Bolt created the world record with the timing of 9.69 seconds. Within a week, there was an article by the sports scientist stating that if Usain Bolt could reduce his reaction time, and if he can sustain the maximum acceleration till the end, he can still run 9.55 seconds, was the statement made by the sports scientists, and there was an article in speedendurance.com. And within 10 months, Usain Bolt was able to break his own world record by clocking 9.58 seconds in the World Championship. That is, at the international level, reducing almost 0.11 seconds is not such an easy task. And here you can see the Usain Bolt, and there is a comparison made by the sports scientists. In 2008, if you see 9.69, the last 40 meters, what Usain Bolt took, the timing was 3.37 seconds, but in 2009, it is 3.29. But if you see the video of 2008, he was running, right, slowly by seeing the fellow athletes back. But he refined in his running pattern and he achieved. So this is what you can see. And now here, how many of our athletes, because I am standing for you, how many of our athletes, right, assessed with regard to biomechanics? How many of you have seen force plate? How many of you have measured your counter movement jump? How many of you have measured your horizontal jump? How many of you have the data of biomechanics with regard to athletes and coaches? The answer is no. I know this is the answer from your heart, I would say. But when biomechanics is the moment when you say the biomechanics term, everyone will say it is in the Western world. It is in the Western world. Now, here we have a facility where, because the assessment of data for each and every athlete is essential right to the elite level. And here, thanks to the government of Tamil Nadu, we established the South Asia's biggest biomechanics lab in Tamil Nadu Sports University with the help of the Planning Commission. Tamil Nadu. So this is the Tamil Nadu Legislative and Sports University campus. So we have a very good facility, not only in biomechanics, in all sports sciences, and we have international standard track and international standard table tennis stadium academy and badminton academy, and much more to come with the help of the Government of Tamil Nadu. Our principal secretary is here and our vice chancellor is here. And we created this facility where the athlete can perform his movements in the real-time environment. See, inside the lab itself, we have track, we have multiple sports, not only for one sport. We have created this facility for all the sports where they can come and get assessed. And this is the Times of India release recently about our lab. So this is the first plate where you can measure the punching force of a boxer, and in the 3-minute bout, at what time he gets tired and where he attains lactic acid accumulation. All these components can be measured. This is the cricket pitch where we have. So we have isokinetic dynamometer, and we have force plate in 38 locations. Nowhere, I mean, many of the sporting, universities are not having 38 locations where the force plate can be fixed and different sports performance can be assessed. And right from anthropometry, EMG, and inside the lab itself, we can measure the track flick. So Eric is here. And this is the assessment we do for the hockey players. And after 20 years, we did a sports screening, scientific screening for a Tamil Nadu athlete senior team. And after 20 years, they entered into the finals and won silver medal. So we supported them. And we do a lot of research, not only in cricket, boxing, tennis, also in hockey. And this is how we integrate the 3D motion capture system with the force plate, the reaction force you can find. And this is the data. I don't want to get into much specific component. Yes, my dear coaches and athletes of Tamil Nadu, where this is the facility available, where now it's time to create a policy where it should be optimally utilized. It is for you people. It is for you people to reach greater heights, right? For example, we have 2,000 athletes in SDAT. I am also a product of SDAT. But whether we can make everyone champion? No. Because in the morning itself, Abhinav Bindra said, you should have dual career. Dual career. After your professional sports, maybe you are an achiever. What will you do after your professional sports? There should be another career, right? Similarly, I was a sportsman where I could not reach the top podium, but God made me to raise or hold our Indian flag, because I came to Chennai Sports School with the dream of carrying Indian flag in sports field. But God had other visions. In 2018, I went to New Zealand to present my paper, and I had the chance of carrying our Indian flag amongst 400 international scientists. So their marking was also there in the 2018 ISBS conference. a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. This is how we started in 2015 with empty place. So the progress of the lab and how we fixed force plates, because nowhere it is there to replicate. This is the flooring plan, and Vijay was there. And this is the final version of our lab. Do you want to know the answer for this question, whether athletes are born or made? Yes, athletes are made with scientific sports training as well as with the support of sports science.
Today, we are in this beautiful facility of Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, where Qualices, in collaboration with government, had set up this state-of-the-art biomechanics lab.
This laboratory was conceived in 2015. After a long journey, we got the grant from Tamil Nadu Planning Commission, and we established this South Asia's biggest sports biomechanics laboratory with an area of 21,000 square feet. And this lab serves with triad model: academics, research, and consultancy and support services to the athletes and for the different sports fraternity.
This is first of its kind facility in India for research and evaluation of sports biomechanics in cricket, hockey, tennis, and many other sports.
Tennis, we have an exclusive setup where we measure the tennis service in each phase, like ball toss, racket acceleration, and ball contact, and follow through, and give inputs to the coaches as well as the athletes.
My first introduction to this lab was during my master's, as I was involved in the floor plan design as well as the 3D modeling of this lab. My research area focuses on muscle strength and profiling, impact of female athletic triad among young athletes, and assessment for strength and conditioning. I have found the system to be more user-friendly because of its seamless integration, and especially the functional assessment module, the PAF module. It helped me to assess a lot of people in a short period of time.
Qualices provides a portable solution for both indoor and outdoor applications, giving a high level of accuracy and precision.
So with this motion capture system, we kinematically assess the athletes by incorporating all the key performance indicators, which will give an insight to the coaches and athletes for the enhancement of the performance with remedial measures.
We have an externally biomechanics setup for boxing to quantify the key performance indicator using Qualices and 3D mocap integrated with the Kistler force plate and Delta CMG. The Qualices system helps me to quantify the punch velocity, and force plate reveals punch force and down reaction force of the feet. Further, it helped me to correct my techniques in different types of punches and then improve my overall boxing performance.
Whenever we encounter any issues, it is easily addressed by the team. That's why we feel very comfortable in using Qualices. The vision of the lab is to produce more sports science professionals with skills and educating the coaches with regard to the usage of the sports biomechanics. And finally, to produce medal winners in 2028 and 2032 Olympics and ahead. This facility is open for the coaches, physical education teachers, and our own athletes to get access and enriched. So this is our team. We started this department with just 5 students. Now we have more than 100 students who are the manpower, who are from different sports, and they are studying sports science. They will be helping in assessing the athletes and getting the data. And thank you, SDAT and Government of Tamil Nadu and all sports fraternity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajani Kumar. So I hope you all enjoyed this session, and I would just like to ask a short question. Like, there is a very far many coaches feel very far from the sports biomechanics that is seen in lab and that is seen in actual practicality, as in the game. So if you could say, if you could respond to this in a single sentence, what would it be, Dr. Marking?
I think the role of the biomechanist is to simplify a movement down to what's really important and then work with a coach to help them understand that. And then for the coach to then try and work with the athletes to then improve their performance.
And, to Dr. P, how do you think biomechanics helps in designing and sports equipment? Right, as you said, to optimize a technique or something, how do you think it helps? If you could answer it in a simple way.
Sure. So by doing this biomechanical analysis, we just get precision of how the athlete is moving in another way. And then it's that feedback which we can give to the coaches, S&C coaches, and then we can work on optimizing that technique to enhance performance and reduce injury in athletes.
Dr. Saju, so in your presentation, you were mostly, interacting with the players. It was most in applied setting. So how do you think biomechanics will help in, assessing the whole team performance rather than an individual? If you could answer it in a short and simple way.
You mean?
Like how biomechanics helps in a team setting.
A team setting.
Okay. Due to the lack of time, can you please pass?
Yeah, it's actually, now for example, in the morning session, they had shown, ACL issues, in jumping, force plates testing, counter movement jumps and see what's actually happening to the knee joint and looking into that, and they can plan for their strength training and modification in their movement mechanics can be made.
Okay. So last to Dr. Rajni Kumar. So how do you think, or what kind of steps that as a, like the organizers for the TASCon, what should be done by Tamil Nadu sports to bridge this gap from the lab to the application in sports directly? If you answer it in a short way.
Yeah, there are a lot of sports science publications are available, but how to take it forward, because only the coaches has to implement whatever the modifications we do. First thing is to educate the coaches, creating an awareness for the coaches and athletes at the grassroots level. So they should understand what we say, because the biomechanics is a complex one. It should be from complexity to the simplicity. So the layman language should be communicated and they should be educated. That is the first step.
So, and that's it for this session. And it was a very good session. Thanks to Dr. Marking, Dr. Peter Alve, and Dr. Saju Joseph, Dr. Rajni Kumar for sharing their insightful ideas and sharing their previous research experiences with all of us. And thanks to our secretaries, Dr. Atulya Mishra and Thiru J. Meghnad Reddy for organizing this TASCon 2023. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Sundar, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, to felicitate our moderator and special speakers. And first felicitation to Mr. Vijay Damodaran. Now felicitation to Mr. Marking. And felicitation to Mr. Rajni Kumar. Felicitation to Mr. Peter Alve. Felicitation to Mr. Saju Joseph. I would like to thank you, Mr. Vijay Damodran, for moderating the engaging session on sports biomechanics. Your guidance and expertise added immense depth to the discussion and made it truly insightful. I also want to express my thanks to the distinguished speaker, Mr. Mark King, Mr. Peter Alvi, Mr. Rajani Kumar, and Mr. Sajid Joseph. The valuable contributions and insights enriched the session and provided a deeper understanding of the topic. Thank you. And now it's a tea break. So after 10 minutes, we'll be coming to this session. Thank you. Kindly requesting all dignitaries to come back here by 4:20 p.m. I repeat, kindly requesting all dignitaries to come back here by 4:20 p.m. இங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவருக்கும் தேநீர் வசதி ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. தேநீர் அருந்திவிட்டு அதற்கு பின்னர் 4:20 மணிக்கு இதே அரங்கத்திற்கு வந்து அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். மீண்டும் அறிவிக்கின்றோம், இங்கு வந்திருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் தேநீர் வசதி ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. தேநீர் அருந்திவிட்டு அதற்கு பிறகு 4:20 மணிக்கு இந்த அரங்கத்திற்கு உள்ளே வந்து அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். நன்றி. Kindly I request all the dignitaries to come back to the conference hall. We are going to start the sessions now. Kindly I request all the dignitaries to come back to the conference hall now. We are going to start the session in few minutes. அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருப்பவர்கள் தங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளில் வந்து அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் நாம் கருத்தரங்கை மீண்டும் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம் என்பதை அன்புடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். Kindly I request all the dignitaries to come back to the conference hall now. We are going to start the session in few minutes. அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருப்பவர்கள் அனைவரையும் உங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளில் வந்து அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் கருத்தரங்கை நாம் மீண்டும் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம் என்பதை அன்புடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். I request all the dignitaries to take your seats respectively. We are going to start the session now. Kindly I request all the dignitaries to take your seats respectively. அரங்கத்தில் நின்று கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளில் அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் நாம் கருத்தரங்கை மீண்டும் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம். Kindly I request all of you to make your presence in the conference hall. We are going to start the session now. Kindly I request all the dignitaries to take their seats respectively. We are going to start the session now. I request all the dignitaries to keep your mobile phones in silent mode. I request all dignitaries to take your seats respectively. And now we are going to start the session. And now we are going for the special talk session. Here let me introduce the moderator, Mr. Meghnad Reddy IAS, Member Secretary. Mr. Meghnad Reddy's commitment to nurturing talent and enhancing the sporting ecosystem is reflected in the growth of sports within the state. His tireless efforts and dedication to sports development have not only improved the quality of sports facilities and programs, but have also encouraged greater participation in sports among the youth of Tamil Nadu. I would like to invite Mr. Meghnad Reddy, IAS Member Secretary, onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. Next, I would like to invite our speaker, Mr. Bibu Kalyan Nayak. It's a privilege to introduce an individual of profound expertise and dedication in the field of sports medicine and physiology, someone whose knowledge and contributions have been instrumental in enhancing the performance and well-being of athletes. His extensive experience and understanding of these fields have made him a valuable asset to the world of sports and physical fitness. I invite Mr. Bibu Kalyan Nayak to deliver the special talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Hema. Anaivarkum vanakkam. It's been a fantastic inaugural TASCon day 1, and we have seen a plethora of sessions so far covering a wide gamut of issues ranging from sports biomechanics to sports science and franchise leagues. We are on to a very, very critical session today, because I say critical because the speaker that we have today with us, our panelist, is someone who brings a wide range of experience to the table as far as sports governance and sports science is concerned. Let me tell you, with 10 months into sports administration, if there are 2 issues that I found to be critical or cornerstone that will propel India's sporting prowess to the next level, first is sporting governance. The second would be sports science. How we manage this, how we treat them, and how delicately we take them forward and make them reach every nook and corner will determine the fate of sports in this country. On that note, let me welcome Dr. Brigadier Bibu Kalyan Nayak. Sir, such a pleasure having you this afternoon, and thanks for accepting our invite at a short notice and joining us. Dr. Brigadier Bibu Kalyan Nayak is Director of National Center for Sports Science and Research under Sports Authority of India, a premier institution that is focusing on sports science and research. Without further ado, we'll directly get into the interaction where we'll get to hear from the man himself as to what it takes to be sports governance and sports science in the country. So the first question, and what we would like to hear from you, is sports governance has taken a center stage in the sports development in the country. You will understand, you'll agree with me when I say this, because though we are government, semi-governments, organizations do a lot of work to develop sports. End of the day, the sports development in the country hinges on the framework of sports federations and associations, and we are seeing a lot of governance issues in this. So we wish you to throw some light on the gamut of sports governance in our country and across the states.
Thank you. To start with, there are certain key elements to any sports governance. The first and it is overseen by multiple agencies. To start with, the central government, that is the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, again followed by the Sports Authority of India, the National Sports Federations, and various other regulatory agencies like NADA. Apart from that, again, state governments also have got a major role to play when it comes to developing the grassroots talent, as well as providing the infrastructural facilities. So these are the 3 or 4 key stakeholders when it comes to sports governance. But the elements beyond the governance is the development, which is again going to draw a major focus in coming days, because as we aspire to become a sporting superpower in coming days, so we need to have a very comprehensive sports governance where we need to have a optimized sports ecosystem in place.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the broad sports governance in the country. So while there are multiple agencies involved in sports governance, one of the biggest challenges, in sports governance is the kind of imbalance that has crept in. The kind of, as you said, challenges would be the right word. There are multifarious challenges that sports governance is, between these agencies. What are the key challenges that you foresee in sports governance?
The first and foremost, what I see is something to do with the federations. Second will be the funding. Third is the infrastructure, and fourth is the grassroots. And the final one, which again I think is the most important, is the athlete welfare. These are the factors that will again decide on the fate of our sporting ecosystem. There are issues. Again, there have been histories of internal conflict, some kind of lack of transparency in the functioning of the sporting federations, but that is being taken care of, as most of us would have seen, by virtue of the success of our athletes at the Asian Games and Para-Asian Games. Most of this selection system has been taken care of in a very, very judicious and professional manner. And we expect things to get better with each passing day, because end of the day, it is the accountability which is being stressed upon at the highest possible level. And I expect things to get better when it comes to this part of the element, what we call as the sporting federations, which have got the mandate to manage the sports in the country. They have got a very unique mandate where they have to take care of the athlete starting from the grassroots level to that of elite level, and they have to conduct the various kind of competitions. So since this mandate is with them, and they are supposed to be autonomous, there some kind of independence has to be granted. So there has been some kind of ambiguity, but that is also being taken care of nowadays. Thank you.
Sir, one last question on sports governance. I mean, as Sai, you deal with a lot of federations. As sports, state associations, we deal with a lot of associations. There are conflicts in sports which have got a fantastic future, where the state is doing fantastically well, but you still find the associations internal squabble, not having a proper body, or multiple bodies claiming ownership. Sir, from Sai's perspective, are there any key insights that you want to give? How should states deal with this key challenge of putting them in order? As you rightly said, they are independent, they are autonomous. Our interference in them is limited. And also in light of several judgments, both Honorable Supreme Court as well as High Court judgments. And I must also tell you at this point, sir, we are on the verge of coming up with a State Sports Act, which will also look at this sports association matter. So what is that you want to tell us, the states, particularly state authorities particularly? How should we deal with these internal conflicts and tensions?
This has been a little contentious issue, no doubt. And we do acknowledge that. And for that, the first and foremost approach would be communication, constant dialogue. And of course, people are resorting to the legal route. But again, it's a very tortuous, and sometimes it ends up with this thing in the disadvantage of the athletes. By the time the ruling comes, the athlete has lost out, because he or she has to represent a certain competition. And because of the internal squabble, sometimes they do lose out. And I'm sure if the state government has the intention to help the athlete, to promote the sports, I'm sure things will fall into place. But again, for that, perseverance will be the key word, and constant dialogue and communication will be the need of the hour.
Sir, we will move to the realm of sports science. You head one of the most important agencies in the country, and we all know, enjoyed India, crossing 100 medals in both Asian as well as Para-Asian. No mean achievement. It was not simple from where we stood 4 years ago and what we have achieved today. It's fantastic achievement, particularly para sports again, to win so many medals, and Tamil Nadu's contribution is well known. Sir, what from a sports science angle, I mean, what are the contributing factors? Do you see sports science contributing to this huge jump, momentous jump in the medal tally? If so, how did we achieve that? How could we integrate sports science in making our athletes one of the finest in this part of the world?
Very well asked. There are two parts to it. First thing, while preparing, see, this Asian game has not happened in overnight. right? There has 4 years of preparation has gone into it. And we have got a system there, what we call as target Olympic podium scheme, where we have got our own research where we know which are the athletes who are capable of podium finish. And accordingly, they are heavily funded for their training, for their exposure, for their equipments, and for their medical facilities. The second part, again, part of the research where we know that these are the athletes who can make into the podium with some kind of support from the sports sciences. Then that component is also explored, and accordingly, those players are funded. At this particular point of time, Government of India supports 119 athletes who are for the Olympic podium finish, and you'll be happy to know that apart from that 119, we have got 166 athletes who we have identified based on the sports sciences test that they are also capable of getting into that top league. So at any point of time, we have got development athletes who are getting more support from the tops rather than the already established athletes.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, my next question, in fact, one of the things that stumped me when I entered sports administration is people talking about sports science, and it's somewhere sounded elitist to me. I mean, I might be wrong. Probably I will be wrong, but somewhere there is a notion around that sports science caters to only elite athletes, top athletes, whereas as sports bodies at the state level, our mandate is to take care of grassroots talent development, identify talent at the grassroots, nurture the talent at the grassroots. For example, sir, we have around 38 hostels wherein we have children from 6th class to college level, just depending on our hostels and excelling in sports. How can we democratize sports science and take them to the level of these sports persons studying in various hostels across different states of the country? What can we do to ensure that they get benefited from the sports science?
One of the previous speakers said that one training program will not fit all, right? If we have to know the strength and weakness of the athlete, and accordingly a customized training program has to be made so that the full genetic potential of that athlete is exploited. For that, we have to have the sports sciences in place. And again, it need not be that each and every athlete have to be exposed to all kind of advanced sports sciences tests. There are our sports scientists have got so many field-based tests. They are very, very effective. They are less equipment intensive. So based on that, we'll be able to say what kind of training program is going to suit the athlete, and secondly, what this training program has brought in the beneficial changes which was expected out of the athlete. Suppose it has not, then maybe you have to go back to the drawing board, inform the coach so that there is a customized training program can be put into place. And coming to a state like Tamil Nadu, where so much of sports scientists are there, so much of sports sciences facilities are there, I think it is the right time that athletes of Tamil Nadu, they should treat themselves very, very blessed and very fortunate, because they have access to this quality sports sciences support system, which is not available across the board in any part of the country.
Sir, a lot is spoken on grassroots talent development. I mean, every state wants to do that. Your mandate is that. Particular state's mandate is to look into grassroots talent development. I wanted you to throw a few insights as to what should be a realistic approach of grassroots talent development, and rather identification and development.
The first and foremost to identify talent will be to conduct competitions which is near to an athlete's either village or the city or the place where they live. That is the first and foremost. And we have to have a battery of talent spotters. Again, these are something which, again, for that the state government have to go all out to conduct these kind of events and send your talent spotters who can pick up the talent, bring to one of these sports science centers, one of these centers of excellence of sports, where the athlete or the probable athlete is subjected to kind of a little bit of further evaluation, and accordingly they can to suppose they find that the athlete fits all the bill expected out of a champion athlete. So the athlete can be put into an enhanced training program. If not, but there has to be database has to be maintained, and depending on the strength which we would have got by undertaking certain tests, the athlete can be guided how to do better, and they can be advised to come back to the same center for review, maybe after 6 months, maybe after 3 months, depending on the kind of talent that athlete has.
Sir, there's one question which directly relates to the field that you work in. I'm sure you must have recruited a lot of HR personnel for sports science, to be placed at various levels. So my question is, a lot is spoken about sports science. We want to create institutions. States are in a race to create sports science centers. But sir, I mean, not like looking at a very not taking a gloomy look. Is our academic atmosphere ready to churn out those professionals who can give us quality sports science training and research? Are we still there? Is research going on into it? Or are we failing in creating a proper HR where there is a lot of supply and the demand is very less?
It is other way around. The demand is too much. We do not have enough sports scientists in our country. I like my center being the national center, we fail to fill our complete vacancies across the Sports Authority of India centers. You'll be surprised that we do not have enough. So I can only say that there is a silver lining, that all the sports scientists will get enough opportunity to be associated with the sports in coming days, because there are, again, each district is being planned to have one Khelo India center. Again, there will be employing the sports scientists. Of course, the states are doing their bit, but at the level of the Government of India, again, each district is going to have a Khelo India center. Again, we will have a battery of our sports scientists there funded by Government of India.
So just to probe further on that, because it's a very important thing. India has been producing all sorts of, academic, products. Why are we failing in giving when there is already a good demand? Why are we failing in the supply factor? What should be blamed and what should we do to
no, it is the transition phase. The previous panelists, they were telling like sporting was not a career few years back. Now with so much of league in place, yes, a lot of sports persons are coming. Similarly, with the better socio-economic scenario in our country, the more and more of our young population is getting into sports. And because of that, again, since they're getting into the sports, there is a requirement of, again, sports scientists to support them. So it's just a matter of time that we will be able to give employment anybody who is coming into the stream of sports sciences.
Sir, you made a very important announcement which will go a long way in creating champions across the country, that we are looking at creating sports science centers at the district levels. We already have district centers, and if sports science could also be injected into that, I think nothing like it will go a long way. So one last thing, Sai has been at the forefront. You've been like elder brother to all of us, leading from the front and doing a lot of activities. From the perspective of sports governance and sports science, what are the efforts being taken and how do you see the future? What's the future outlook?
To sum it up, future outlook is very, very bright. There is no doubt the kind of support we are receiving from the government, and it is phenomenal. Whatever you're asking, they say just go ahead. We need to emerge as a sporting superpower in coming days. So everything is falling into place. And to start with, if I could be allowed, there are 2-3 slides just I wanted to show to our audience. Like we are trying to streamline the sports sciences in the country. Can we show that these SOPs? As you can see, like this is how, till now, the testings were different at different sports sciences centers. Now we have been given the mandate to come up with the standardized SOPs where it will be undertaken in all the sports sciences centers in the country, so that the result which comes, it becomes a uniform one. To start with, this is how we have gone. Next, please. This is how we have come up with this thing. It is going to be released very soon. Now it has gone for the international weighting. Once it is clear, then each department will have a standardized operative procedure to run it, so that what kind of test, what age group athlete, what kind of test, how they have to come up with that test results, that will be there, so that what you said, that even though they have a formal degree, but they should be industry ready. This is our attempt to make them industry ready.
Sir, thank you so much. I mean, I must tell you, there are several key things you have mentioned. One of the first things I like, probably the biggest key takeaway for me from this session, is the way you mentioned that communication dialogue is the only way forward to deal with associations or federations. In your case, I think that's something we need to internalize and take it forward. Because what happens is, if there is some court case, we assume that it's not our business anymore. Let court decide. But I think you're right when you said that we'll have to take a proactive role and get into communication dialogue. As you rightly said, probably this applies to all of us. Success is never a overnight thing. You got to work hard, and it's a long-term thing. And so we like the fact that sports science, if it has to reach grassroots, we need to customize it and understand what's right for them. And thanks for also letting us know about the talent development, how competitions and tests will be extremely critical. And so we look forward for the standardization of FOPs, whatever you're mentioning. So, sir, on that note, and to the audience, there are a few things that Tamil Nadu is trying to do, which I would be very glad to share. One, sir, we are coming up with a dedicated Tamil Nadu Center for Sports Science, which will be set up in our Chennai Olympic Academy coming up at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. You'll see it functional very soon. Also, Khelo India Sports Science Center for the disciplines of athletics, fencing, and boxing will be placed at this Olympic Academy, wherein we also have sports science component. And we are on the verge of creating an athlete management system for all our sports hostel students. As we said, we have 2,000 student sports persons across the state. We'll be putting in place a robust and a dynamic, and more importantly, interactive athlete management system where coaches and athletes will be able to feed real-time information, what they're doing and how they feel. So we think this will be a game changer in the way we deal with our sports persons in the future. So on that note, sir, thank you so much for all your insights. It's been a pleasure having you and coming here. We look forward to your guidance in the future also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Arumugam, Director of Sri Ramachandra Center for Sports Science, for felicitation. Now, felicitation to Mr. Meghnad Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary. Felicitation to now Meghnad Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary. I would like to thank Mr. Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary, and Mr. Bibu Kalyan Nayak for the wonderful session. And next, we are going for the panel discussion topic on sports physiology and nutrition, creating and fueling the champions. Now, I would like to introduce our moderator, Ms. Grace Helena. Ms. Grace Helena has held key positions in the world of education and sports, demonstrating her commitment to excellence and innovation. She has authored and published more than 50 papers in both international and national journals, in addition to contributing to books on teaching methodology in COCO and sports knowledge. She has actively organized and participated in over 50 international national workshops, conferences, seminars, and workshops, further solidifying her reputation as a thought leader in the field of education and sports. I would like to invite Ms. Grace Helena as a moderator onto the stage. And now our moderator will introduce all the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good evening to one and all. Good evening. This session is going to be the last session of the first day of TASCon 23. And I'm very glad to stand before you all today to moderate this session. And this session is going to be a fruitful session. And eminent speakers are with us today. And may I now invite 4 eminent speakers. Dr. Mahendran Appakutti from Malaysia. Let's all give them a big round of applause. And Mrs. Shaini Surendran from Chennai. Dr. Arvind Malik from Kurukshetra University, Haryana. and Dr. Malai Mandal from Bangalore. My way of conducting the panel session is different. First of all, on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Dr. M. Sundar, the staff members, the students of Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, I would like to thank our Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports, our most respected Principal Secretary, Youth Welfare and Sports Development Department, and the Member Secretary, SDAT, and all the members jointly involved in organizing this TASCon 23 and making us one of the partner for this TASCon 23. Once again, we thank you all on behalf of Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University. The eminent speakers over here for this last session of this day, from where they are, who they are, and what they are. It's an important aspect. I need to give them their brief introduction about each person, and each one will have 10 minutes of time for your presentation, and we'll be having more interactions. And the forum which sitting over here in front of the speakers, you are going to have more time to discuss with them elaborately regarding the creating and fueling the champions. So the sports physiology, 2 members from sports physiology and 2 members from sports nutritionists are here in front of us. The first 2 speakers will be from sports nutritionist. So first speaker will be Dr. Mahendran Appukutti, and he is an associate professor and coordinator of sports injury and wellness clinic at Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University Technology, Mara. He is the Vice President of the Nutrition Society of Malaysia and Malaysian Association of Sports Medicine and Council member of the Malaysian Society of Body Composition and Executive Council member of the Federation of Asian Nutritionist Societies. He also serves on the Clinical Core Committee for the World Obesity Federation. His research interest and focus on functional food and exercise science has been awarded with the Fellow of the Nutrition Society of Malaysia and a Fellow of the Malaysian Association of the Study of Obesity. He was a key writer for the Malaysian Dietary Guideline. And he is also working closely with capacity building of nutritionists in Southeast Asia Nutrition Leadership Progress, Malaysian Nutrition Leadership Program, and Southeast Asia Public Health Nutrition Leadership Program. Such an apt personality is with us today as an eminent speaker of this session, and he is going to deliver his talk on psychobiotics. Psychobiotics approach in sports. Psychobiotics, this word was coined only, it is a newborn baby like 10 years old in 2013. Yes, sir, 2013, this was coined, and there is no many research had been happened in this area, but Dr. Appukutti is here to what is psychobiotics, and this is nothing but the probiotics and how it is going to helpful for the stressed people, anxiety, mental well-being, and cognitive performance, especially in sports. May I now invite Dr. Appukutti on stage. Please.
Thank you, Prof. Grace. I must thank I came from Malaysia. This is the first time I see a state-level conference on sports science, and I believe this is a start. So I think Prof. Grace have mentioned about it, what is psychobiotic a little bit. I'm not going to psycho all of you. The psychologists will do that part tomorrow. So I will give you a little bit part of the probiotics and how is it works. Okay, which one I have to press now? All right. This is my thanks to the TASCon for 2023 for organizing it. Very well done. I would say that sincere appreciation is for making me here and giving me the opportunity to share. This is my university. I'm going to skip up a little bit. We are the largest university in Malaysia. We have about 200,000 students, 20,000 lecturers. We are the largest university there. Then I have to be, by Thursday morning, I have to be in KL for the Malaysian Palm Oil Congress. So I have to talk about something, a different part of it. So here on probiotic, I will touch a little bit because of the 10 minutes given. What is probiotic? It's nothing new. All of us in India, especially in India, we've been eating fermented food very well. Thiru. All of us have eaten, right? So if you have never tried, you should try because this is the ancient food. This is how we have been using it. But unfortunately, to classify for probiotic, the microorganism should be 10 power of 6 and above. That's the regulations going on. In India, there is a regulation for the, probiotics as well and elsewhere. But unfortunately, it's not have been regulated in the international board yet for codex. But nevertheless, fermented food, is it helpful? Acid lactic bacteria, LAB. So all these things is living with us. They were the day we born. So probiotics definition is very well known. FAO have given us, but nevertheless, we need to know more about the science. I think from the beginning, the Chief Minister or the Sports Minister mentioned about it, the science, how important is science. So food is part of science. So many of us know, I think a previous speaker talked about the preventive part of it. Hippocrates have talked about it. I would say that Asians, including India, we have talked about food even before Hippocrates have talked about. So we should be proud of our food that we have been consuming and know what we are eating. I always tell my student, if you don't know your food, you don't eat. Athlete must know their food. What they put in the plate, they must know. Even is palak paneer, you must know how is it made. If you don't know, don't touch it. Go and learn first. So, as I mentioned, from the baby, in the moment your baby has been delivered, you will have, it depends on the vagina delivery or cesarean. Even that also bacteria is already with us. So, in the gut microbiota system, we will have gut muscle axis also been taught. Gut is the main center for every single thing. If you look at it, the My Sport Science, Professor Esker from UK, he have started very well on this kind of combination and talk about infographic on the microbiota gut brain. There are more topics are coming. Even in Nature paper, people already start talking. Physiological review paper talking about gut microbiota. How is it help in an exercise? We need all these things. It depends on you. If you don't eat properly, you don't take care of your gut, you have a problem. What you eat, what you are. That's the main cause of it. So if you don't know how to eat, look for a nutritionist or dietitian in the sport, not a basic nutritionist or dietitian. They must be well trained in sports. Like what been mentioned earlier, they must be having the science in sports first so that they can teach you and educate you for that. So psychobiotic is nothing so much different. How is it help you in the gut-brain system? So it is such an easy way to go to the brain and help us to treating us. So I recently published paper from JP. We had a conference on the Probiotic and Prebiotic Foundation of India. We have published a book on this. One part of it, my paper on psychobiotic workable approach in sports. You can have a look at it. It is not a PDF book, but it's a hard copy. I hope they don't burn more trees then. So sports and psychophysiology, is it helpful? Because we know how stressed our athletes are. So all these things, traveling, high intensity, coaches, impact, their own personal impact, all these things can affect their sports somewhere another. I have to work. I'm a nutritionist. I'm not a sports psychology. So I need to see how this thing can help. Nutrition can help in a psychological part. So we have to work not in silo. We have to work in multidisciplinary. If we can work with biomechanics, we have to work with them. But unfortunately, we don't go inside there until we come to injury part. When they are injured, dietitians, sport dietitians are involved because they need to eat proper food so that they can recover. So what is the recent findings where people are talking about? There's plenty. People from the International Society of Sport Nutrition already start talking about probiotic. There are another one is prebiotic, which is the supply for the probiotic food. How we can get prebiotic in our gut system? You ensure you eat fruits and vegetable. If fruits and vegetable, it's not part of your diet, you are in big trouble. Athletes, those who are here who are major athletes, even young or old or small baby, nutritionists and dietitian, we always emphasize fruits and vegetable. You have to eat that so that the gut system taken care by. So some of the papers are there. There are plenty. If you go in the PubMeds and everything, there are more papers are coming out on this area. Plenty are talking about the gut microbiota. And the world is talking about planetarian diet, which is the plant-based diet. And there's not something new, which is we've been practicing for ages. So this is another way of looking at it. Even you see the healthy plate in the worldwide, 75% of the food in the plate is plant-based. Only 25% we allocate for meat-based. So it all depends on us. When looking at my focus on the findings on the research, this is because of my master's student is a sports psychology. Unfortunately, it's not me. I didn't do anything. So when we talk about my Sri Lankan student was talking to me, I wanted to do psychology, but she wanted to do under me. I said, sorry, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a nutritionist. So I said, what we can work. So that's where the probiotics, because I was working on probiotics on sea and gut system. I said, can you see some papers on that? So that's where we started and see how a probiotic can help. So it was, we look at it, supplementation with the football players and see for 8 weeks what will happen to them in their brainwave. So Prof. Jolie Roy's student, Gary, he started, gave me some impact, and he said, Mahen, can we try on the brainwave? Let's see how a probiotic affect the brainwave. I said, okay, that's a gut-brain axis, has already been recognized. Let's see how it's affecting in 8 weeks with the single strain. So that's where we found that it do help relaxation and also some of their impact on the psychological part. We didn't stop there. And then I went inside the badminton. I hope I should have shared with the your national player, Pranoy. I didn't do with the national player in Malaysia because it's not easy. Elite players are very difficult to touch. And you cannot put them on hold like in a cage for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. It's not easy. I'm sure Dr. Saju and Dr. Jolly Roy will understand on that part of it. It's very, very difficult. So we have to work with the school, universities, students and badminton players. And we see how psychologically affected with the questionnaires based on anxiety and also their stress factor, mood swings. So we saw something is impactful there. And I say this is important to look at it. And I also ask my student to look at the aerobic capacity, ask them to do bleep test and find out. Simply just for some hunch of it, is probiotic helpful or not? It do help. I was surprised. That's where, if you remember one of my slides, I put the gut muscle axis. I guess that's another exploration people need to do and see. Gut play a major role in the body system. We need to take care of our gut. Unfortunately, many of us, we don't care about it. And when you start antibiotic, you need to take a proper food as well. That's because antibiotic will kill all the good and the bad bacteria in the body. Don't know the slide is going to come or I'm going to end up my presentation. Anyway, my conclusion I would like to say is probiotic do help if you take regularly. If you have been taking it continuously, at least minimum of 6 weeks to 8 weeks and plus, and that will help you. But do not do yo-yo exercise kind of thing. You try yo-yo diet, remember, go up and down, it's not going to work. You need to do regularly, and you must ensure your gut need to be taken care. If it is so spicy food, I know Indian food, when you spicy, we will add up some yogurt to counterbalance it. I don't know how our late grandparents have found out all this theory, but it helpful. It helpful. This is how things works out. We have to go back to the functional food. Probiotic is one part of the functional food. How is it helpful? Just not only yogurt per se, but it's also beyond that. So I would like to stop here. In the other hand, I would like to invite all of you. The Asian Sport Medicine Congress will be held in Malaysia next year. So Prof. Arumugam, Prof. Tiaga, all will be involved. You would like to see all of you there in Malaysia. And the Asian Congress of Nutrition, which is will be held in 2027. Compete in China and Chengdu this year with India and also Thailand. But Malaysia won it, and we will welcome all of you there and see how a sport help you in nutrition part of it and take a lead on that. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Mahendran Apkuti. And he's a good friend of mine, and we were association from COVID season. We had many webinars, conferences, and workshop. So he used to come online presentations, and we had also webinars, and they had webinars and seminars. So in such a way, we had an association. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation on probiotics. Now we move on to the second speaker of this session, Mrs. Shaini Surendran. And Shaini is a Chennai-based holistic nutritionist, author, and entrepreneur. She is an internationally acclaimed sports nutritionist, and she is the first Indian to be certified with graduate diploma in sports nutrition by International Olympic Committee. I would like to say at this juncture, Shaini was my teacher. When I did my MSc in FERN, that is Fitness, Exercise, Rehabilitation, and Nutritional Care. During that time, when I did it at YMCA College of Physical Education, she was my teacher handling the nutrition aspect. Thank you so much for your wonderful thought-provoking teaching at that time. Thank you. And Shaini, when we speak about how we were association for past 20 years, right? Right from the classmate, like keen anthropometry, first and second level of keen anthropometry we had in our university, and there she also came there as a classmate. We were being associated. Thank you so much. And she is an accredited sports dietitian from Sports Dietitian Association, Australia. And she has helped hundreds of athletes globally, both elite and budding athletes. And with her specialization in sports nutrition, preventive nutrition, kinanthropometry, and in nutrigenomics, has helped several individuals deal with a wide range of nutrition-related health problems. Now, she'll be going to deal with indigenous foods for performance enhancement. Thanks to our member secretary and other organizing committee for arranging millet curd rice today for a lunch. And she'll be speaking about that more. Over to Shaini.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, organizers, for having me here. It's such a pleasure and honor to be part of this huge conclave. I've been to conclaves in Mumbai as well as Bangalore, and I used to think, when are they going to organize one in Chennai? And the dream has come true. Really honored to be part of this session here. I'm going to keep a very short presentation. I would encourage all of you to ask questions. Saapadu pidikum illaya ellarkum? Show of hands. All of you like food, right? Okay, so I would definitely want all you athletes here. See, I'm a practicing dietitian, not a researcher. So I would really encourage, in fact, look forward to a lot more questions from your side. So there are a lot of things that I would like to share, but then due to the paucity of time, it's just 10 minutes that's been given. See, this is the International Year of Millets, and there's been a lot that's spoken about millets. So I'm sure you have heard enough of it. And today, of course, during lunch, you must have had millet curd rice, right? How many of you tasted it? Show of hands. Did you like the taste? And have you had Sattamavu Kanji or health mix? I'm sure at some point in time, right from childhood, you would have at least taken it for a couple of weeks, because in Tamil Nadu, all of us grow up having the Sattamavu Kanji or else the health mix, which has rice, pulses, the sprouted grains, as well as a whole bunch of millets, along with nuts and dry fruits. And this is powdered, and we make a porridge and have it. So have you heard of Kanji, Kambakuru and all that you've heard, right? So Kepankuru, Kambakuru. So these are things that's very, very integral to our diet. And this is something that has been used since ages. I'm just going to show you something else, not millets, but what I'm going to share here is about ancient rice. And I'm someone who promotes a lot of diets which is gluten and dairy free. Have you heard of gluten intolerance or say food intolerance? Milk. Have you noticed that when you drink milk or have milk related products like paneer and cheese, a lot of people face bloating, gas, and then there could be unexplained anemia, or there could be a lot of inflammation. Just like how our previous speaker, Dr. Mahendran, had mentioned about gut and muscle axis, we've seen a lot in our practice how there are children who do not attain the height. Growth becomes a big factor when we work with young athletes, child athletes, and then the moment we get a test done, and that is a nutrigenomics test, and then later put them on an elimination diet of gluten and dairy-free diet, automatically, it's all optimized. Their growth is optimized, and anemia is a huge issue in India. There was this Anemia Mukt Bharat campaign that was going on, and we still get to see in all the strata of our society that, anemia is still prevalent. And one of the factors, or another angle to look at it, is to see whether the chapatis, the kakra, the bread sandwiches, and all the biscuits, and also the paneer and the milk products that you're consuming is coming in the way of absorption. So this is one angle. This is a very strong take-home message. I'm sharing what we get to see in our practice. So consider that. Not everyone is able to tolerate or digest milk and milk products or even gluten-rich products. So there is a lot of ancient rice that's come back into the market, into the circulation. So besides millets, we also have a couple of this rice. I just want to quickly show you, there's something called as Karunkuruvai rice. I don't know, has anyone tasted it? There's a whole lot of dishes that's prepared with this, and it's called as a man of the match with Siddha. All these Siddha physicians usually mention it as that way. And this has a glycemic index of 50 to 55. So glycemic index is a marker for us to know how quickly a food is going to be digested and how quickly it's going to spike up the blood sugar levels. So when we have rice with gravy and then say fish or chicken and a whole lot of poriyal and kootu and all that, then automatically the glycemic index is going to be low. But based on the glycemic index, we also decide whether we should have it before a match or else after a couple of hours after a match. We decide on how the food should be fine-tuned. If it is high glycemic index, it should be given soon after a session. And that's when you end up having the juices and the kanji and the kuru and all that. It helps a lot with absorption. And because it's rice, it doesn't have any gluten. And of course, this is something that is quite high in protein, calcium, zinc, potassium, and magnesium. And you also see the iron content is around 12.40 milligrams. As I mentioned, anemia is a big problem among our athletes. And this is, again, unpolished rice. So it has a lot of B-complex vitamins and also a lot of chromium, selenium, zinc, of course, calcium, potassium, as well as magnesium. Magnesium plays a big role in minimizing cramps and also for blood sugar stabilization and also to relieve any kind of constipation issues. And this is something that is required because if you have gut-related issues, it's definitely going to affect your brain as well. So how many of you have had curd rice and then sat for a class and you felt very sleepy? When you were in school or college, nalla tair sadhan sabto or else puri and potato curry, and then you felt so sleepy that you just couldn't focus on the lecturer's, talk, right? Haven't you felt that? It's because the tair sadham or else the curd there has tryptophan, which gets converted to serotonin, and that makes you quite, sleepy. So you have to understand what works best for your body and then fine tune the diet. Another rice, which I'm sure you would have heard, is Mappala Samba rice. According to the folklore of Tamil Nadu, before, or rather, if the girl's family wants to check whether the boy is really strong enough to take care or protect the girl, so the girl's father, or rather the family members, would encourage the groom, before they fix the marriage itself, they would want the guy to show the strength by lifting a stone, or, So this is a test in front of the village, and it can be quite embarrassing for this young gentleman. So he definitely has to focus on his endurance and strength. And it is said, according to the folklore here, that he ends up taking a lot of Mappala Samba rice, and it is rich, so it has iron as well as calcium and fiber. So look at the calcium content. It's around 50.4 milligrams per 100 grams. And this is something which is definitely included. It can be part of your idli dosai batter. And as Sir had mentioned, again, this is fermented, so it's good for gut health. Another one is Karpu Kavani rice, a lot of dessert. The black rice pudding, or else the Karpu Kavani kanji, or else the payasam, I'm sure you would have heard about it a lot. This can also be made, like there is an Italian dish called risotto. So risotto also can be made with this. So there are a lot of our chefs here who've started dabbling with this rice, and they have incorporated that into a lot of continental dishes as well. And this again is a good source of anthocyanin. So you have seen the purple color cabbages as well as brinjal. So instead of buying berries, see how many of us can afford to buy cranberries and blueberries and avocados? It's quite expensive. Do you agree? So we should start looking at indigenous products, what is available locally, so that we can support the farmers. We've heard about farmer suicide, and I think the best thing that we can do for our country would be to support our local farmers and eat what's grown here. So if you sit here and then if you're going to eat a lot more rotis and chapatis and all that, it doesn't go well with a lot of people. It'll be great if you can look at millets and ancient rice as part of your regular diet, and it does benefit athletes in a big way. So the next one is also something that's worth looking at. That's Kulaka rice. This again is a native of Tamil Nadu, and it has a glycemic index of around 52.25. The zinc content is quite high. Zinc is a very important component in a lot of enzymes. And if you were to catch cold quite often, or if you have a compromised immune system, and during COVID, I'm sure you would have all taken a whole bunch of supplements to enhance your immunity. So zinc plays a big role, and this rice is really good. So you can make a kanji or a kur out of it, or just cook and eat. And it is also very helpful for wound healing properties. Another rice is kuriyadchan. This again is really worth considering because of the protein, iron, calcium, potassium, zinc, phosphorus, and magnesium content. Next is Kaivari Samba rice. Again, these are things that can be, if you can't cook and eat as a sadam, you can always include it as part of your pongal, or else upma, or it can be a idli, dosa, appam, kuri paniyaram, any of that. Okay. So here again, the iron content is mentioned. It's around 5.8 milligram per 100 grams. Next is Katiyanam. In fact, this is quite tall. This is a very tall variety. Even elephants can hide behind it. That's what I get to hear. So it's a native of Tamil Nadu, and we should definitely consider using this. This has a very high calcium content of around 58 milligrams per 100 grams. Okay, so it helps in strengthening the body and of course enhances immunity. So these are some of the dishes that we always use. Veetla irukra tata paati ta keta, they are going to be talking about a lot of kanji and pariyasadam, right? Fermented rice is what we have been consuming, especially during summers. So fermented rice porridge is something which is very, very good. It's gut friendly, and that's something that you should definitely take it. And of course, ragi kur is something that's worth considering, and curd. So if you were to eat a biryani, make sure that you are taking 2 or 3 helpings of the raita or the tair pachdi there, because it's going to help digest the biryani well. And even for biryani, the non-vegetarian or else the meat is marinated in curd. Haven't you had dishes where the curd, you must have tasted malai kebab? So you have the meat which is marinated in curd, and that again is going to be very helpful for digestion. Another one to consider is garden cress. In Maharashtra, a lot of people use this seed. It's called garden cress or olive seed or halim seed. During Ramzan, because of the fasting, a lot of Muslims consider this or consume this along with lemon juice or else amla juice, which is gooseberry juice. And this again is a good source of zinc and other micronutrients. And in the Tirunelveli belt, they have something called as the Marandu Kanji, a herbal medicine porridge. into which they add this. And this again is something which is very, very nutritious. And instead of looking for berries, which are way too expensive, look at Elandaparam, Naval Param, worth considering, easily available in front of all the schools, right? And I'm sure you must have had Pattani Manga, Sundal and all that. So do not demean it. This is what grows here. This is what you get here, cost effective, and you will support the farmers in a big way. During summers, do consider ice apple, or in Hindi, it's called Tadgola. And in Tamil, of course, it's called Nungu. I once read, I was reading something about an American author. He had mentioned Cassius quadrangularis in his book as a fat burner. And when I looked up, it was nothing but pirandai. Piranda chutney, piranda toil, right? And they powder it and add it to our idli podi and chutney podis. And pirandai is a very good fat burner. So only when somebody from outside talks about food which is grown here, then do we pay attention, right? I just want to share one story. You see the guy in the middle, that's Vijay Shankar. So I have a private clinic here in Alvarpet. So this gentleman loves his filter coffee. So how many of you had coffee now? Madras filter coffee, right? So this gentleman used to drink a lot of coffee. And when he called, he said he was referred by the National Cricket Academy and he has a spate of injuries. And that was one of the major factors why he had reached out. So what I looked at was inflammatory markers. What you shared completely resonates with, what I had seen in clinic. So his inflammatory markers were way too high, and he's a lacto-vegetarian, which means he doesn't take any non-veg, only milk and milk products, and he eats a lot of breads and chapatis. So the first thing that I pulled off from his diet was milk and products, but kept the curd and raita and buttermilk, and replaced all the rotis with rice-based dishes. He did amazingly well during the IPL season. And when we started working with him, his DEXA scan showed a fat percentage of 17. And by the time he went for the IPL season, it came down to around 11% in a span of 3 months. And he didn't lose his muscle mass. So just by eating local food, you don't need anything fancy, trust me. Just work with one of your qualified dietitians in whichever city you belong to, but then get a professionally designed diet plan, and you will see some amazing difference. So what you eat, we have heard always like you are what you eat, but the mantra now is you are what you absorb. Are you absorbing all the nutrients that you're eating? Is your gut health taken care of? That's something that you should really think about. That's the take-home message for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaini, for your wonderful presentation on indigenous food, which helps in enhancing the sports performance. The third speaker will be Professor Arvind Malik, and he is the sports person, the teacher, researcher, and he is the Dean Faculty of Education from Kurukshetra University, Haryana. And he was a boxer and won silver medal in All India Inter-University. He has attended national coaching camp for 1996 Atlanta Olympics for boxing. And he has got more than 26 years of experience in teaching and research. He has done more research in the area of exercise physiology, doping, and digital finger ratio of 2D:4D and testosterone. And he was the principal investigator for 2 major projects, one of UGC and another one is from ICSSR. And he has presented many research papers and in international and national level seminars and workshops, conferences in USA, Finland, Australia, London, Canada, and Harvard University, USA. He was invited as a keynote speaker and resource person in more than 93 international conferences. And he is the recipient of many international awards from Association of Commonwealth Universities, London, Atlanta, Georgia, USA, and at AMU Aligarh. More than 89 research papers published, 9 books authored. He is the board member of LNIP Gwalior and our university, Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, and many other universities. And he is the paper setter for UGC NET exams and Public Service Commission. So such an eminent speaker is with us today, who is going to speak on exercise physiology, and he'll be speaking on the topic of challenging human physiological limits through sports technology. Over to Arvind Mali.
Thank you, ma'am. I've noticed one thing over here. I came from Haryana, which is dominating in sports. And the determination of Tamil Nadu to improve in sports, I have seen from morning to till now. I've seen your ACS sir and one more senior officer, IS officer, from the morning till now, they are sitting over here. I'm amazed to see their presence over here. If I'll put a question to you, if you are sending your kid to a physics class, what do you think? Whether he's going to become a C.V. Raman or he's going to become an Einstein? If you are sending somebody to an economics class, what do you think? That he's going to become Amartya Sen? Isn't it? You never think like that. But what happened when the matter comes in the sports field? If somebody starts playing boxing, we start comparing him with Mary Kom. That is going to bring medals for us. That is the biggest tragedy in India with us, we people. Winning medal at an international Olympic level is not an easy task. Look over here. I'll put over a few statistics in front of you. Only 1 out of 100, those who participate in the Olympic is the chances to win any medal. Those who are a 1,000 national champion, there's one chance that you're going to participate in the Olympics. There are 1,000 state champion, there's a chance that they're going to become a national champion. There's a 1,000 district champion, there's a chance that you're going to become a state champion. Look at the degree of competition over here, and very easily we can say, Aapka the medal in here, you are not able to win the medals. This is the irony with us. I'll quote one statement over here. India is a sports-loving country rather than a playing country. That's the biggest tragedy with we people. Look over here, the scenario in our schools. Suppose we are having 1,000 students with us. Because everybody, our whole administration, everybody needs medal. Our PTE people are going to concentrate only on 30 students, 30 or 40 students. And rest 970 students are left for the pleasure of sports activity. And I'll quote here one model of PE model. It's a takeaway for all of you. That PE model for the Napa Valley Central High School for Illinois State, USA. All top-end countries world, they are coming down to that school. What is over there in that school? What miracle that school has done? This is one test, which is known as PISA. That test is to test the scholastic ability of 15-year students in the mathematics, science, and the reading ability. If you look at the score over here, the Singapore and all other countries, it is sort of Olympiad. In every 4 years, this test has been conducted. There's a few statistics over here for the result of this one. There's the shocking result for this school. Overall ranking of America in mathematics was 36th, and reading ability it was 25th, and the sciences were 28th. But the ranking of this Napa Valley school was totally different. They were first in science. In mathematics, they were third in reading ability. What was that? All the top-end scientists rushed to that school and got to analyze their system. I quote here a few scientists over here. She's a Wendy Suzuki. I'll request to all of you to please watch her video, a 15-minute video on TED Talks. Your perceptions towards sports will definitely going to change. Look at the one quote I have written over here. I discovered the experience of brain-changing effect of exercise. There one more scientist, Dr. Sandrine, is a professor of neurogenesis, and he said one phenomenon is over here, that brain-changing effect of exercise. The one more scientist, I quote 3 scientists, all the videos are over there at TED Talks. Humble request to all of you, please go and watch this video. Your perception regarding sports will be going to change. And do read this book. A book, wonderful book by this gentleman, The Spark, New Revolutionary Science of Exercise and Brain Changing. What is over here? There's one small place in our brain which is known as the hippocampus. And this is a place for learning memory, mood, and emotions. What these gentlemen has found, they have done few experiments, and what they have found, they have done experiment on mice and all. There's a output of this result. Those mouse who were running, they develop a new brain cell, new cell in their brain, and particularly in the hippocampus. The same thing they have adopted in the Napa Valley School. They made PE compulsory for each and every student. Just forget about the sports. They were not aware about, they were not for the medals. They were simply let everybody be active over there. Let everybody play sports. And there was a miracle overdone. All of them improve in their academics. All of them improves in all their other activities. What is the takeaway message from all this with this small story? Exercise is just like a fertilizer for our brain. It is as good as miracle go. And there's a final wisdom. I say this is the most beautiful slide that I'm having. Exercise builds new brain cell, not learning. Not learning. It's my humble request to all of you, if you spread this message in the schools, definitely all these engineers, all these doctors, all other field people from all over the field, not to win medals, only to build a new brain cell in your country. If everybody is going to play in the sports, definitely medals will going to come in your country. Look, in the morning, the one gentleman showed this slide. His Jesse Owens, he created in 1936. He created world record at Berlin. Timing was 10.2. If you look at his height, he's 5'11", weight 75 kg. If you compare this gentleman with this gentleman, the modern champion, the current world record holder, his height is 6'5", weight is 94 kg, and timing 9.5. If Jesse Owens, if you at time, the difference in their time, if Jesse Owens and the Ben Johnson, this one Usain Bolt, the difference in the distance is 15 feet. If you allow, if you look over here, when Jesse Owens were running, he was never been provided with this starting blocks. He was running on a loose cinder surface that don't give that much, you can say, ground force. And if you look at this gentleman, he was been provided with all those starting blocks and all these synthetic surfaces. And these surfaces, we can give you 100% recall from the ground. If Jesse Owens had been given all these track and this particular starting blocks, what would the distance be? When the mechanical analysis of the joint of Jesse Owens was been done, you'll shocked to know the results were there. He was merely one stride behind. Only one stride behind. If you look over here, when Andrew Merck, he created world record for 1 hour cycling. 30 miles, he covered the distance of 30 miles, 3,774 feet. And in 1996, with all carbon fiber cycles, with all the modern equipments and all that thing, the record was being improved by, you can say, 1 hour. It was 35 miles and 1,530 feet. If you compare the both of them, the improvement was 4 miles. 4-mile improvement was there. But then in 2000, Cycling Federation said, no, we're going to consider only that record if the gentleman is going to drive the same bicycle, and make the record. And look over here, the distance, the difference with that was only merely, you can say, 270 meters, only 270 meters. That is only the contribution of the science and technology, not the human performance over there. If you compare over here, look at the record of the 100-meter freestyle. Look at the 3 dips are over here. The first was in 1956 when the somersault technique was being introduced. Second was there in 1976 when this gutters were being introduced. And third was there, the major dip was in 2008 when these type of swimsuit, full body swimsuit, we can reduce the drag by 38% was being introduced. And one more phenomenon there, are the athletes really getting better and faster or stronger? In early, you can say early 90s, it was been perception in the physical education world that the average height and average body is fit for all type of sports. And the height of a shot putter and height of a high jumper was similar. If you look over here, this is the statistic of early 20th centuries, the graphical representation of 20 odd sports that has been shown there similarly in the one symbol line. If you look over here, with the changing technology, the concept of artificial selection of particular bodies, the taller become more taller, the shorter become more shorter. And look at this lady, and look at today's Big Bang body theory. The blue dots represent the today's scenario, how specifically you are selecting bodies for the particular sports. Look over here. In NBA, the average height is 6'6", which is around about 8 inches more than the average American heights. Look at this is the scenario for the 100-meter Olympic record, how the height and weight of the athletes have been growing. This was the ideal picture that has been shown if you are having a same girth and the same body. But nowadays, it is something like this. If the average NBA player is having a 6.6 height, that his hand span is around about, you can say, 7 feet, and shorter become more shorter. In the over last 50 years, the gymnasts have, their height has been shortened by 6 inches, and she's the topmost athlete, topmost gymnast in the world. She merely, her height is 4'8". And look over here, the wonderful example over here. Earlier, in my previous slide, I've shown the shot putter and the high jumper were having the same height and the same physique. They're here, the height are the same. The height of both of these, the world record creator in the shot put as well as the high jump are the same one, 6'5" and 6'4", but the difference in their weight is 65 kg. This is the contribution, the science of the specific selection of the bodies. Look at the wonderful example. The creator of the world record in 1500 meter and the Michael Phelps, the both are having the difference in height, 7 inches, but they both wear the trousers of same size. You'll shocked to know that thing. Both of them are wearing, with their leg length are same one. And there's a wonderful example. There's one book. There's a Sports for Genes, written by Mr. David. What it says? Till date, only 17 American has run marathon under 2:10. And there's one particular tribe, Kalenjin. 32 Kalenjin had in October 2011, 31 had run in 1 month. Isn't it crazy? And if we talk about Indians, our marathon record is 2:12. None of the Indians has run till date under 2:10. If you compare these two results, how the marathon record has been changed, the difference from the, you can say 1904 to 2020 is 1 hour and 26 minutes. Recently, earlier what we have read in our studies, that human can't run under 10 seconds. It was a challenge for the physiologist. Now, Carl Lewis broke this record in 1983. Now, till date, there are 169 athletes who has run under 10 seconds. Out of them, 4 has done on a high altitude and 25 were caught in the doping. And the scientists have made a challenge that physiologists said that a human can't run under two hours in marathon. And Nike, this is one company over here, Nike, they have done a miracle over here. Miracle they have done. They have selected this. They have in 2016 they started this project. Their project name was Project Breaking 2. They selected this gentleman. I think the most talented athlete world has ever produced is the Eliud Kipchoge. Look at how dedicated he was. In 2015 marathon, Berlin Marathon, after 10 kilometers, his soul come out. Only the both soul come out. And he keep on running for the next 32 kilometers and he won that Berlin Marathon. Now Nike selected him. And they have tried to break this 2 hours barrier. And they simply failed by 25 seconds in May 2017. Nike again, they again tried again. They had tried again. But this time, what they have done? They have done one miracle over there. Just recently, they have break this record. When this race was been done, because it is not been considered as a record. Why? It was been done under experimental conditions. Look over here. One electric car was been flown, is running in front of them with a laser beam. And they were being provided the pacemakers. After 10 kilometers, all the pacemakers were coming on. They are having fresh pair of pacemakers with them. They are going to change after every 10 kilometers. And they were running in a sort of pyramid to give the minimum drag, air drag to them. And they have selected a path which was very straight, no up and down. And he was been given water by a man who was doing bicycling over here. And finally, they were able to break this record by, you can say, only 20 seconds. But that was not merely a record. If you look at the shoes, what these gentlemen was wearing, Nike has invested millions of dollars in designing these shoes. What was these shoes? I don't know how many of you are aware, because I used to, it's my hobby to invent new things, what are going on in the world. What was there? This was this Vaporfly. This is the particular shoes. With that, they have broken this record. And this was the platform. With that, they have launched that shoes. And what is this shoes is capable of? Nike claim that running efficiency can be improved by 4%. And what is there? If you look at the sole of this one, it has been made with a very light material, which has been used in the aeroplane insulation. And they have introduced new concept. The first time such type of shoes in the world has seen, they have introduced a carbon plate into it. Carbon plate has been introduced to it. And what was there? Look at this, the carbon plate. There's the one black plate is you can see over here. This is the carbon plate. There's again the carbon plate is in between. And Nike has introduced 4 more shoes into market. They have launched 4 more shoes. And what this shoes is capable of, simply look at this small video. These are normal shoes, which are, if you press them, they're going to fall over here. They won't give you that much recall over here. There will be red shoes will be coming down over here. And look at the miracle that these shoes can do. Look at this shoes. This is Alpha Fly. This is Alpha Fly. And Nike has introduced these shoes with this race, and they make Elude to run under 2 hours. And along with that, I think this is not wrong. I'm going to show you 4 more shoes that Nike has introduced. But spikes, this one over here. This one for a marathon runner. They have gone one step ahead. Recently, they have launched this more shoes. It is having carbon plate, along with that ear pockets. An ear pocket with the tensile fibers. They have introduced this shoe, speed running shoes. They have introduced this one for the track running shoes. This one then spiky, Vaporfly track spikes. And all of these having carbon fibers and one latest technology. World is not aware about this technology, but they have introduced over here. They have introduced tensile fibers into it, which can change the things, which can do the miracles over here. And with all this, there's a last quote over here. There can be numerous advantages of this technology, and it should be, in my opinion, it should be within the rules of the games. And innovation and maintenance with a fair play and ethical competition. Let not all these advantages restrict to all the developed countries, because these are the expensive technology. And I don't know how many of you might be aware about all this thing. Thank you very much for my patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind, for your wonderful presentation with the videos, more videos, examples, and illustrations. We have the last speaker of today's session, Dr. Malai Mandal, and an example of scientist in exercise physiology who has done more scientific way of approach or research in the field of exercise physiology, and he has more than 30 years of experience in the field of exercise physiology, and he served as a teacher, evaluator, and researcher. He also worked as a scientific officer in SOI Bangalore, and he has done MSc, PhD in physiology. And I would like to say that he worked in our department, exercise physiology and nutrition, for quite few months as a reader or associate professor in the year 2007. And during his tenure as an associate professor in the department, we could able to organize an international conference cum exhibition at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. And such a good personality is sitting here for a talk. And before I could say that Dr. Mandal, who has published more than 40 research papers in international journals, and he is also a board member of our university as well as LNIPE. And he was the member of Indian contingent during 9th SAF Games held at Islamabad. And he is going to be the last speaker of this session. And in this hall, we have eminent personalities sitting over here as coaches or trainers or athletes and speakers from various parts of the world. And this exercise physiology is evolved in 250 years ago. But in India, came into existence as a special subject only in 2005, when we started, the first of its kind in India started, this Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, and we brought all these sports sciences. So we are very proud to say, and all the vice chancellors of this university brought many infrastructure in this sports university, were situated at Malakottayur. You would have seen when Dr. Rajini Kumar presented how our campus is. So such a vast area, 125 acres of area we have, and many facilities we have. And our vice chancellor is sitting here, and he brought the synthetic athletic track. Only the track which has got 10 lanes in straight is our university, which we have, and he has brought it. And he has also brought conducting of Southwest Zone Inter-University Athletic Championship and the All India Inter-University Athletic Championship. So the credit goes to the vice chancellors who come and work for the institution development. So in such case, this exercise physiology plays a vital role, and our PhD scholars over here, and they know how this department has evolved right from the 2005, and now how this department is. And in such a way, this exercise physiology is one factor. Many speakers, right from morning, they were talking about many factors which are helping in enhancing the sports performance. So this exercise physiology plays a vital role in enhancing the performance. So Dr. Malay Mandal is here, an eminent speaker, and who is going to speak on physiological evaluation of high performance athletes. It's a very important topic to be understood by each and every one of us sitting over here. And such an eminent speaker here who is going to show us how this assessment will improve the performance. Over to Malay Mandal.
Good evening, everybody. I am very much thankful to SDAT for inviting me, and it's a proud privilege to be here in front of my fellow athletes and coaches. See, one thing we should keep in our mind to all the sports scientists, particularly exercise physiologists. See, the athletes, they are the god to us, and the play field and laboratory, to consider them as temple. Because of the athletes, our existence are there. If athletes are not there, we don't have any existence. So the medalist performance no longer occurs at random or as a result of chance alone. What Madam was telling, there are so many factors. Apart from technique, tactics, skill, there are different scientific factors like biomechanical factors, biochemical factors, nutritional factors, psychological factors to achieve the high level of sporting performance. So physiological factor is one of them. So in the world of sport, there are different sports and games. And we have never seen that one marathoner is participating in sprinting. Why? Because the demand of each sports and games, it varies. Some games, the nature of the activity is high intensity, short duration. Some games, the nature of the activity, low intensity, long duration. So based on this, the physiological qualities to be assessed to know the different qualities like aerobic and anaerobic qualities. So how will you assess this? So the aerobic quality we assess by measuring the parameter VO2 max, that is the maximum oxygen carrying capacity, and it indicates the endurance of the athletes, and there is a direct correlation between the VO2 max and the endurance. It denotes the cardiorespiratory endurance. Then it gives the information about the training induced improved. Then method, there are so many methods are there. On direct method, that is in the laboratory through gas analyzer, an indirect method, the 20-meter multi-stage fitness test, that is BIP test, or yo-yo intermittent recovery test. It's not coming. So while assessing direct assessment of VO2 max, it is very, very risky test, because when the athlete sometimes is reaching 22 to 24 kilometer per hour speed, so that time you have to see all the parameters, and you have to see first the safety of the players. So how he is performing. So there are different criteria to know that whether he reached his VO2 max or not. So accordingly, that definitely one predicted maximum heart rate is there. So that is 220 minus age, but this is a crude formula, but exact heart rate you will get during this assessment of VO2 max, that is a graded exercise, and other derived parameter. Because what we do that through gas analyzer, that only VO2 max measurement, it will not solve the purpose. There are so many derived important parameters are there, which can be useful in field assessment. So this is during the assessment in our laboratory. So this is one of the important parameter by which you can know the subject has reached his maximum VO2. So here, the important parameter, that is the leveling of VO2, the plateau will reach. So in the graded exercise, when that load is increasing, so your O2 consumption will be increasing. But the time will come, in spite of increasing the workload, there will be no further increment in the VO2. So that point is that another factor is there, that is the RER, that is respiratory exchange ratio. So that should reach 1.1 or above. So these are the criteria to know you can reach the VO2. So that only you have to stop the exercise. Before that, if you stop, you will get the less VO2. After that also, it will be more taxation to the athlete. Now, while assessing that VO2 max, that exercise test, it is very important what device we are using. That game specific, like for when you are assessing the max of an athlete, definitely will make them run on the treadmill. But when you are going to assess the VO2 max, certainly not will make him or her run on the treadmill. That time we have to assess the VO2 in rowing ergometer. Similarly, when you are going to assess the VO2 max of a cyclist, so we will give the exercise in the bicycle ergometer. So like that, if it is more game specific, the exact result will come. So here we have tested the 2-kilometer rowing. So that VO2, this one. Here we have calculated the O2 uptake kinetics. So every 500 meter, what is the O2 consumption? So you can see here, the most of the, we have seen the Indian rowers, they reach the VO2 max in the first 500 or within 500 to 1000 meter. After that last phase, they're struggling. You can see the blue line, that is the VO2. So that is it started declining while the end of the race. So this is that very familiar test, that is beep test. Then yo-yo test. This is very popular test for hockey players, for the soccer players. So even in the cricket players, everybody is using this one. Now the anaerobic quality. Assessment of anaerobic quality, there are also direct and indirect method is there. The direct method is the wind gate test, that is a 30-second test and 30-second maximum cycling test. And that RAS test, that is the field test, that is the running based anaerobic sprint test. So this through wind gate test and both RAS test, you can calculate the peak power output, the average power output and the minimum power output. So it indicates the explosive power. It helps to assess the speed as well as speed endurance. Now, the laboratory test is not the end. After assessing the physiological qualities in the laboratory, until and unless you are utilizing these test results in the field monitoring, it is of no use. So my always sincere advice to the budding exercise physiologist, don't be restricted inside the laboratory. So you have to visit the play field. You have to present in the play field during actual training session. Each and every training session, you should make yourself available. So that's why always I say that exercise physiologist's job is 24/7 job. So morning 2.5 hours, evening 2.5 hours. So 5 hours you have to be in the play field. And in between 4 to 5 hours, you have to be in the lab. And Sunday, so generally holiday, that you should utilize for analyzing the data. This is very, very important. And that implementation of the laboratory test results into the field. Because this field monitoring, mainly what I have done, that is heart rate monitoring and lactate monitoring. So what it will help, it will help to optimize the training program and to get the maximum benefit out of the training. So that's why field monitoring is equally important as well as lab test. So here in 2021, before leaving my job, so I started this one. I don't know whether they are continuing with this. Now the portable gas analyzer available. Earlier that MET, all of you know that MET is metabolic equivalent. The metabolic equivalent, it is a very good parameter. That means when you are in completely resting condition, that time what is the oxygen consumption? That is 3.5 ml per kg per minute. So based on that MET value, that in the literature you can see that for jogging, for running, for cooking, for walking, for sitting, for archery, for shooting, for soccer, all the game, the MET value we will get. Like some game it is 12 MET, some game it is 8 MET, some when you are sitting completely in resting condition, that is 1 MET. So like that, MET earlier, if you see the literature, it used to be calculated based on the heart rate. So through heart rate, that regression equation, so that they used to predict that oxygen consumption. But with the help of this present, that development of the technologies, the gas analyzer, directly you can assess the VO2. Like taekwondo bout, the 3 bout, I have assessed this VO2. So you can see this is the first bout, second bout, third bout, in between the what is the recovery. So like this, direct assessment of MET, it will be very, very useful. And heart rate response also. Now, before doing any, to all my exercise physiologists, before doing any exercise test, there are some important points to keep in your mind. The first thing here, Brigadier Vibhu sir is here, so he must have applied already there, that before doing any exercise test, the detailed examination should be done, and the clearance certificate should be obtained from a medical doctor. That doctor will certify that this athlete is fit to undergo exercise test. That is very, 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 very important. Next, the detailed procedure of the test, any physiological assessment, any test, it should be explained, properly explained to the athlete, because you are dealing with the country's cream, top sports person you are dealing, even in the budding athlete you are dealing. So he or she should know what he or she is going to do. Like VO2 max test, you have to explain that every 2 minutes that speed will keep on increasing by 2 km/h, and after that one time will come when you will not be able to cope up with the speed. So that time, that is another criteria, that is the volitional exertions. When the athlete, he or herself will surrender that he will not be able to cope up with the speed, so you have to instruct them, because that time the face will be covered with the face marks, they cannot speak, so they should raise their hand. So these are the very crucial point, you should keep it in your mind while assessing the VO2 max test. So these points are very important, because, and one more thing, the trainer, they should be present during the physiological assessment, particularly exercise test. So here Dr. Eric is here. So I have worked with him, that I have the nice time with him. So he used to call me mainly other day also, including Sunday. So Sunday was the rest day, so he used to utilize that day to assessment, so that the training will not be hampered. So I have never seen that testing is that hockey players, Indian hockey players testing is going on, but he is not there in the lab. Continuously he used to be in the lab, that too also in the Sunday. Morning 7 o'clock we have started, and up to evening 7 o'clock we have done the testing. So that's why it is my humble request to trainers and coaches, be with the scientists, be with the physiologist, and be with your athlete during the testing, so that that athlete will give his maximum. Once if you know this importance of the test, you have to convince the athlete that what for we are doing the test, how he will be benefited out of this test. These are all very, very important things. Because I know in my 28.5 years tenure in Sports Authority of India, 1 year I was transferred to Patiala, I had been there. So there on international boxer while assessment. So he was very rigid that he will not give his test. So the coach was trying to convince, I was trying to convince. After that, coach told him, no, beta, you heart rate ka bari mein pata chalega. Then the player told, कि कोच साहब जब रिंग में मुक्का पड़ता है तो हार्ट रेट बचाने के लिए नहीं आता है. So that's why you have to convince them what for we are doing the testing, what benefit they are going to get. Then only they will come to you. Otherwise, they will run away. They will just namesake. And one more thing, to all my budding exercise physiologists, my sincere advice, don't do the testing for the sake of testing and just show the number that this many testing I have done. So you must utilize this data in that, again, I am repeating, in the field monitoring. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So this is one of the proudest moments of my life in my 28 years of tenure. So in 2004, I was with the Indian contingent and I was with the Indian volleyball team. And in that game that we beat Pakistan in the soil of Pakistan, India was leading by 2-0. Then Pakistan made it 2-2. Then in the fifth set, again they are leading by 7-2 or 7-3. After that, from that situation, we won this and I have that gold medal. So that was the proudest moment of my life. So thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Mandal, for a wonderful presentation. Now we'll have certain clarifications from, it's open to the floor. Anybody would like to ask questions to any of the speaker over here? There are coaches, trainers, students sitting over here. Okay, if not, I wanted to ask a few questions already. Yeah, there is a.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, what are the advantages of alkaline water? Like the current trend is the alkaline water. So,
Anybody from nutrition or yeah?
Here?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. See, basically, if you just stick to the basics, okay, there are a lot of marketing gimmicks that's going on. You just have to stick to basics. Get your regular food, hydrate well, follow the basic principles of sports nutrition. You're pretty sorted. I wouldn't suggest or rather recommend a product like this.
Okay, another question. Like if an athlete is in an injury, his mind is off, so he's in the stress. What kind of diet will you give to him in the injury process, rehab process?
Yeah, so that's a very highly, a moment where there's a lot of stress and there is a tendency to overeat. Perhaps there could be food or else beverages which come in, and then there's a very good tendency to gain weight. So it's always better to work alongside with the sports dietitian. And foods for injury healing would be a lot more focus on protein as well as micronutrients, because diets in India are very deficient in protein. We end up eating a lot of high carbohydrate rich foods. So I think it's time to minimize the overall carbohydrate intake, but focus a lot more on protein and also zinc, as well as vitamin C, a lot of your other nutrients like even magnesium, chromium, selenium, B complex vitamins and all.
Yeah, whatever you had during the COVID season, no, the same food. Yes. Right. Right. And now
Don't forget about probiotics as well.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
All right. One question to each speaker. Now question to Mahendran Apkuti, right? What and how the mechanism we can postulate from probiotics consumption for athletes' benefits?
Thank you, Prof. I think this is a thing that always we are linking it up. I think back to the same question, how probiotics can work. It also, what we are trying to say is eat by the food. Probiotic can come in many ways, sachet, powder, many tablets, capsules and everything. And being a nutritionist, we always emphasize food. So if it is been cultured food, that is the best, because you get two things along the way. You get the milk, which is already, if you have a lactose intolerance, don't need to worry. When you have been cultured part, the lactase has been removed there. So it is the curd that you've been eating, Thiru. Don't worry about it. You can consume that. So when it comes to the gut, now the mechanism is showing to the brain. So, and I think Shini also mentioned about it, how it works with the muscles and liver, plenty. There's way of looking at it. So gut-brain axis is the main thing. A part of it, other axis also has been notified. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, sir. Now question to Saini. Saini, you were talking about the indigenous food, right? Only you were pinpointing about the vegetarian food. Is there any indigenous non-vegetarian food, that is animal food available, and how it has been?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's a good question. So, non-vegetarian food, again, the paya that we have, or else the mutton bone soup, the oxtail soup, all this bone broth, again, for collagen, we know the importance of that in bone health. So I think that's another important factor to be considered. And of course, a lot of athletes do have eggs as well. And another thing is dried fish, especially when in conditions like, say, for instance, Tamil Nadu, Chennai, the humid weather itself, the sweat loss is quite high. We've seen over and again plenty of research studies showing how important it is to focus on hydration and also to replace electrolytes. So we always recommend a lot of sodium and potassium coming in. So naturally, if you're eating meat, it is naturally high in all of this. But in terms of local food, I would always recommend Narthanga. I'm sure you're familiar with lemon, Narthanga, that one, and also dried fish, dried meat.
Yeah.
You get to use all of that. And you've heard of Masi in Sri Lanka and all, they use a lot of those dried tuna, which is pounded, and then a lot of coconut is added to it. So these are things that can be included in the
Yeah,
regular
I've come
food.
across that bison meat is lean protein and than the beef. Is it?
But again, it's better to stick to basics. So poultry,
Okay.
and of course red meat, and bone broth definitely plays a big role. We do recommend that, as well as organ meat.
Okay. Over to Arvind Malik. Can athlete run 100 meters under 9 seconds?
Hello. Yes, earlier it was been said that athlete can't run under 10 seconds. Now there are 166 athletes, they are run under 10 seconds. There might be few changes in the shoes or some other technology might be coming, and there's no doubt in the coming 10 years you can find athletes are running under 9 seconds also.
Thank you. Now, Malay Mandal. As you said, the VO2 max is directly correlated with the endurance performance. But sometimes it has been observed that between two distance runners, right? The runner having lower VO2 max than other performed better timing. What's the reason?
See that definitely there is a direct relationship between the VO2 max and the endurance performance. But along with that, another important thing which is very crucial, that is the running economy. The running economy, it is the relationship between the O2 consumption per unit distance. Means when the athlete is doing the exercise at running at submaximal workload, so that time his or her VO2 should be less, so that they can delay the fatigue for a long time, they can continue. I will give you one small example. Suppose somebody is earning 50,000 rupees per month, but within 20 days, he spent 40,000 rupees. That means last 10 days, he or she has to manage with this 10,000 rupees. He has to struggle. And running economy also, that I want to mention that world famous two endurance athlete. One is Tadis Jernisani, that from East Africa. His VO2 max was 83 ml per kg per minute, but his running economy, that means in 16 km per hour speed, it was his submaximal load, just 40 ml per kg per minute. This is really that tremendous potentiality was there. And another one, everybody knows that Paula Radcliffe. So that 3 times London Marathon champion, then 3 times New York Marathon champion. Her this O2 consumption at 16 km per hour was 44 ml per kg per minute. So running economy also depend upon so many factors.
Yeah.
Some metabolic factors are there, some biomechanical factor also very important, because the biomechanics of running also, it plays important.
Environment plays a vital role. Yeah.
So these are the running economy only, it matters.
Yes.
And one more thing, that is that through this, you can predict about that adaptation, that how his training adaptation is there, like 2 types of cardiovascular adaptation and central peripheral adaptation, means muscular adaptation. There should be a balance between these. Suppose you have one car, so maybe you have powerful engine in that car, but fuel is contaminated. So it will not work. Or fuel is good, but engine is not powerful. So there should be a balance between these 2 types of adaptation,
Yeah,
central
well said.
adaptation and peripheral adaptation.
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you all the speakers, all 4 speakers. It was a wonderful session, and we had a wonderful hour. That means 1 hour of timing, and it is a vast area. Both exercise physiology and nutrition is a vast area. We cannot find time to say all the relevant, all the materials which the exercise physiology and nutrition have. But They have chosen a different area where they could able to come here and present in front of you the important aspects which enhances the sports performance. Once again, I thank Dr. Pukuti and Mrs. Shiny and Dr. Arvind Malik and Malay Mandal for your wonderful session. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank once again to the organizing committees, especially the member secretary for giving us the opportunity. And I also thank our Vice Chancellor for permitting myself, Dr. Rajini Kumar, Dr. Shaheen Ahmed, and all the PhD scholars and MSc students for attending this TASCon 23. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Ms. Mercy Regina, General Manager, Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, to felicitate the moderator and the speakers. First felicitation to the moderator, Ms. Grace Helena. Felicitation to Mr. Mahendra Napakuti. Felicitation to Ms. Shiny Surendran. And felicitation to Mr. Arvind Malik. And felicitation to Mr. Malay Mandal. Once again, I thank you, the moderator, and all the speakers for the wonderful session. Coming to the final moment, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all our ST moderators, speakers, who have shared their insights and knowledge on a wide range of topics in the field of sports science. Your presentations have been enlightening and your expertise is invaluable in advancing our understanding of sports and human performance. Also, I thank everyone who made your presence here for Tamil Nadu Sports Science Conference. We will reconvene tomorrow for another day of exploration, learning and collaboration. Tomorrow, we will be starting the sessions by 9:30 a.m. Kindly requesting all dignitaries to be here by 9:15 a.m. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.